everyone's set up for the
Cool.
intro.
Yeah.
It's Margot. So.
He's gone to go back into the coffee.
Oh yeah, that's alright. We can see him around the outside. Hey Margot, you on comm? Margot? Just getting same time as yesterday, I reckon, where the wrap-up was. Let's try and work it out. Can you go back? Just that.
That's right. Look at your sunburnt yesterday.
Yeah, it was a little bit.
Oh, a microphone.
Yeah, you got one? Yeah. You had one. I was listening to it.
Oh, it's almost a glove morning.
I've got gloves for you if you want.
That's alright. I do have some. Thank you though. I'll
Can you come forward, Amanda? Keep coming. Keep coming. Yeah, somewhere there. I think.
Where is everybody? Like all the cars are lined up at 7, aren't they? That's what it says.
That's what it says, but apparently somebody said they started late yesterday. They were late-ish or something.
Oh, okay.
Can you just take a step back for me? Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go. Hey, Grace, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I can read that.
This is 5 second delay ago.
My name is Amanda Jones, and welcome to Finally Here. Race day 1 at Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Just like maybe half a step back too. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, thanks. What time are we on? 8:15. What time are we on, Grace? For this cross?
Officially the 7:05 is the benefit. And then there's supposedly some sort of grid walking challenge to drivers at 10:05. Yeah.
Mike's gone in back pocket, just so you know.
Yeah. There's certainly no sign of anything.
off.
That's on, isn't it?
It's on now, yeah.
Yeah.
Said RF mute
Well,
off.
we'll just knock this one off and then we'll work out what's next.
It's the number code is 644550, yeah?
4550.
Yeah. You're a glove.
Right, Red? Are the Joshes there?
One of the Joshes just got there.
Question. And one question, Grace. The throw, coming late, or what are you throwing out?
Well, good morning. My name is Amanda Jarrett, and we are finally here. Race day one of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, where riders and drivers from all over the country and even the world are here to try their luck at one of the most toughest desert race tracks in the world. Very exciting. I know that the top runners are vying for that prestigious title of King or Queen of the Desert, and some others are just here to fulfill that lifelong dream of getting there and back. The 229 kilometres there to Apatula today. Now, in the front runners for today in the cars, we've got Travis Robinson and Paul Curry, who came on top at Prologue yesterday in the Extreme 4x4, and of course followed very closely by Travis's brother Bo. Then we've got Callum Norton fronting off the bikes with the Clean Air this morning, which we're going to be doing a little bit later. I'm going to throw over to the Joshes in the commentary box, and we'll be back very soon with some interviews.
Well, thank you very much, Amanda. It is a great feeling. The tension starts to build here in the comm box. Day one is about to get underway, and we cannot wait to bring you all the action. As we said yesterday, and just then, Travis Robinson in a brand new truck, a week and a half old, put it on pole and is first off the line. Then his brother, Bo Robinson, and my standout for this weekend, Boston Morgan Horan.
Yes, very fast.
Third position, only a couple of seconds, not even a couple, a second off Bo Robinson is absolutely amazing. So I reckon he is one to watch this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% correct there. First year here at Finke in that big Geyser Trophy truck, the twin-turbo V6 EcoBoost. He had that thing wound up yesterday. I was viciously scrolling the socials last night, having a look for some of the footage that was floating around, and it was awesome to see. But do you reckon even like the environment, Alice Springs knows that it's race day number one today. Like driving out to the track this morning, even getting out, there was a chill in the air. It's cool, it's crisp, there's that dense air. It feels like a Finke race morning. The weather being unseasonably warm yesterday, I reckon. Like, heck, I even put shorts on this morning thinking it wasn't going to be that cold, but I got a little bit caught out this morning. No, it's great, mate. It's very exciting. It's been a long time since we've seen an OBR lockout of the front, or not the front row, but the 1-2 position. I believe it was back in 2011 or 2012 when the brothers were racing pro buggies. It was a reverse situation. Bo took pole position and Trav in number 2, but great to see the OBR cars right up front. Like you said, Boston Morgan Horan, that's an exceptional drive. Nick Cummins, that's someone we haven't really spoken about. He's put that truck there into 4th position as well. Josh Howes, that was Mickey Taylor's prediction yesterday. He said he was going to slide into the top 5. We got Billy Geddes in 6th. A pro like John Towers in the 1-2-7 in 7th. Like we said, it's going to be a heck of a year, and I'm excited for what we have to come.
Yeah, well, you definitely know it's race day when the choppers start buzzing. It is so close to getting underway, and these shots that our camera crew are bringing to us, this is classic Central Australia. You love to see it. If you're joining us on the live stream, welcome from wherever you are around the world. It is race day one, and we're going to bring you all the action. Make sure to jump onto the Tatts Finke Desert Race website to be over all the timing for today. You can jump on the Rally Safe app as well and track car numbers with that. And then I've also heard we may get a little bit of sneaky in-car footage even on our live stream today. So there are a couple of different streams going around that I know you're across of.
Yes.
But yeah, we're going to might be able to sneak in a little bit of action.
We definitely should. I don't think Huddy would be too mad. Yeah, but make sure if you're looking for the Tatts Finke Desert live feed, there are a few Indian scammers out there. Make sure that the channel is Tatts Finke Desert Race. That is the official live stream that you are looking for. If you're following along at home, don't get caught out. There's no $5 donation that is required or anything like that. These guys put this stream on for free. It is incredible work by the entire production team that you can sit at home if unfortunately you're not out able to make it out here. It's almost, I'll say almost as good as being here. Not quite as good, unless maybe you're at home right now, you got the aircon on set on 16, full blast, getting that real Alice Springs red center feel.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I snuck out with me Milwaukee jacket this morning. I was that cold, but I'm back in the Finke stuff now. But look at these pictures, and again, a new addition from last year. We've got checkpoint cameras this year, so you can see these guys hooking through the checkpoints. This is Bunduma, so a massive shout out to all of our volunteers that run that checkpoint. They've got a really good setup, and it is looking absolutely amazing on this camera at the moment. Look at that lovely, lovely sunrise.
Yeah, look at the passion. Like you said, these are people that are not just out there, driven out for the morning or anything like that. They've got a full camp setup. I'd say they turn this into an event every year. They've probably got the same people that come to the Bunduma checkpoint, get set up. There's tents, there's camper trailers, there's caravans. What a great setup. What a great way for the weekend at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, that iconic start-finish line banner here at the Alice end. And I can hear some cars starting to get ready. Awesome to hear the motors. And like yesterday morning when I rocked up at 6 something in the morning, it was awesome to smell a bit of race gas in the morning and hear these things purr, because they are bits of machinery. They definitely are.
Absolutely. Like we were talking about yesterday, the technology, the level of vehicles that are here in Australia. We are world-class off-road racing. Americans would come over here and probably be surprised at the level of competition here.
Definitely, and just looking at our starting list as well, as we said, John Towers in that Pro Light Buggy out of 7th, that is a mega drive from him, and then you got Kai Camilleri in the Pro Buggy out of 8th, Nick Hicks, and then Kent Battle in number 10, and that was absolutely amazing to see how that man got up there, and we had a chat with him yesterday, and he was just really happy with the whole thing as we have a look at the Mount Squires checkpoint.
Yeah, so you'll see written on the container there, Club Fuel Stop number 3. That's part of our bike event there that will happen later on today. This is where the club fuel stop. So if you're unfortunately just coming out by yourself or only got a few mates and can't fuel yourself up, these are an awesome initiative run by the Finke Desert Race Committee where you can pay a small amount on your entry fee and get registered for these club fuel stops, and you just pull in, someone hands you a Bowser, you pump fuel into your bike and off you go. It's an awesome initiative to make sure that the Tatts Finke Desert Race stays achievable for the everyman.
Yeah, no, definitely. And these shots, wow. This is why you've got to be in Alice for the Kings long weekend. Just
good pickup calling at the Kings too.
Yeah,
yes.
Yep. No,
yes.
I have. I
Well
made
done.
sure because... I wasn't going to get killed on that one. my father is of British descent.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Yeah. As we look at the Rodinga checkpoint, very good. I believe Scruffy is there. He is a past Finke legend. Our Finke Hero award winner, and he is just an absolute legend of a man. He does so many events volunteering here in the Northern Territory. He does the supercars. He does this. He does a heap at Hidden Valley, up in Darwin. So can definitely tell that this one's his checkpoint with his little dog running around.
You get an idea of just how cold it is out on the racetrack at the moment, and some of the conditions that these drivers are going to battle. You know, you can't underestimate that they're going to be doing 130, 140, 150, maybe upwards of 180 kilometres an hour in this crisp, cold morning air. That's something that they really have to battle. You know, you're talking about how cold, and then you add 4 degrees, 5 degrees, and then you add wind chill factor in there. You can see how the guys are huddled around that campfire, as I think I can hear the first of our competitors making their way down to the start-finish line complex. A 7:30 Central Time start. We're just 15 minutes away from that.
And it's, Trav's machine, Travis Robinson and Paul Curry in the extreme four-wheel drive machine. Looks absolutely amazing this morning. Great to see him on the top spot.
Yeah, always beautifully presented, the OBR cars.
You love to see it. Carbon weave all through the bodywork, like it is a real kit.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Mason all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
For those, that's all that really needs to be said about it. But, you know, we see some of that competition behind him. I mean, particularly Beau and Boston. He's going to have the two Bs hunting him down. Travis is going to know that even though he's out front and making a bit of dust and got that clean air advantage, he is going to have to push very hard because those two guys behind him, they know no other way than set to kill, hunt down. That'll be their goal, to drive as hard as they can, as fast as they can, and put some pressure on Trav, because I think they know if they fall back into an easy pace and just let Trav continue to get out in front and make more time, that they're not going to get a silly rookie error drive out of Trav. I think it's going to be very interesting, but I think they know they're going to have to push hard to try and put some pressure on put some pressure on Trav and force him into a mistake.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the funny thing is, yesterday when he was talked to before his prologue run was, oh, no, we've had this car for a week and a half. We're going to try and be conservative and we're not going to push the car into 100K into tomorrow's race. That went out the window straight away.
I think the visor flipped down and that plan just completely left. But it's saying that was a relatively smooth drive from him. I think that was something that we all commented on in the commentary box down here, was a nice smooth drive from Trav. I think that's what that Mason allows them to do. As we go down to Amanda and she catches up with our pole sitter, Travis Robinson.
Yeah, I'm down here with Travis Robinson and Paul Curry, of course, coming first in the 4x4 yesterday's prologue. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, very good. Excited.
Excited. Now tell me, very new 4x4 to you. How did it track yesterday? Obviously very good. How did it feel in it?
Yeah, it's good. It's a bit different to what we're used to, so we just give it 100Ks today of learning and then we'll be on it.
Yeah, nice. Now, is there a little bit of friendly sibling rivalry with your brother Beau that's going to be right behind you? What's the dinner table talk like?
No, we're just going to get 2 trucks on the podium. That's the main concern. It doesn't matter what order they're in.
I love it. Well, good luck, you guys. Have fun. Enjoy it. Keezy will be on the other end to welcome you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Back to you, Joshes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amanda. Very cool, calm and collected from Travis Robinson this morning. As he said yesterday, they just want 2 trophy trucks with OBR on them on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't that? It gives you an idea of the mentality of where they're at, the confidence that they have in their machinery as well, that they quietly, confidently believe that if they get down there and back, it's going to be 2 trucks on the podium for them. There is some awesome footage. If you've got a bit of time, get onto the YouTube, OBR184, I believe is their YouTube channel. Yep. There is some awesome footage from a couple of years ago of Trav leaving the start line in a pro buggy. And so much so they were holding boards behind to stop the spray, and it actually spat the guy out. Yep. So that's the level of ferocity that they leave the start line with. It's something to behold, that's for sure, as we see some shots from our start-finish end for race day 2. So this is down at Apachula.
Yeah, again, lovely shots as it all gets ready here and we're about to start buzzing. It's all nice and quiet down there for a couple of hours until these massive machines make their way through. And the really cool thing with the Finke this year is we've got a little bit more cameras and stuff like that down there, so we've got a little bit more access, and you will be showing you that. And it's really, really cool down there. And we are now going to get the ceremonies underway with the Hull Twins singing the national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and well-fought soil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
massive thank you to Madison and Michaela from the Unwanted Gems. If you like your music and you like supporting Alice Springs locals, jump onto their socials. They're absolutely amazing.
Do they play at Bojangles?
Yes, they do.
Come on.
The other Josh is in for it as well. As, yes, the iconic scenery here in the Red Centre on Fink weekends. The hot air balloons are out. And what a view you'd be getting from up there this morning. Timed absolutely perfectly.
What a way to watch Fink. How was your hot air balloon ride? Oh, it's very relaxing. I saw 1,000 horsepower trophy trucks pulling about 8,500 RPM fly underneath me at an ungodly pace. And then I got down on one knee and asked my girlfriend to marry me. So what a way to do it.
Yes. The man, the myth, the legend. Looking very focused on the start line. Great shots. You can see all the amazing gear in that thing. Looks like a PWR radiator in the back there. If I can see through the mesh there.
Good pick, good spot.
Really good radiators from Paul Wheels Company, who's over in the States at the moment. Anyone watching the double stream this morning, I know Baja 500's going on and their live stream was kicking off, so hopefully you've got the multi-view going this morning.
Multiple screens happening all at once. As we have, how many screens are well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 out. So we're 7 screens, not including phones, up here in the commentary booth at the moment. We have fantastic views, and we have it all happening here. And great to see both the OBR trucks sitting on the start line. Bo and Shane lined up behind as we cross down to Amanda to catch up with Bo right now.
I've got absolute legend and reigning king of the desert, Bo Robinson, here with me. Bo, you're here, you're back to defend your title, mate.
Yeah, look, it's just good to be back at the Red Centre. Love this joint. Great to Chad's having a good run. Honestly, I hope he can pull it off. We're not going to catch him, and he's on one this weekend, so it's good. It's really good.
Are you happy with how you went at prologue yesterday?
Yeah, obviously, the truck being all-wheel drive, it's exactly where I thought we'd end up, So, but look, it's just, we had a good clean run. The boys done a good job with the truck. Chad's having a good run, and just, glad to do that.
When you get down there with your brother, will you have a beer with him tonight?
Yeah, look, we're obviously looking after each other, all our, sharing parts and all the rest of it. So we'll do anything we can to make sure he keeps the run going for tomorrow, and same goes for me. So
Good on you, mate. Good luck, guys. Have fun today, okay? Very difficult to hear them, so I didn't know what he said there, but I'm sure it's fantastic. They're feeling it, they're nervous, they're excited. It's going to be fantastic. Cannot wait. All right, guys, we'll be back with a few more interviews very soon from the starting line.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amanda. Don't worry, he gave us all the insight into his run. I just can't believe we're here once again. It's almost time to get underway. It is reaching fever pitch up here in the box. It always does. We love it here. And the boards start to come out. Next one, 4 minutes to go. The sun cracks the horizon, and the top 3, top 4, top 5 now on the start line. Once again, just hats off to Boston Morgan Horan. To put himself up there at his first Fink attempt is just absolutely amazing.
It's unbelievable drive there. Poor old Josh Howe. You see the 6 trucks sitting there, and then he's just slipped into 5th position there as well. So he has got a monster of trophy trucks around him. 4-wheel drives, 2-wheel drives, Tiscos, Masons, Geysers, and the little Jimco in there. But I'm sure Josh ready to get the elbows out and hold his own as well against these boys. Like they said, they talk about Fink becoming a trophy truck race, but Josh ready to throw down and represent for the Buggy Dorks.
Yeah, and a massive shout out also to the 622, who I think we can see on the left-hand side of your screen now. Lachlan Bailey and Nathan Shrek in the side-by-side pro made a top 15 time in prologue yesterday. It's absolutely amazing. But here we go. We're going to go down and have a chat with Boston Morgan Horan, the 489, third off the line this morning with Amanda.
off the starting line this morning is Boston and Will. How are you feeling going into race day 1, Boston?
Feel quite good, excited, want to get to the other end.
They're ready to go. It's pretty chilly. It is a perfect morning for it, though. Tell me, what was your strategy going into prologue yesterday? Were you happy with third?
Yeah, first time here, and I'm pretty stoked with third, so I can't complain, really.
Excellent. How do you feel it's going to be crossing the line over at the halfway mark over at Apachula?
Good, but there's still another half to go.
Just another half after that. Well, good luck, Boston and Will. Enjoy the track, okay?
Thank you.
Alrighty, back to you, Joshes.
Thank you very much, Amanda, the man, the myth, the legend, Boston Morgan Horan. So good to get out there, and as you can see, Travis Robinson and Paul Curry on the start line. The 813, the graphic pops up. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to stay across everything today, jump onto the Tatts Finke Desert Race website, and you'll get all the live timing just like we do have up here in the box. But the 2-minute board up now. We are very close to starting the 49th running of this great race. A massive shout out to our Finke Grid ambassadors once again as well. They do so much during the week, so much during the event. They yeah, they're absolutely amazing people. So 1-minute board up now. Not too far away.
Can you feel it?
Oh, I can feel it.
Can you feel it?
You're like really cold, and then like all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can move, I can get loud. Like, yeah, it is. I'm keen. You get to that point where you can cut the air with a knife.
Absolutely. And speaking of getting loud, Travis Robinson down on the start line, I'm sure not too far off, getting very loud in that 4-wheel drive Mason truck.
Yeah, 30-second board shown to Trav. Not too far away whatsoever now. The 813 building revs up on the line. Let's see what the OBR machine can do. Brand new 4-wheel drive Mason trophy truck. Cars Day 1 coming to you live from Alice Springs. It's about to get loud. We'll intro him off the line, and then we're going to go a little bit quiet just so you can hear this thing, because I know in the comments yesterday everyone's like, we need to hear it. We'll let you hear it. Don't you worry about that.
Have you ever seen so many camera phones getting held up in the crowd, ready to watch the Mason all-wheel drive get off the start line?
Not too far away whatsoever. Off and racing the Robinson truck. Sounds so good in that cool, crisp air here in Alice Springs this morning. Our first competitor, Travis Robinson and Paul Curry, off in the 813 machine. We'll keep you updated with all the timings. First one to look for is Deep Well.
So a little bit of an interesting fact, you'll see where the exhaust poke out just behind that rear-mounted radiator there. Slightly different to what you'll see on Bo's 2-wheel drive Mason. One of the big difference, the all-wheel drive Mason, to allow for the front drive, the transfer case, everything like that. The motor actually mid-mounted in this Mason, whereas you'll see from the shots of Bo Robinson's Mason, you'll see that air filter tucked right into the back of the bonnet there. So a normal front-mounted engine in the Mason 2-wheel drive, the Mason all-wheel drive mid-mounted.
Yeah, making his way towards the gate, that famous gate we're going to talk all about tomorrow as they come back through. But into the whoop section now, and just dusts it. Oh, and listen to that thing scream over the whoops.
Isn't that a scary thought if that's Travis Robinson taking it easy?
Yeah. Yep. Well, his brother's on the line now, the 413, less than 30 seconds to go for Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt, your defending car champions in the Extreme 2-wheel drive Mason truck.
So just for those playing along at home, you think they're sitting on the start line for a long time. Actually, a 2-minute gap as the revs come up. You'll see the difference of the way this two-wheel drive gets off the start line. He squats down, builds those revs, plenty of wheel speed to try and get that truck up and moving as fast as he can. Drifts it out around that first corner. Bo, all levels of attack right here. He is going out and out to put on a big show. But he knows not only does he have Trav out in front that he's got to whip it and chase after, he's got Boston Morgan Horan sitting behind him, only 2 minutes. And that's a nice dust gap for Boston as well. So Bo knows that he is going to have to be absolutely on it. But it's Bo and Huddy.
Yeah.
They only know one way, and that is on it. I mean, you can tell right now that he is not easing his way into this. That is prologue level of attack right there.
Yeah, no, definitely. Always the stadium section on the first day. A lot of people will push just to try and get that extra little edge out of the gate and as much clean air as they can in the gaps that we give these competitors. Rear end just looking great on this thing at the moment. Diving that nose into the corners, making sure the rear end comes around, gives them as much drive as possible.
I'd love to get some facts and figures on how often that truck is actually tracking straight.
Yeah. Oh.
Always sideways,
Yeah.
always backing it into a corner, always drifting it through a corner. Phenomenal driver, Bo. Knows that truck inside out, has been driving trucks for a long time, super comfortable in them. Him and Huddy, a great team. This is going to be an exciting battle between the brothers.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And the man that we are watching this weekend for his first attack at Fink just decides to chuck it on third position for prologue yesterday. Boston Morgan Horan and Will Haddock about to get off the line here. I believe that's a Geyser truck, if I'm not mistaken there. The 489. But the revs build for them. And they are off and racing. And, oh, that thing sounds good as well.
Holy moly, that twin turbo set to absolute kill.
Yeah, that's set to 11 and more. This man is chasing. You can tell that that's his plan of attack this morning, is get right up on the rear of those Robinson brothers. If they make one mistake, Boston is right there.
Getting it up on two wheels on the first corner, that is an absolute madman. I tell you what, by the interviews that Amanda had with him, you wouldn't think such a chill dude would be driving the way he is. You'd swear he'd just woken up from a nap, got into the driver's seat there and was given an interview. But obviously when that green light comes on, Boston becomes a whole different animal. Now, one of the things I always love about these cars from the Horans is they're beautifully presented, got those bright wraps. So his dad recently raced a Jimco Pro Buggy and had an all chrome wrap. It was very unique. You can spot that Boston truck from a mile away.
Yeah.
Also by how fast it's flipping going, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a difference. The first two cars off the line, naturally aspirated V8s. You heard the difference in that car, a twin turbo V6 Ford EcoBoost.
Yeah, it's so good to have so many different varieties of engine in the off-road racing space at the moment. But we go to the start line, the 479. Nick Commons and Ryan Gavlin for the West Lime boys. They've got two trucks here this weekend, and this man, you can tell he was at Brekkie Bash because he came out and put an absolute heater down yesterday in prologue, and fourth is not bad at all for the West Lime machine.
Fourth is exceptional. Yeah, that big Brenthal trophy truck there. You see the West Lime on the side, Method race wheels. So he threw down in the Method race wheels prologue yesterday as he gets ready to tackle the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
We might have to go check our effects mics because I think they're probably going to be blown out by the end of race day one here for the cars. Yeah. Hope you're getting those lovely audio clips. Hope your TV's set to kill this morning if you're watching at home. This West Lime truck looking absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so that noise that you heard there, that big pop, that's the shift cut for that vehicle. So a lot of these vehicles running either air-operated paddle shift sequential gearboxes or still a sequential lever that you pull, much like, say, a V8 supercar.
Yep.
And through load cells and stuff like that, they're able to tell the computer that they're pulling a gear, so they can flat shift just like you see in all the latest technology, Lamborghinis, V8 supercars, Formula One.
Yep.
The technology that is in these massive off-road racing machines is world-class. As we cut to the in-car of Bo Robinson. What an absolute menace this guy is. This is what you love to see. This is what technology brings to off-road racing. Third gear, wide open. 70 climbs up to 80 kilometres an hour through these trees. I wish it... Oh,
yeah.
Oh. I wish I had words to be able to describe how that makes me feel as we look at Josh Howell on the starting line.
Yeah, fellow Josh. Hope he does it well this weekend. 5th off the line.
Fellow Josh.
The first of the pro buggies. There's Joshes everywhere this weekend. It's ridiculous. But yeah, a really good time for Josh. And, you know, he didn't have the best of years last year, so we're really hoping for this pro buggy to go well.
And Josh not hanging around on the start line there, so you hear the way he just gets it up on the torque converter. Tries to build plenty of boost in this turbo car. As you see, the slightly lighter, bit more nimble Jimco, the way he's able to throw that pro buggy in across that jump into that corner there. This is where he knows he has to be fast. So he can't match it with the trucks out in the big, rough, whooped out section. But this stadium section, he knows he can be fast here. So great that we're getting these live pictures of Josh pushing Howell. We're all cheering on for Josh. He's had nothing but bad luck here at Finke. I think if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck here at Finke. So cheering him on, hoping for a great race. He's a wonderful competitor. Him and his family have been doing this for many years. So excited for these guys up front where they need to be for a good start for the weekend.
Yeah, no, definitely. Josh has had some really good stuff here as well in the past. My first Finke, I think he came third in that rendition of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Had a really good push in the pro buggy, and wearing that number 15 this weekend. But I do believe we now go down to the start line for Billy Geddes and Alan Cornick, the underwater cave diver.
Slippery Muldoon, mate.
Yep.
Yep. Straight out of Kalgoorlie. Been diving down in caves. The corn dog right there giving us the thumbs up. Plenty of racing experience there as well. The boys' little fist bump there, getting ready to lock and load. They had a great run down last year. I think they climbed from 8th to 2nd on road, so expected to see plenty of performance there out of this big Tisco truck. Comiskey handing over the keys to Billy saying, get it done, son. You dive caves, you bomb whoops. What a day.
Well, I think the Rodinga Rattler would be nothing compared to this thing. But off in racing for the 4th. Oh! Far out, that thing sounds good.
Yeah, nice and gentle off the start line there. Just got it moving, and then you see him put the foot flat down and start shifting up through the gears. That sequential paddle shift, air shift operated Albans on that thing, just grabbing the gears. See Billy's got the big tyres back on at the 40s as he hangs it out, that two-wheel drive Tisco. Beautifully set up truck.
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it, but the ex-Toby Price machine.
Absolutely. Plenty of heritage in that truck. Yep. It knows its way up and down the Finke track, and it knows how to do it fast.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. It's looking good here this weekend as well. The microfiber cloth already out.
Yeah.
Because Billy's gone on a bit of excursion through the mud.
Well, that's just his cave diving days. Yep. He's looking forward to finding out.
Feels friendly in the water, so he's just going to attack it.
Yes. But Billy and Corn, a great team. They race here in Australia, here in America, so looking forward to these guys having a nice run down there. And one of the great things is we talk about this 2-minute dust gap that the top 10 have got, giving them a nice little dust gap for them to be able to push hard, get out there, get down the track nice and fast, safely as well. So these are some of the important things for these guys.
Yeah, so the crazy thing is that we had Josh Howes in 5th go off in the pro buggies. The next pro buggy is not until Kai Camilleri. In front of him is John Towers and Bruce Young in a pro light.
It's incredible.
It is.
But Towers a great racing name. I think there's about 100 of them. Glenn Towers and John Towers. There's plenty of them that get out here and race. Tell you, look at this buggy, and it's not what you expect to see this far up the pointy end, but it just goes to show that if you're committed, plenty of driving ability, plenty of RPM out of that little pro light as well, the 127 machine. John Towers, Bruce Young off the start line. Plenty of commitment as well. Like we said, they almost drive these pro lights like you would expect a two-stroke, like some of our 250 machines to be getting right. They get it up on the pipe as he swings it out there. Great drift around the corners. It looks like from our live tracking we can see the 813, the 413, the 489, all marking time, holding position on the track.
Yeah, having a good push.
As we have a bit of a look at our WA Fire Protection live stream from the OBR car. Got it up and running here as well, mate. I think Bo Robinson has been 6th gear flat for about 2 or 3 minutes as I just glance across and have a little bit of a look at it. But great to see John Towers, our pro light, 7th position.
Yeah.
What a drive yesterday in Prologue.
Yeah, massive drive from them yesterday at the Method Race Wheels Prologue. It's great to see a pro light up there. And that's the thing, you just got to be consistent at this race. If you are consistent, you will be right. Next up, Kai Camilleri and Luke Hendry in the 34 Pro Buggy machine. You can hear that pro light just bouncing over the whoops. 30-second board up for them now. You love that. As soon as that visor goes down, you know it is game on.
Yeah, the boys just locking in, getting focused. As the 30-second board, they head over to the starter control of the light, same light system that we had operating yesterday for Prologue, but Kai getting himself ready. I think this is going to be a little battle to watch as well. Yep. Kai, Nick and Kent, all very similar times in Prologue yesterday as well, so expecting to see these guys close. That nice sounding, naturally aspirated V8, that Jimco gets off the start line. Kai with a nice line through there, just cutting that corner, hitting the apex beautifully, getting a little bit of a hop over there. The 34 machine, the Red Nut Racing boys. Kai, one of those guys, stepping up from a side-by-side, found the Jimco, got a beautifully Hendry-built V8 in it. Sounds great, goes great. Excited to see where these guys end up.
Yeah, nothing better than a naturally aspirated V8 in the morning here in the red centre. We absolutely love them. And that's the thing as well. You don't need a turbo motor here. You can run those naturally aspirated motors and still be competitive. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. There's but then speaking of turbo motors, there's a heck of a one sitting on the start line waiting to go next. But yes, naturally aspirated V8's actually proving slightly to be kings of the desert recently. Between the trucks taking a bit of a firm hold of this, they seem to prefer the naturally aspirated V8, the way that motor makes power. And speaking of naturally aspirated V8s, Kent Battle there sitting on the start line as well. As we cut to Bo Robinson as well, this in-car, 100 kilometres an hour, you see Huddy bossing him around, even though it's Bo's truck. Huddy making sure that he cracks the whip on him. 5th gear, you can see on the dash there, that Dugan's engine that we were talking about in the front. Huddy guiding him all the way through, got that big GPS in front of him as we cut to this great in-cab shot of the Hicks machine here now. Nick, one of the guys that had a second run at Prologue, and I'm guessing he's very glad that he did manage to move himself up a few positions. I believe he was yellow flag due to Andy Brown's rollover. Yeah.
Well, I was speaking to a couple of locals here yesterday, and there were some sneaky rollovers that we didn't catch because they all sort of got back on the wheels and went again. So,
oh wow,
yeah, no, and even I think there was a Super 1650 that did it as well early on, but we just did not catch it because there was very minor damage, and they just licked the stamp and sent it. As the 85 gets around the Prologue track now, the ex-Haby car. Nick Hicks. I've really wanted to don him a nickname this weekend, Chick Hicks. If you love cars, you know what I'm talking about. But this thing, extremely well presented. Going to take that inside line.
Yeah, plenty of horsepower plenty of suspension, beautifully designed and built car. Got great heritage here as well, like you said. And we're looking forward to seeing what he can do. Shout out to the Habies, Aaron and Carl. Carl, your car's going well, mate, or your ex-car's going well. But shout out to them. I'm sure they're watching along at home. Disappointed they're not here. Even here to help cheer on. A couple of elements inside the top 10 as well.
Oh, it's a great time for Aussie-built machines and off-road racing. It really is.
Absolutely. So we see the 85 slide off into the distance. They'll head out along those whooped out straight and then out through that gate where we will be looking as we zoom in on Kent Battle.
Very happy with the running of his machine yesterday. And I think he's just going to set this thing to 11 and go.
Absolutely. Well, great. He's notorious for warming into a race, but great to see him start prologue at the pace we all know that he can drive, and he knows he can drive. Ken, if you listen along, mate, we need a bit of more activity on the meme page. It's been a bit quiet lately. Less focusing on building your element and getting some more memes out there for the players at home, please, mate. As he's off the start line, that Nortrans Racing Brinks Performance 6 litre.
Far out, that thing sounds good.
As Kent would say, mate, when you got a decent engine builder, you don't need cubic inches. So he just decided to give everyone else a chance and stick with a naturally aspirated 6 litre. But that Briggs Performance Albans element combination is an absolute thing of beauty. Nice line there outside. Got it up on the berm and railed it around the outside. I think he's one of the first we've seen to really go that long way round, but carried plenty of momentum there. Getting a little bit loose there. But that's what we're looking for, a great run from Kent there. And a little bit of aggression early on. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kent at the moment.
Yeah, no, definitely. But he's such a cool, calm, collected bloke outside of the seat as well. He's another one of those guys that once the helmet goes on, they set the kill. Could not believe how cool, calm, and collected he was after prologue, and was like, I'm sure we're right.
Absolutely. He's a character, Kent Battle, that's for sure.
No, he definitely is. As we look to the line now, the 93 of Aaron James, single-seater machine here this weekend. Again, very, very close between these guys on the start line. Matt Hansen behind him in the next of the pro buggies. Another one to watch. They all split by a couple of tenths in prologue yesterday.
Yeah, that single-seater machine there off the start line. AJ, a great competitor, knows his way up and down the track. That Illumicraft, one heck of a beast. Plenty of performance, that EcoBoost V6. Had a few little dramas with it recently, but I heard a bit of a rumour around the pits that mucked around with removing the variable cam timing from it, and it's proven to be much more reliable. As we keep a bit of a look on the tracking, I think just having a look at the in-car of Bo, that he's up and over well past, he's already passed the 40k June jump as well at this point in time. So those boys are fair way down the track. Looks like the 813, the 413, the 489, the 479 and the 15. So our top 5 still all holding position. Amazing. You can jump online to the Finke Desert Race website, follow the links, get the live tracking, get the live timing, get the live feed. Watching the 93 right now, Aaron James, single seat. So there is a man that is going to be working hard. Navigates himself, drives himself. If he gets a flat tyre, he's got to get out and change it. And how great is this to see a former Australian champion, Matt Hansen, on the start line as well. This SMU Racing Turbo Jimco. You can hear it slowly building a bit of boost, getting it off the line. Plenty of horsepower there. You already see a groove starting to form through that first corner there. Much more of a groove than what we saw in prologue yesterday as the 7 machine. Hopefully it's lucky number 7 this weekend for Matt Hansen. Beautifully presented Jimco. Always fast, always looking good.
Yeah, no, definitely is. Just having a look at the OBR stream again on my side of things. Far out, that thing is hawking. fourth gear. 70, 80 odd K an hour. It's looking good for them.
But great to see that we're already 20 minutes in off the start time, and it looks like most of our top 10 that has been off the, or all of our top 10 that has been off the start line on our live tracking still showing as moving. So that's awesome that we haven't had little issues as the 6-2-2 machine. Lachlan Bailey, bit of bragging rights last night over Dad Royden. Dad, I think it's time you hand over the keys to the Element. You can have the side-by-side. We'll get this show on the road, but our first of our side-by-side pro machines. That Can-Am X3 shifting up through the gears. Little bit of a back off, but just to settle it down, points it through that corner, holds it flat, still going up gears all the way in. 220 horsepower from a factory machine with a 6 or 7 speed sequential gearbox. What a piece of work.
Yeah, insane to think, hey?
Not just a golf cart anymore.
No. No moving roadblocks here. 847 off the line. Brent Smoothie. Absolutely hooking. We must be down to 30-second gaps now.
Not sure what happened there, whether Brett missed his start time. Wasn't quite ready. We're down to... Looks like we're down to minute 30 gaps.
Yeah, okay.
So top 10, 2-minute gap. Top 20, a minute 30 gap. And then as we drop down, I believe it drops after the top 20, it's 30-second gaps.
Yeah, okay. It's another one of those four-wheel drive Masons out here this weekend. This was the talk of the town a couple of years ago. Same thing as Travis, was in the country for like a week and was competitive pretty quickly.
Yeah, last year also had King of the Desert riding passenger with him. So what a fantastic navvy to have. David Walsh, unfortunately not here this weekend on the bike or as the navigator. As we cut to the 24, the Method Race Wheels Tatum 2. Look at it squat down, get all the boost. Have you had a bit of a chat to Timmy, mate? Is he ready for today?
Oh, I don't think he is, but he'll be right. I think he said he'll close his eyes for two hours or so, and he'll be right.
Beautiful, but a great line there from Ryan off the start line. That Tatum looking like it's ready to rock and roll. Like you said, he got it squatted right down there. Plenty of boost off the start line, and he is riding that outside berm there. Big 37s on the Tatum. Looks like it's always got a bit of a streetcar fats and skinny look there with the Tensor tyres on the front as the steer tyre, but the 24 off the start line. Having a good, solid run there. He's going to have the bit between his teeth. Brett Smoothie in front of him, so that's a good car to try and chase down. Lachlan Bailey, Matt Hanson, Aaron James all in front of him. So a great crew to battle with there. He's also got Jared Percival right behind him, the Australian number 2 at the moment.
Yeah, no, great to see Ryan Taylor and Timothy Button off the line. And I'll give a quick shout out to the Timmy Button fan club that join in on the live stream. They're from all over the place, from the States, here in Australia, as we continue to watch these awesome pictures. 90 odd K an hour from Bo Robinson. Just having a push out there. It's great to be able to show you these pictures. Fourth gear, just having a great time. So all still moving. We should not be too far away whatsoever from having his brother through the deep well checkpoint. And from what I can see here, only around about 2Ks between the 413 of Bo Robinson and 489 of Boston Morgan Horan. So very close between those two.
Now, I might just have to confirm, but fun little fact is I think the GPS speed that you will see in the bottom left-hand corner there in front of Huddy is actually mile per hour, not kilometres. So that gives you some idea of the speed that these boys are pushing at the moment as Jared Percival sits on the start line. We see the GPS in the top left corner, the rally safe there, all pointed towards the navigator. The driver only has one job: focus on the road, get it down there as fast as possible as that turbo element off the start line. Cool, crisp air, great for these turbo motors. They all love coming to Finke because they can crank the boost up, get a bit aggressive on the tune. They know the thick, dense air out here in Alice Springs, perfect for a turbo motor.
Yeah, no, definitely. Jared Percival and Matthew Glash out there this morning in the number 2 machine. So second in last year's Motorsports Australia Off-Road Championship with the 2 on the roof. Will be good to see how he can go from 16th on the grid. Very quick driver. Sun being a little bit of a factor in the stadium section here as well, just with the amount of turns. Being in a bit of a dodgy spot. But they'll be right. They've got the tinted visors on and they go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Travis Robinson in a time of 28 minutes through Deep Well. So this is the fun bit of the morning now. We start to really pick apart how quick it takes you to get down to certain spots, and then we can really see where it's all at between the checkpoints, how far away they are from each other. But back on the start line, that there is Hayden Bentley off in his Extreme 4-wheel drive truck, the 818. Great to see Hayden off the line here for the Bentley crew, the first of 3 vehicles this weekend.
Yeah, the 818, an all-wheel drive racer trophy truck running a Fortin sequential gearbox and a VR35. So that's the Nissan GDR motor, yep. De-stroked down as well to 3.5 litres. So a very cool combination of car, that racer all-wheel drive trophy truck. Hayden, a 2-time former champion here as well. Super excited to see this team all weekend. 3 cars here. It's going to be a monumental effort for him. But Hayden, now that he's in the car, there's not much else he can do for the rest of his team. He's just got to focus on his drive, getting down there as fast as he humanly can. Speaking of fast as he humanly can, looks like Trav on an absolute burner there. Under 30 minutes to Deep Well.
Yeah.
That is flying.
No, it definitely is. It's going to be really interesting to see who comes through next. Might be able to give you an official...
As we see Michael Dolan on the start line, the Mr. Diggett trophy truck. So these guys, great racers. I believe they started doing a bit of Ultra 4 competition, and then that crossed over into modifying their Ultra 4 so that it could fit into Class 8. And now they've stepped up to that trophy truck, the 486. Nice and easy off the start line there. Wonder if they're just taking it a little bit easy, hoping to get the temperatures up in the transmission, the oils in the diff, everything like that. Nice and warm. The 486 gently off the start line. Hopefully not a little bit of a problem for them. But the Mr. Diggett, that big Brenthal trophy truck on the start line. Great to see a couple of Brenthal trucks here. We saw one earlier off the line with Nick Commons in the West Lime truck as well. As we keep a little bit of an eye on our split times, we expect to see Bo through Deep Well relatively shortly as well. Those 2-minute dust gaps between our top 10. A minute 30 between 10 to 12, and then we drop down into 30-second start time. So pretty soon the cars are going to be thick and fast off the start line. As we see Denny Brown on the start line there, this beautiful turbo Alumacraft car. Now I'm going to say we should expect to see a time for Bo very shortly. Looks like I can see on his live feed he just jumped the road crossing.
Yep. He is through in around about 29 minutes.
Beautiful. So marking good time there. We see Danny Brown, that beautiful radius rolled roof bar on the Alumacraft, getting the boost up. Danny not happy with his prologue lap, not where he would have liked to have been. We know talking to him yesterday, he wanted to be around that top 4, that top 5. But Danny and George, a great team, I'm sure they're going to have the boost wound up in that number 4 Alumacraft. Danny, a great driver. George, a great navvy. Knows Danny inside out. Oof, it's a bit naughty. But knows Danny Brown very well. And they are fast here. You see SDG suspension on the side of that car as well. So I'm going to bet it's well set up as well.
No, definitely great to see some more pro buggies making their way off the line. Having a good push out in the stadium section, and Boston at Morgan Horan through as well. I'd say he's caught up 28 minutes through to Deep Well. So nothing in that less than a minute. He's pushing. He's caught up a little bit to the Bo Robinson machine.
As we cut to the in-cab of Bo, so you can see he has passed Deep Well, operating on the left-hand side of the track there. Look at these beautiful shots. Riding the berm, whooped out. Plenty of suspension in that big Mason truck. That thing a work of art. He is pushing hard. He knows he's got Travis in front, Boston behind. As the Monk Fabrication 21 machine, the last of our top 20 off the start line. Mark Burrows, the 21 in 20 position. Now we're going to see the 4-5-4 on the start line. That Get Performance truck, only 30 seconds between all the vehicles now. So hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen.
The fun begins. Brad Gallard in this new machine for him this weekend. Up on the loud pedal straight away. Gets that thing turning the correct way. Great to see that first little jump there, or yeah, sort of roller, really shows the suspension travel on these machines. Next off the line though, the 1088, the first of our sports light, the Montesalvo twins, Christian and Ashton. Another great sounding vehicle.
Yeah, that 2.5 naturally aspirated 4-cylinder. Like you said, they treat it a bit like a 2-stroke. Got to get it up on the pipe.
Next of our side-by-side pros, the 6140, Zach Marsh and Richard Tassin. Good start from them. Great to see how competitive these side-by-sides are this year. And then next off the line will be Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook in their Extreme 2-wheel drive. The 467. The second of the West Lime trucks. Having a real good push there.
Yeah, so Andrew, sorry, in a Geyser trophy truck there as well.
Next on the line, the Swinglehurst machine. Often racing in the 48. Thomas Swinglehurst in that one.
Yeah, and Kate, his sister as well. So one of our great female competitors here in the Navigator seat. Kate races side-by-side regularly as well, but obviously not bringing the side-by-side here. As Jeff McNiven, the 604 off the start line. That's last year's side-by-side defending champion. So interested to see what he can do. He's got that Maverick R under him this year. Last year raced just the X3 and was ridiculously fast. So I had a bit of a chat to Tom yesterday as well after prologue. Wasn't exactly happy. Said he was a little bit loose, but knows there's a few areas where he can tighten up and get a bit better of a run. But ultimately very happy with where he's at up as we got Josh Ferguson in that Jimco Pro buggy off the start, the 47. Not a machine I've actually witnessed before, so excited to see some of the new cars that are out here, as we've also got the 488 on the start line, Keith Hurst and Robert James Sidham. But great to see these good shots of just the JSW Power Sports machine. The 488, the Geyser G6 off the start line, and the 47.
Now, I don't want to put the mocker out already, but the 479, we were expecting Nick Commons through quite a while ago at Deep Well, but it looks like he has, I don't know whether he's stopped moving on the tracker or not, but there are quite a few vehicles in front of him. The number 7, the 93, and the 85 all in front, the 127 as well. So, next car we're expecting through, looks like the Comiskey Mining Group machine. Zaka was off the line, and now the 45 as well, of Andrew Brown, and Michael Zaka were the last two to leave the line, but it looks like Billy Geddes has put the foot down and absolutely sent it, because it looks like he's got in front of Josh Howes at this point in time, but we'll just have to wait for the checkpoint times to update, and we'll give you a official announcement. That's just me having a look at the tracker and trying to find out some details. Sam Bentley off the line now in the 1018 as well.
Yeah, it looks like we also saw Andrew Brown off the start line there as well, so they getting a seeding after rolling over yesterday. So unfortunately for them, a slight rollover in prologue yesterday, but we're able to get it up and running. As the 1, 2, 3 off the start line as well, that's Matthew Burrows.
Yeah, no, so definitely something going on with the 479 of Nick Commons, because Josh Howes is through deep, through Deep Well. So so we should see Billy Geddes through next. We might even see Nick, but it did look like he had stopped on the tracker. So the number 3 off the line now, though, Glenn Ackred in his side-by-side. Very consistent machine, that number 3. Next off the line, the 482, the next of the Tisco Trophy trucks here this weekend. On the bopper.
Got it up on the pipe.
Off the line is Mick Major in that extreme 2-wheel drive machine. And there you have it. Billy Geddes through Deep Well, making up time. Only 1 minute and 9 seconds between him and Josh Howes, so they are pushing out there.
Yeah, so unfortunately maybe a little bit of an issue for Nick. Like you said, that's a real shame this early in the race. As we see the 52 machine, Royden Bailey, off the start line as well in the 482, Mick Major. So our sports light battle well and truly alive with the Montesalvos and Sam Bentley off the start line. Our pro light battle well and truly alive, and we've got plenty of our side-by-side pros off the line as well, as also the 98 of Richard Crabb gets off the start line.
Yeah, great to see all these vehicles off and racing here on day 1 of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, 49th running of this great event. Next of the vehicles on the start line, the 61, the Western machine, Cooper Western. Off and running as a 98. Oh, gets the rear end right around. Stadium section. You'd want to do it in the stadium section rather than out there, though. Single-seater machine. Really throwing that thing around.
It puts him in a nice driving position sitting in the centre there. It's one of those ones where all good while it's going good, but unfortunately if they got to get out and change a tyre, it's all on them as well. As another one of our side-by-side pro machines off the start line.
Travis Robinson is on a heater. 42 minutes to Rodinga. Wow. This man is, yeah,
he's flying. There's no other word to say.
Absolutely flying out there at the moment.
Out front and in control at this point in time.
The 153, the next of the Pro Light machines off the line, Alan Dixon. Here we go. We're going to be able to watch Bo come through Rodinga from what I've heard here. Just waiting on the official time to go through as well. Just having a look at the checkpoint cam.
As the 627 making a good run there.
Troy Beshman off the line.
That's the 653, Troy Bressam. So at these Maverick Can-Am R's, they're definitely the choice of attack at this point in time for our side-by-side pro machines. Is our 153 Dixon.
Paddy
your
Weir.
man.
Yeah, Paddy Weir and Lockie Weir here this weekend. The Alice Locals and the 165 had a huge moment on the prologue section and somehow held on to it over some of the whoops there. We're nearly on its roof, but they saved it somehow. If you want to watch that footage, go to the Show and Go photography page. You'll be able to see that. But as they are off the line, the 127 of John Towers in his Pro Light is into deep well. Kane Jones off the line in his machine as well. And side by side, was looking to try and get a podium finish this weekend. But great to see the Todd River Pastoral Co. machine out there on the prologue section. And they'll be out onto the Fink track very, very shortly. I think this wrap on the thing is definitely an ode to the old Peter Kittle racing days. The 639 off the line now, though, as well. Jamie Harrison. So we continue to watch Kane Jones get out of the stadium section. Watching very intently to see the 413 of Bo Robinson through the Rodinga checkpoint. Shouldn't be too far away whatsoever, because there was only a 2-minute gap at Deep Well. So we'll just wait to see the 679 Flynn Dow on the start line. Another one of our side-by-side machines. Off and racing the 679. Terence Flindow off the line. See how they go.
One of the earlier Can-Am X3 adaptations of the side-by-side Pro. Still, as we said, a very fast machine. A Can-Am X3 took out over Jeff McNiven in a Can-Am X3, won the side-by-side Pro category on his own. One of the dead giveaways, you see those upper control arms on the Maverick Pro R there. The way they come up and over to deal with allow them to have more suspension travel, less bump steer. Very unique looking setup.
So Keith McReynolds off the line and Bo Robinson through Rodinga to roundabout close to a 4-minute gap now.
So Trav 2 minutes faster.
Yep.
Yep.
The big man, Brett Taylor. Oh, you love to hear it. The Alice local for Loose Cannon Racing. Best of luck to him. And still right there with Bo Robinson is Boston Morgan Horan. He's through Rodinga now as well in 42 minutes. That man is flying, and it's less than a minute actually.
Yeah, less than a minute between Bo and Boston at the moment.
Nathan shivers off the line though in the 6.70. So we continue to watch Brett Taylor in the stadium section. Real lump cam on the start line, and I think it is the second of the Comiskey mining machines.
Yes, the 834, the all-wheel drive at Brentford. Fresh War Speed 7 litre. And then not far behind him, Hannah Bentley in the 418. So the second of the Bentley machines on the start line, the 670, having a great run there. As they try and get their race day underway. Calm the nerves, get into the track.
Hannah's mission for this weekend?
No lid skids.
No lid skids. Keep it on all four wheels. Nick Hicks through Deepwell. So, doing well. Doing well in that machine. So Nick Commons still out there. Unfortunately, we don't know what's going on there. The 651 off the line now as well.
Yeah, we'll keep a bit of an eye out for any updates that we have at this point in time. See if we can work out what had happened to Nick Cummins as well. Anyone playing along at home, slide in a bit of a comment or let us know what has happened to Nick. Bit of a shame for them after a great prologue run. As the 6104. That's Glenn Brinkman. Side-by-side pro. I believe they were saying they only decided to build that car a couple of weeks ago. 4 or 5 weeks ago. Turned around the new Can-Am, getting it ready to race here at Fink. The 651 appears on our screen as well. And the 36, that big Jimco Hammerhead. Off the start line, Brad Close.
Having a good push out there. Another car that sounds very, very mean. As we continue to watch these machines go through. The Birdman is off the line. The 433 Alice Local single-seater trophy truck. You love to see it.
Yeah, often we see single-seat buggies. Not often we see a single-seat Class 4 or a single-seat trophy truck. It's a long time to be on your own and out there in the desert. Every little bump, every little noise, no one to run an idea past. Does that sound a bit rattly? Does that sound a bit noisy? Nope, it's just you. The 626 off the start line as well. So he's Aaron James. Aaron James. Sorry, my bad. I was like, the 626 off the start line. So he's got...
Yep, sorry, Aaron James through deep well now.
Yes.
So having a good push there on the 93. Just trying to work out... So that would be...
The 485, the Wild Man, off the start line.
Yeah, Dylan River out there this weekend. Just trying to find...
This is the 626. That's Daniel Challen. So hopefully not a transponder problem there for Daniel. He didn't pop up on our live timing. as the next of our spotlights, the 10.57, gets off the start line. So that's Rod Visser. And that Confab Sports Light. Rod, a great competitor out here, regularly a name that we call here at Fink at many an off-road race, as well as the 682 off the start line as well. So that's Scott Dunn in that long wheelbase 4-seater Can-Am.
So, from what I've heard here, 479 has had a nosedive over a jump and broke the chassis, unfortunately. So, very, very unlucky for the Commons machine. They had a great prologue as the 1001 is off the line. That will be Paul Tigger. Having a good run there.
That's really sad news for the Westline team. After a great prologue, I'm sure they were hoping to turn it into a great first day race.
No, definitely the 682 out there as well, that long wheelbase Can-Am.
Looks like they're pulling off to the side of the track, unfortunately. The 1-3-4. David Hall. So I guess if it's you got to break down anywhere close to the pits is a very good place to do it. Might be able to duck back in and grab something if they need it. As the Tinger, the 10, different number on the windscreen there? Yeah, the 1001 as the 439 Jamie Knight off the start line. Hey, the boys getting a little bit loose there in the 134 David Hall.
Love to see it next of our vehicles on the line as well, the 38.
Another one of these beautifully presented pro machines. Gary Pober, Dennis Duncan.
The number 7 of Matt Hansen through Deep Well now as well.
Very good to hear that Matt Hansen's still moving.
So big push from the front runner competitors out there. Night Machine looking very, very good in its Yokohama livery this weekend. 6144 off the line as well. That's Craig Anderson in his side-by-side. Great to see. Keeping our eyes peeled on the timing screens to see who's coming through Deep Well and who's coming through Rodinga. Josh Howe shouldn't be too far away from that either.
As Ivan Schmocker, the 58, one of the original Element cars off the start line. I feel like every year we call Ivan Schmocker off the start line at Fink. The man is dedicated to coming and having a good time here in the Alice. It's the 6144.
Josh House through Rodinga, 47 minutes, so going well there.
Great to see some of those cars. Josh Howe, Matt Hansen, still up and moving. The 669.
So
Smoothie through Deep Well as well.
Yep, Smoothie through Deep Well and Billy Geddes through Rodinga. And right on the back of Howe's, like
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah. So a 2-minute gap there to Howe's, but Billy looks like from our time there, he's moved right up onto the back of Josh.
Billy's on a big push.
Billy's always on a big push. 481 off the start line as well. That's Cole Desbro. Yeah, Cornick, he's navigator. He's not well renowned for ever telling Billy to take the easy option, to slow down a little bit off a jump. I believe the official term is he puts a little, if he wants him to send it off something, he puts a little aeroplane symbol. So aeroplane it, brother, aeroplane it. So, yeah, Corn.
Ooh.
Sorry, I was just watching one of the live feeds there. Zaka had a moment narrowly missing a tree. So that's another one of the live feeds you can follow along with the Mike Shock Shop. Kent Battle also having a live feed. Smoothie having a live feed in their car as well. So like I said, we've got multiple screens up and running here in the commentary booth, trying to give you as much information as we can from all different angles. We've got some friends down the track texting us in some information. We're looking at your comments on the live stream as well. Josh has got them up in front of him as well, keeping a bit of an eye on that. So if you've got any information, please send it through to us. We want to make sure that we've got the most accurate and up-to-date information. Isn't it amazing? Years ago, Josh, this was something that we could only dream of.
Oh, yeah.
Having multiple screens, multiple live feeds going.
Yeah, the amount of information we get in the comms box now, it's a little bit overwhelming. But yeah, no, we are loving it up here in the box. Lewis off the line as well as the 6165 off the line, which is Benjamin Ward. And just to one of the comments in the YouTube stream, no, Justin isn't running the trophy truck. He's actually sold that one. Just the Monte Salvo twins this year. So we're all rooting for the 1088.
As we said, great to see the 60 before that we were talking about, Brett Lewis. Believe that's a Brenthal Pro Buggy as well. So a different make, different model, different combination that we see here this weekend as the 638 Ashley Foot. Giving it all the foot off the start line there. Right foot hard down and then lift when you get to Apatula. There you go. That's all the driving coaching that you need. As the 96 on the start line as well.
Ryan Taylor through deep well now in the 24 machine. So him and Timmy Button doing well through there.
Do you reckon Timmy's finally opened his eyes?
I think so. Maybe by now.
Yep.
As Robbie Galetta gets off the line in the 96.
That big Jimco champion. I love a Jimco champion. Bryce Chapman, shout out to you if you're listening along at home, mate. Please get that champion back on the road. Get a 7-litre in it and get yourself out here to Fink. Champions were just made for races like Fink. But great to see another champion out here. So Robbie will be cheering you on, mate. Those big 37-inch tyres. Just soaking up the rough stuff as the 6149 off the start line. That's Kyle Reed as the first of our Class 7 competitors pull up. The 773.
Jared Percival in the number 2 machine through deep well now as well. Greg Campbell through there and John Towers. So John Towers actually went through first and quite literally a second later Jared Percival was through. Oh no, sorry, that's Rodinga for John Towers. I do apologise. So John Towers through Rodinga. Jared Percival through deep well. Brad Lovell, the 773 off the line all the way from the United States of America. He said, I'm not running Baja. I'm coming to Fink. Trying to go 3-time back-to-back wins in the production four-wheel drive class. Great prologue from them yesterday.
As the 63, that Mendiola chassis off the start line. Isn't it great going back to Brad Lovell? So Tom Darlington off the start line there in the 63, but going back to Brad Lovell. Ford getting right behind this as well. You know, they've got the factory support out here. And, you know, this is something that you're saying at Darwin, they already had the posters printed out, ready to go. So a week later, they had the Ford Raptor Ranger winning Fink. You know, this is the car that you can basically buy off a showroom for. And I believe they had the Super Duty, the Ranger Super Duty out here doing a bit of towing duties for them as well.
A little bit of testing. Great to see that thing out there. So really putting it to the ultimate test out here in Alice Springs and along the service road out to Fink. Joshua Ward off the line as well. Oh, you're kidding me. Bunduma checkpoint. Travis Robinson, 1 hour, 50-something seconds it was. This dude is absolutely hawking out there.
Yeah, just a bit of quick math off the top of my head. Looks like 1 hour and I'm going to say 44 seconds. 1 hour, 44 seconds to Bonduma for Travis Robinson. Whew.
Yeah, quick out there. Hayden Bentley through deep well as well as we have the 689 of Zach Gunston off the line. And they're side by side. So top 3 currently Travis Robinson, Bo Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan. So extreme 4-wheel drive out front, 2 extreme 2-wheel drives in 2nd and 3rd. Nathan Wiesel off the line in there side by side, the 617 as well. So shouldn't be too far away from seeing Nick Hicks through Rodinga as well.
And now things are about to get super exciting off the start line. We're going to 2 at a time.
Oh, the 432 and the 610 side by side versus extreme 2-wheel drive.
Yes. So Nick Burt in the 432, Eddie Shivers in the 610. The little side by side got the jump off the stadium. So Nick going to have his work cut out for him to get around him before they get out into those big whoops where that truck might start to excel. But this is the great part, isn't it? This is the race.
Yeah.
You've got to be fast where you're fast, make your time, and then hopefully not put yourself in too bad of a position.
Tom Stevens and Christopher Zalot off the line now in the Sportslight and side-by-side Pro. So, just hi from Thailand. Hello. I hope you're having a good time over there as Michael Doolan goes through deep well in the 486 machine. So quite a few coming through there now, as well as James Hagan and Glenn Ho through the start line. They're off and racing. With the multiple live stream sort of stuff here this morning, you'll have to go and have a look at, you've got OBR 184 YouTube's channel and then Mike's Shocks YouTube channel for some in-car footage. I do believe there's others out there as well. As the next of our machines get off the line, Paul Tuckley and Brendan Hill off and racing.
Mate, Paul was very aggressive off the start line there in that 996 Pro Buggy. There was no way he was going to eat dust for the first 10 kilometres of this race course. That was one of the most aggressive launches I've seen today. So he wanted to make sure he was first off the line. But now in the slippery stadium section, he's got to make sure he keeps that side-by-side behind him as the 235 and the 296 off the start line. That's Clayton Agnew and Jerry Coop. Great to see a couple of Super 1650s side by side off the start line, and then the 242 lining up next as well. So the 3 of our Super 1650s are going to be locked, all of them on the track 30 seconds apart.
Well, insane, because that's an Alice Springs battle there, Clayton Arger and Gary Coop.
2 Alice Springs locals?
2 Alice Springs locals in the Super 1650. They're going to be pushing it hard. The 242 off the line as well. That there is the driver machine, Wayne Driver, and then Stuart Miles Lang also off the line. Wayne had a rollover yesterday in...
so he was one of those sneaky ones you were talking about.
Sneaky ones in the back section, and his daughter, who's in the passenger seat this weekend, let me know, and I was like, I didn't say anything because we literally could not see any damage on the vehicle. So great to see. And there we go, the Moles machine out there as well. The 6634 Honda Talon off the line. Yes, Paul, there you go. We do have a Honda side-by-side here this weekend. Mark Burrows now through deep well as Daniel Brown. So it's all starting to happen now as we continue to have a look. Really think... oh, no. So, yep, there we go. Sorry. I'm having a look at the wrong screen here, but Bo Robinson through Bunduma.
Yep.
And we shouldn't be too far away from seeing Boston Morgan Horan either. Gentleman Jeff Pickering off the line in his production. Yes, wow. So gap again, 22 seconds now between Bo and Boston Morgan Horan. Insane. Insanely quick. And Jack Livingston off the line with Jeff Pickering. I do apologise. Got cut off there. Got excited. It's all happening. Mark Burrows and Brad Gallard through deep well as Taylor Apostles and Scott Elvish off the line in their side-by-sides. It is all happening here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so this is definitely one to watch here. Bo Robinson, Boston Morgan Horan as well. Like you said, only 22 seconds on the road. So unfortunately, or not unfortunately, looks like Boston about a minute what's that, a minute 40 faster.
Yeah.
So far down to Deep Well, so Bonduma, sorry.
Aaron James through Rodinga now as well.
So AJ still up and running,
Yep.
which is absolutely fantastic to see. So we should be looking pretty soon for Billy Geddes and Josh Howe to come through the Bonduma checkpoint as well.
Warren Ward and Vaughan Hogan off the line as well in their side-by-sides. And then the 655 and the 132 off the line. That is Rob Knight and Jason Gibbons, Pro Light and side-by-side machines. Having a real good push. Almost all our vehicles off the line here in Alice Springs. Can't believe it's that time of morning already. The 677 and the 6681 off the line now, though. That is Lee Shivers and Ross Newman in those machines.
Isn't that unreal? Just after 8:30 local time, and we're still calling cars off the start line. They've been leaving in 30-second gaps for what feels like an eternity. So that's the amount of cars that are here this weekend for the 49th Tatts Finke Desert Race.
And the first of our side-by-sides, Zach Marsh into Deep Well.
So Zach Marsh, looks like then if he's the first of our side-by-sides, we're missing Lachlan.
Yep.
Yes?
It's all happening. Christian Montesalvo through there. Andrew Cummins through there.
So just sort of having a bit of a look, that means we're missing Kai Camilleri.
Yep.
Kent Battle.
Yep.
Lachlan Bailey.
Tom
Swindlehurst started behind these guys, so we should be expecting to see Zaka, Tom Swindlehurst, but we'll try and get some updates there. Looks like we are missing Kai Camilleri, Kent Battle. Does that also mean we're probably expecting that we should have seen Ryan Taylor through as well, the 24 machine?
Where are they? On the
if we've got...
Oh. Yeah, trying to keep you updated over everything at the moment.
As the last of our machines. Because that's Michael Zaka into Deep Well as well. So that, yes, we're definitely missing a few cars here. Zaka was, and Tom Swindlehurst
came
slow right in front of him as well. So the 8:39, so 9 seconds difference there between Tom and Michael Zaka.
Jeep Gladiator making it off the line. The sweet machine's on fire today.
Geez, the 1052 better pick it up. Old Peter Blocks. He might have a Jeep Gladiator there right behind him. That's our official sweep vehicle. So that is all of our vehicles off the start-finish line. We're going to use our live stream checkpoint prowess to sort of keep up with what's going on at this point in time. But yes, unfortunately, I feel like we're maybe missing a few cars at this point in time. Yeah, Michael Zaka has now made it through Deep Well.
So last off the line was Peter Blouch and Wayne Foley, another two Alice locals there. And we look at this official sweep vehicle.
The front runners better move out of the way, mate.
Yeah, this thing's quick. I know Michael keen to get this new machine out here this weekend on the sweep, but we're going to go down to Amanda, who's on the start line.
Well, there you have it. Officially, 103 cars have hit the track, the 229 kilometres all the way to Finke, which will officially be halfway. It was a pretty easy run this morning. However, one of the front runners, Brent Smoothie, had a few technical issues at the starting line, which made him have a bit of a delayed start, but he did get going. Remember, we are going to have the bikes starting. They're scheduled around midday, and we're going to bring you more action then. It's heating up here at Alice Springs, officially day one of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Me and Dan, sorry.
Oh, wow,
me and Josh.
You only got to remember your own
apologise.
name.
Yeah, I think it's just like Wow.
A lot of words said.
Yeah, the Zaka machine just got past Swinglehurst on the live stream. Looking at the Mount Squires checkpoint as well. But just giving you the update, Brent Smoothie into Rodinga, Matt Hansen into Rodinga as well. Michael Zaka through Deep Well and Swinglehurst. And there goes the sweep vehicle through the whoops. Goes all quiet here down the Alice end.
It's kind of a bit of an eerie and odd feeling at the moment, isn't it? That there's not the roar of performance vehicles leaving the start-finish line. But we have a little bit of a look at our live feeds there. We can see that Bo Robertson still up and moving. Michael Zaka still up and moving. But unfortunately, yeah, we'll try and find some updates on our vehicles. Nick Cummins, Kai Camilleri, Kent Battle, Lachlan Bailey. These are all cars we thought we would see through at this point in time.
So, Nick Cummins, DNF, on our timing screen now. So unlucky for Kent Battle. I'm actually spewing for this. DNF for him, and Lachlan Bailey as well in the 622. Officially DNFs. Troy Beshman in 653 side-by-side has been classed as a DNF as well. But that's all so far. Josh Wilson in the 73 machine did not start. Mick Manger through Deep Well as well now. Keeping you across everything. And yes, I think the live stream to watch alongside ours this morning is Mike's Shock Shop as he goes on a bit of an excursion once again. He's pushing hard out there this morning. Definitely trying to make up time.
But yeah, Brent Smoothie up and moving, but we're still only the top three through Bonduma. That's Travis Robinson, Bo Robinson, and Boston Morgan Horan through there. We keep an eye out. We're looking for the one we'll be looking for very intently at the moment, Josh Howes and Billy Geddes as well. They were close to battling each other through the last checkpoint. There was only, I'm going to say, 25 seconds between them there. So Billy on a bit of a charge there. He'll be looking to try and catch up to Josh as well. So we'll keep a little bit of an eye on that battle. We'll call out the checkpoint times as we get them.
So the Chicane Club absolutely pumping at the moment, as you can see. They've got heaters, they've got everything in their drinks package, food package. Like, I don't think you'd want to be anywhere else at the moment. But we're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box. We're going to have a word from our sponsors, and we will be back very shortly to continue to bring you all the action.
Do you reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Discover Lassiter's Alice Springs Ultimate Entertainment Hub. Stay at Crown Plaza Alice Springs, wake up to the iconic McDonnell Ranges and enjoy our modern and welcoming health club. Unwind at lavish day spa. Relax poolside with a cocktail. Plan a casual rendezvous at Juicy Rum Bar and Grill. Treat someone special to dinner at Tali Restaurants. Test your luck at Lassiter's Casino or join Lassiter's Rewards for a chance to win cash and prizes.
Think of the people who need your support. Gamble responsibly.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Pushing limits. Right here in the heart of the Northern Territory. Proudly local. Proudly supporting the Finke Desert Race and local businesses. Where your Northern Territory journey begins. Thrifty, your local car hire partner.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Did you know Only the Lot is the official home of Australia's lotteries? And we've been supporting Australian communities for over 100 years. When you play at the Lot, you're also playing for kids doing it tough, for life-saving research, for bubs, their mums, even the furry ones. Because together, we're giving millions to those who need it most. Real tickets, real support, real impact. And that's a lot more to play for.
Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
So, hello and welcome back. We're just bringing you live pictures from Loose Cannon Motorsports here at the moment. Brett Taylor, the Alice Springs local, having a big push. Thanks to Jan the man for giving us this stream. Just an update as well, though. Travis Robinson through Mount Squires, as well as Bo Robinson. But we are expecting the 489 through, but he has not come through yet. So currently missing in action. And waiting for the updates from Bundooma for the next vehicles to go through. We're going to leave you with the sounds of Brett Taylor, though, smashing it through the outback for a little bit longer. And we'll be back as the big boys come into Fink. Brett Taylor starting to catch the dust of another one of the competitors. Great to see this great footage on the live stream here for Fink. Hope you're having a great time so far. If you're following along on YouTube this weekend, make sure to hit the like button for the live stream and share it as much as you can. Just listening to this V8 scream through the desert is something else.
Yeah, how good is it that we're not only getting the sights, we're getting the sounds of that Toyota V8 making plenty of noise, plenty of RPM. Like you said, we were trying to work out who the live feed was, and instantly, as soon as you put your headphones on, you said, I know that vehicle, I know that sound.
Yeah, no, it's great to see for those following along at home as well. I think we are having a couple of issues with timing regarding the Bunduma checkpoints and also the Mount Squires one, because on the tracker we can see, so Brent Smoothie's apparently through Bunduma now as well, but on the tracking that we've got, Boston is still moving, as well as Aaron James, as well as the Howes machine, the Pro Light machine. There's still quite a few names still moving through there, so, but we're not too far away whatsoever at seeing the 813 of Travis Robinson and Paul Curry make their way into Fink. Last year's quick time down to Fink was 1 hour 41. I reckon we're going to be pretty close to that this year with the pace that Travis is setting out there in the front.
Just had an update from some of the Method Race Wheel boys that are down at the 175. Just sent me a video of the 434 Billy Geddes through the 175 kilometre mark as well, so looking strong. And he said he thinks, from a bit of the word going around, he might have heard that Boston got a flat. Pulled over, changed the flat, is back up and running, so that's why we see that little bit of a time differential there. But we can see from our live feeds that Brent Taylor still running strong, Bo Robinson still running strong, Zaka still running strong as well.
Zaka through the warps. Yeah, we've got screens going on everywhere here in the comm box this morning. We're trying to keep our eyes peeled on every which way.
We've got iPads, iPhones, screens, you name it.
It's all going on. Zaka's stream has probably been the most entertaining thing to watch here this morning, though. He's had some massive moments. And Brett Taylor just making sure. So that was the brown car. That's another car on the side of the road there. Brett Taylor just slowing down to make sure that he gets the thumbs up, because you've got to stop if you come across a vehicle and make sure they're okay. If they give you the thumbs up, you're all good to go. And if they're not all good to go, you have to stop and give them assistance. But you will get time back for stopping and helping.
Yeah, that's the great thing about our sport. Obviously quite remote, in the middle of nowhere. A lot of the time, the first competitors onto the scene of an accident or an incident are other race competitors. So our officials always very liberal with the compassionate time as well, to make sure that competitors are stopping, not getting their race too badly affected.
Yeah, Billy Geddes doing quite well behind Boston Morgan Horan as well there today, from what I can see on the tracker, the underwater cave diver. But we're looking down, I believe these will be pictures of the Fink end.
Yes, absolutely. Because we can see on that track of the 813, not far. Looks like he's getting ready to cross the Fink River.
Not too far away whatsoever, so we might have one of the quickest times down to Fink. I'll just have to double check that though. Make sure I'm getting the right information out to you all. We'll go back to 23 because that was a pretty quick year as well. So, sorry, Toby Price, a 1:38.35 was the quickest time that we've ever seen on day one, and Travis is there or thereabouts. As we look at Michael Zaka's live stream, this has been very entertaining today.
Could also see Josh Howes through the 175k mark as well. So Josh still on the move there despite what the checkpoint times are saying. So a little bit of a glitch there. We'll try, like we said, use all of our far reaches to the globe and Starlinks and people that we know down the track to try and get the accurate information. So shout out to the Race Wheels Australia boys there. They got the Starlink set up at the 175. They've been sending me videos, sending me photos, any updates that they can find. So yeah, Josh Howe through the 175k mark as well.
Yeah, update on the 24 machine as well. Ryan Taylor and Timothy Button through Bundooma there on song. We did lose them in timing earlier, so we were a bit worried there, but they're back on it now and through Bundooma, so having a good push as we continue to watch on. Anyone who's looking for the tracking of the vehicles, you can jump on the Rally Safe website or on the Rally Safe app and follow along there. And
we see dust.
I think this will be Travis Robinson, and it's going to be very, very close to one of the quickest times into Fink. Yep, having a big push there. Wow. I don't think it's going to be as quick as Toby's time in 2023. Massive jump from the four-wheel drive Mason machine. Travis Robinson.
This is going to be tight. Right now he's looking at a 1:38.25, so he's got 10 seconds to get down along this straight start line. And he's got a reset of 1:38.26.
He's done it. The quickest time down to Fink ever for Travis Robinson in the Extreme four-wheel drive machine. That is absolutely amazing there from Travis Robinson. What a time. Travis Robinson, Paul Curry, the Extreme four-wheel drive, an average speed of 135k an hour. Zaka, oh! Whoa, that was a big one there. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I've just looked over at the live stream and Zaka's like sidewards almost into a tree. Quickest ever time into Fink, Travis Robinson. If you're here at the venue, put your hands together, ladies and gents, because that is an absolute quick time. As we go back to Zaka, this man is on a massive push.
Yeah, that is crazy by Trav. Fresh car, fresh off the boat. Out doing some pre-running. Oh my goodness.
That
what
one
a moment.
there. Yeah.
What a moment there from Zaka. Car getting a little bit loose in the rear end there, getting a big bunny hop up.
But as Trav gets out of the big 813 machine.
Looks well rested. Looks like an easy Sunday drive. Literally a Sunday morning drive. It's probably his usual drive to church on a Sunday morning for Trav. Paul Curry, an excellent navigator as well. These guys being a very fast team for many years. But the fastest ever one-way time from Fink to Alice Springs. You just got to witness that.
Yeah, this thing is just for someone to do that in a truck that's a week and a half old. He'd had, I think, a run up a driveway to put this thing in, and he's just smashed his brother's time from last year, which was 1 hour 41 minutes, and then has just tipped off Toby's time by around about 10 seconds just. So,
got the hang of the car,
massive congratulations to Travis Robinson.
We didn't want to beat up on it too much. It felt pretty good, so might have been a little bit conservative, so just want to see where the other boys are.
Is that the time you're hoping for?
We thought maybe we'd get 135 or something, but what have we gotten? Do you know what we've gotten?
No, I don't know yet. Hot off the press here.
Yeah. No, we'll see. We are a little bit conservative, getting used to the new jigger, but all good. We'll see.
All right. And the machine held up well?
Yeah, good. Just try to not spin the wheels too much and cause too much chaos. So yeah, that's good.
It's nice to beat Bo.
Have I beaten him? I don't know yet. Yeah?
Oh, well, let's see. The pottage in here first.
Yeah, that's it. So, no, we're just good. Just run our race and see where we're at.
All right, beauty.
Thanks, guys.
Well, a very fast time there for Bo. I think they'll be getting on the phone. For Trav, sorry, I think they'll be getting on the phone, checking their times. But if he's following along at home, Trav, not only did you beat Bo you beat the fastest ever time set down into Apachula for the overnight stop. As we said, a 1 hour, 38 minute, 26 second run. Conservative run, not spinning the tyres.
Conservative.
Doesn't want to kick up too much dust for Bo. Isn't that brotherly love too? Didn't
Yeah.
want to kick up too much dust, cause too much chaos for Bo. Give him every chance he has to have a 1-2 for OBR today coming into Apachula. But that was a fantastic drive down there. Very controlled, looked very relaxed.
Yeah.
Didn't seem too hyped, didn't seem too overworked or anything like that. So a fantastic drive there from Trav.
Yeah, shouldn't be too far away from seeing Bo Robinson into Fink now as well. Hayden Bentley was through Bunduma as well.
Yeah, can confirm from Bo's live stream, he is across the Fink River.
Yep. So we won't be too far away from seeing him whatsoever. Mark Burrows through Bunduma now as well. And there we go. The dust starts to kick up down the Fink end, and the second of the Robinson brothers makes their way into Fink. Bo Robinson in the extreme two-wheel drive machine. And Shane Hutt in the silly seat. Pushing hard is Bo. It's going to be pretty much on par with his time from last year in this machine. That thing sounds good.
Yeah, that Dugan's 7-litre Albert sequential. Attacking that track very hard, making sure that they run it all the way home.
Does
You
it?
can see the sign, Hi Honey, made it to Fink.
Yeah, it does in a time of 1 hour 41:30. So not too far off his time from last year, 1 hour 41. So
yep.
A wait for him last year. So a little bit more conservative this time around.
Probably to be expected with a lot of the talk about the sand being a bit heavier this year, probably sucking a little bit of little bit of horsepower.
So Bo in, and we'll grab a word with him shortly as well. So 3 minutes the gap between Bo and Travis. And then expecting hopefully Boston Morgan Horan through there as well. Parks up next to his brother. Aaron James was doing well out there, as well as Brent Smoothie and Ryan Taylor. Brotherly love from these two. Just having a chat between each other.
Yeah, so that's a good consistent run there from Bo Robinson as well, that 1 hour 41, basically same time as last year, so that shows how consistent they are as well with that truck, how confident they are with that truck, and they know the limitations, they know where to push, they know where to drive, and great that they sort of didn't let Trav and that run out the front sort of get in their head. They knew that Boston close behind as well was going to be pushing, but they obviously had a plan, a pace that they knew they wanted to drive at. And they stuck to it. That Mason two-wheel drive truck knows this track quite well. Bo, an experienced Fink competitor, and this is exactly what Trav was talking about on the start-finish line as well. He was talking about, the plan is, as long as both trucks are up front, that's the goal. Doesn't matter what order it's in, doesn't matter how they get it done. But great to see both these big black OBR machines in here, the 413 and the 813.
And I will eat my words here from earlier on, and I will put it out there. I do apologise to everyone. Toby Price still has the quickest time. It was 2022. I only had to look back to 23, so I do apologise to everyone out there. It is the second fastest time into Fink. Toby Price still got the quickest time at 1 hour and 36 seconds, so I do apologise, but we're going to go chat to Trav.
How did you feel doing that one?
Yeah, good. It was a good first run of the truck. I had a couple of moments early on just trying to get the brake distances right, and then we just sort of set it into a groove, and we thought maybe we were a little bit conservative coming across the line, but it was enough to get the win, I think. So.
You're faster than your brother getting down here last year, faster than him today as well. How different are the two cars besides, obviously very different, but in terms of the power and driving ability and stuff?
Well, the Buggy literally weighs half as much, so it's just getting used to the body roll, and it's got a lot more suspension travel with the truck, so it's just a learning curve. So probably should have been in one 10 years ago.
It's a lot of fun doing it in the trophy truck, seeing Bo pull in right behind you. You went and had a little chat to him. What'd you say?
Just asked him how he went, and there's a crack in his exhaust or something, so we're just talking about that, and they had a good run, and yeah.
Brilliant. Well, we should go have a chat to him, really, I think. So we're going to wander over here. Bo, Shane's already out of the truck. He was ready to get out, but Bo, you're still sitting in here. How was that run down to Fink?
Yeah, it was good. It was clean. Yeah, nothing to report really. Bit slow there in the first part. Just so much fog and just settled in. And I know the young bloke put a bit of time on us in that first section, and yeah, we just ran our race. I don't know. It's like you look, exactly what you think is going to happen. You run like that, you break. Like it's just the nature of how it works, So yeah, we got them here in one piece, and that's what 30 years of doing this does.
You got down here 1 hour and 41 minutes. It's pretty on par with last year, actually. I think you're roughly about the same. How do you feel like that run was compared to last year?
First part was definitely slower. The last part was good. But we knew Trav had put heaps of time on us. I think at one point there he had 4 minutes on us at the halfway mark, so we just knew that it was about managing the guys behind, and hopefully these guys have a clean run home. We can bring it home 1-2, be good.
And a bit of an exhaust issue. What's going on there?
Yeah, don't know. Yeah, there's some bit of broken exhaust. I think something's wrong with the converter, but yeah, it's got here, so it's good.
Well, that's the main thing. The plan tonight, are you guys going to have a bit of a campsite relax? What is the game plan? Yeah,
they look pretty good. We'll just give it a bit of a, you're going to come down and give us a massage, and other than that, we'll be good.
I don't know. I think you should have employed someone to come down and do that. Thank you, guys. We're going to keep getting the cars as they come in this end in Fink. I had a little bit of a run here, so I'm going to go catch a breath, get a drink, and until then, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Great to hear from you down at the Fink end. Great to see you got down there safely as well. But yes, very conservative from Bo in the first half, and then they said around about a 4-minute gap at the halfway mark, and they're just sitting on that 90% of what the car can do, because if you're pushing out over 100 or 110%, that's when things start to break and start to have issues. So really smart running from Bo Robinson there. They know what that truck can do. Smoothie through Mount Squires now as well. But we do believe the next into Fink should be the 489 of Boston Morgan Horan. It looks like on the tracker he's past the Fink River, so we should not be too far away whatsoever from seeing him into Fink.
Yeah, that's that experience of the Robinsons. They've been coming to Fink, as I said, for 30 years now. And they've only just got their hands on the top step last year, with Bo having that great run. But that's that level of experience. He hinted there at, he knew his pace, he knew Trav had gotten away from him, but it was still about managing, making sure that he didn't sort of get distracted or almost lured into trying to mark pace with Trav. He knew Trav in that new Mason all-wheel drive had a slight advantage over him, but he knew the pace that Mason truck was capable of, and what it was capable of doing is finishing as we see a bit more dust. But yeah, a great insight there from Bo Robinson and Trav Robinson to what goes into getting a car down to the Apatula overnight stop. It's not just point and shoot and hold it flat. There's definitely some driving and management as Boston comes in there. Looks like he's missing a rear quarter panel, so that probably goes well with the flat story. I'd say tyres come around and...
Huge jump from him. He is foot flat, the 489, trying to make up time for what happened with the flat tyre. This is probably some of the quickest we've seen. And I thought there, I just saw that tyre might have had an issue, but it's all right. It's all good.
Yeah, it did definitely look like something flapping a little bit there, but yeah.
Does it in a time of 1 hour, 48 minutes and 4 seconds. So great time for Boston Morgan Horan. And if he has had a flat and put a new one on there, which I remember him having a spare on there this morning, so must definitely have happened. To only lose that amount of time is huge, but we now have to watch the other competitors coming through, because if they go quicker down to Fink, they will jump him.
Yeah, absolutely. Might push him back a few little spots. We just got to check it there too. After he was sort of went past the car, sounded like he was standing on past the camera, standing on the gas, shifting up through the gear. So maybe a little bit more of an issue there. Maybe we might be able to find out some information. Boston, a man of few words though, not getting too much information out of him there. But maybe a flat, and then maybe a little bit of an issue there. Sounded like they were shifting the Albans up through the gears there after they had crossed the finish line section. But we'll see what info we can find out.
Ryan Taylor through Mount Squires now as well. So
Matt Hansen also through there as well. Like you said, clearly having a little bit of an issue with our timing markers there. No time listed for Matt Hansen through Bonduma, but then we do have a time for Mount Squires.
So expecting the smoothie machine next in, from what I can work out on timing. I'll just have... No, it will be the underwater cave diver. Bill Geddes, because he's through Fink River on our tracker. And then it should be Josh Howes behind him in the number 15 machine. But looks like we will have a chat to Boston very, very shortly and see how his run went.
Also just heard through Mick Smoothie through the 175k mark there as well. Like you said, Billy across the Fink River. Josh Howes not far behind him, but we can confirm that he has gotten around him. You see Boston out of the car, just having a little look around, because now the Fink prep starts.
So we're going to go down to Keziah for a chat.
Waiting for a few technical things. Boston, well done. You've made it down here. Third truck to pull in at the Fink end. Talk us through that run.
Yeah, it was going good. It was going it was going real fast, but I know some issues with the truck, and we lost our spare tyre. We got half a tyre on the other side. But,
oh, well, you made it here. That's the main thing. And I think the boys coming in front of you said that you were catching up on their times quite early on in the run. Do you feel? How do you sort of feel at the start?
Oh, I felt real good. Yeah, I was loving it. But then, in the truck, we've got truck issues, so then I was getting angry.
Are you going to go take it back down to the pits tonight? Have a look at it. What do you think's wrong with it?
No clue. I wouldn't know. Something.
Oh, well, that's what tonight's about. You did do that in 1 hour and 48 minutes still, so that's still an incredible time. You're not far behind the boys. It's still good to set off in the morning. Go get some rest tonight. Hopefully the guys can look over the truck and that can be ready to go. We're going to continue to getting these cars pulling in here at the Fink end. We'll be back very shortly from this end.
Thank you very much, Keziah, once again for that chat with Boston Morgan Horan. So something obviously wrong with the truck. He just can't pinpoint it yet. So they'll pull that thing down and have a look at it. But Billy Geddes into Fink in a time of 1 hour 45. So he puts himself into third position on corrected time at the moment, which is huge for him.
Yeah, that's a great run there for Billy Geddes. You saw, as they were talking to Boston, we still had some of the photos. He absolutely aeroplaned that thing on the finish line jump there. So looks like Billy Geddes, Slippery Muldoon, and the Corn Dog into the overnight stop. They'll pull that car down, have a bit of a look at it. The Comiskey Mining Services team have a great prep. They'll have a great setup down there. The boys will rest and recover, get themselves ready for a run home. Unless there's a bit of a flyer from the back of the pack, should be our third starter tomorrow. But we won't put the mocker on yet. We won't do the commentator's curse. But that's where they're sitting at this point in time. But a great run there in that Tisco truck. Well presented, looks good. Just seems to sit low, hug the road. Just sucks up the bumps. Much like Billy Geddes will be sucking up a Bundy rum tonight.
Good old sugarcane champagne. Can't wait for the bikes to start later on this afternoon, because if you're playing along, you'll be pretty inebriated by the end of the evening. But it is a great drive from Billy Geddes and the Corn Dog. They're so good at coming through the pack.
Yes.
At Fink. They don't always have the best prologue, but they know how to come through a pack and make up positions. So,
yeah, great run there for the boys. They'll be excited to get in. Hopefully no major dramas with the car. But yeah, nice run for them. They prologued a little bit further up than where they did last year, so probably a little bit of a less hectic run for the boys.
But it looks like we'll go down for a chat with Keziah and Billy Geddes.
I'm here with Billy Geddes. You've pulled in here fourth here. We don't have a time for you just yet, but how did you feel doing that run from Alice here to Fink?
Yeah, we did a bit of hard work this one. The comms come out about the 70k mark, so it was a very lonely trip. Couldn't talk to me mate all the way down here, so Al gave some pretty good hand signals. I think his thumb's sore. But yeah, no, other than that, we had a pretty good run. Yeah, just pretty hard to communicate. We got around Howes in the bumps around Bundoomba. We got his dust through Mounts through the dusty part before that, but you know, it is what it is. We got around there in the end.
And it's far from your first run down here. We were just saying, you know, maybe it's 12, 13, 15. We've lost count. How much does that play a role when you then do lose that comms with your navigator?
Yeah, you just got to not let it bother you, and don't try to muck around with it too much. Just sort of continue on. We pre-run the track a lot, and Al sort of, you know, even the hand signals help a hell of a lot. But yeah, it does put a lot of workload on you, especially in the dust and the corners. The straightaways aren't too bad because he can just give us a thumbs up to stay in it. But it's just when we get into the integral stuff in the dust that you're sort of just not sure what's coming up. But we managed okay. Probably could have got a bit better time if we had a bit better communication. But it is what it is.
You do the good old point left, point right. Is that the trick?
Yeah, we had a bit of that going on.
And just in terms of the track, you've had a lot of rain. It's a bit of a heavier track than it has been last year. Did you feel the difference, or how did it compare?
Yeah, it's pretty bumpy this time. You know, it's a good rough track. It's what we expect in off-road.
Well, it's a lot of fun. That's what makes it so exciting, especially the race here to Fink. We've got 4 trophy trucks in here now. We're going to keep an eye out for the rest coming in, but we'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, thank you very much once again, Keziah. Hard for Billy Geddes there as Josh Howes across the line does it in 1 hour and 52 minutes. So a great showing from Josh here this weekend. Great to see the first of our pro buggies in behind all the extreme machines, all the trophy trucks. But yeah, interesting to hear there from Billy that they lost communication at the 70k mark. So that's early in the run, it really is. And having to use hand signals. And as the dust kicks up down at the Fink end once again, let's see who comes in next. From what I can see, it's the 127 on the timing screen, the Towers machine. And if it is, what a drive. And it looks like it from the Pro Light.
That is an incredible drive. Like you said,
holy
moly. Well, that is the level of commitment that John Towers has had to get this Pro Light down the track as fast as he can. Airing it out, getting a little bit sideways over that finish line jump. but pushes it all the way through an hour 49. Not just under 2 minutes, well and truly under 2 hours, well and truly under.
That's
11
huge.
minutes. That's crazy.
He's jumped Josh Howes.
Hey?
Yeah.
Holy moly, yes.
Yep. In a pro light, he's jumped Josh Howes. That is insane. Because he left behind Josh.
Yes.
And he's gone quicker.
Yes. So whether Josh having a little issue, losing down to that 152. I did see a few more bit of information there from Mick Taylor passing through. Looks like Hansen nursing the car a little bit, just cruising, but RT still pushing Ryan Taylor hard on the bopper. So looks like the boys having a good run there, and Hansen hopefully able to nurse it in if he does have a little bit of an issue. Looks like our tracker still shows Hansen just in front. Oh no, Ryan on our tracker looks like he has gotten around Matt Hansen. But great to see Josh Howes into our overnight stop. They'll be able to get a bit of a reset on that buggy. Maybe make some suspension changes. Maybe a few things they weren't happy with. But gee, the level of commitment by John Towers there.
How do you feel about that time?
Yeah, not too bad. Not our best run, I don't think. But yeah, happy with it. We're just happy to be down this end, to be honest. So, yeah, it's a rough track this year, and yeah, might make a few changes to the car, but very happy, yeah.
And just in terms of the track, I mean, how did the car go on it? Were there any issues? What were you experiencing out there?
No, the car was good. We had real spongy brakes the whole race, so we were trying to, not sure if we were going to run out real early of brakes, but they seemed to hang in there. And then, yeah, it's just a rough track. I don't think you can do much about it. So the old Buggy feels it a fair bit in them.
And you said you might make some changes tonight before you head back for the trip back to Alice. What are some of those changes you're thinking of right now?
Maybe just something to the suspension. Try and get it to ride a little bit softer. We tried to stay on top out there, but it just didn't want to sit there. So had a couple of hairy moments, but we just then sort of backed it off and just made sure we made it home safe. So
brilliant. And your navigator there, how did you go?
Had the time of my life, thank you very much.
The Navi seat's the cruisy ride. You say it's a time of your life, but you're getting through.
It is not easy, don't worry about that.
We really shouldn't be saying that. You get thrown around a lot in that seat. How are the body's feeling? Are you feeling pretty good?
Yeah, pretty good, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, awesome. We'll get some rest tonight and we'll see you bright and early in the morning. We are going to head back down to you guys in commentary and we'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, thanks once again, Keziah. Great to hear from Josh Howes. Those pro buggies just not as good in the whoops as the big machines, the trophy trucks, especially when it comes to around about Bundooma, Mount Squires, that they gets rough down there. And as we continue to have a look, it is rough. We're just having a look at the Michael Zacher machine going through on our right-hand side here, and it's pretty rough out there. So if you think it's rough in a car, I cannot imagine what it's going to be like in the bikes this afternoon.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have their work cut out. We see the 175 mark there, Zacher passing through, so you can see the way the car getting bounced around. That's a lot of hard work. Like you said, these buggies with their all independent front and rear, they got to work just a little bit harder through the rough. But you get a concept of the size of the holes that are looming underneath this Jimco Pro buggy.
Having a good push out there at the moment.
Looks like a Bentley machine on the side of the road there, I think. So that would be the 818. Might be able to find some updates, but yeah, looks like not far past the 175k mark. Saw that flash of blue and black on a truck, which makes us think the Bentley machine. We'll try and find some updates there. But Mike worked his way up through the field, got nice, clean air in front of him now, no dust. So able to push as hard as he feels comfortable to get this big Jimco Pro Buggy home. We're expecting to see him, so the 175 shouldn't be too far from the Mount Squires checkpoint. So Matt Hanson, Ryan Taylor.
Brad Lovell through Rodinga, so he's having a good push out there in the production full drive forward. Got Zaka on the loud pedal. Brett Smoothie, we're expecting next into Fink, but we'll just have to wait and see how the day goes on. Great to see the first of the Super 1650s through deep well as well. Wayne Foley in the 284. Look at the ruts there though. Huge. I really won't want to be a bike competitor this afternoon.
No, they're definitely going to have their work cut out for it. But these bike competitors know at the top field, they know, that the cars are going to cut the track up. They know that if they're preparing for, a pre-run track the way they've pre-run it, that it will be very different for them by the time it gets round to race day 1 this afternoon. Our first bikes off the start line at midday Central Standard Time.
And you can see how much the terrain sort of tends to change as well, with the different kinds of red dirt, and then you get that real cracker dust sort of situation happening.
And I think this shot gives a good idea. They were talking about the moisture in the sand. You can see the outside of these berms as the sand gets turned over, that real dark red, almost maroon colour. That's all the moisture in the sand there. So that's what they were talking about with the slightly heavier sand, slightly heavier track that they were expecting. But like you said, look how quickly it's changed in from rocks, hard rocks, and then the uncovered over the top of those rocks, covered as the top layer of dirt gets pushed off from all the cars that have crossed over it. That's what we're talking about when we say a square edge that these motorbike boys are going to have to deal with a bit later this afternoon. Callum Norton probably just resting up at the moment, trying to relax, trying to clear his head. But Mike Zaka right in the thick of it right now. There's no rest, there's no relaxation, trying to get a Pro Buggy through these big whoops.
Yeah, another little bit of a moment, but holds onto it extremely well. And that's the thing you can see on this live stream. He's really trying to stay on the inside and not get on the outside because he's not got the amount of drive that the big trophy trucks do.
Yeah, absolutely. You compare it to, say, Bo Robinson. He was really outside, railing those ruts, just making sure that he carried plenty of momentum.
Yeah. McMajor through Mount Squires, as well as Jeff McNiven in the side-by-side. Great to see a side-by-side through Mount Squires already. Big push. Again, just getting on the outside there for Michael Zaka. But it's great to have these pitches coming through. Rodden Bailey in the number 52 machine also now through Mount Squires. Should not be too far away whatsoever from seeing the 847 into Fink as well.
But yeah, fantastic shots here brought through our live stream here. Zaka doing a great job This is actually a bit of a personal project of Shane Hutt. So something that he's organised and these people have organised themselves. That's why there's only a few cars, not every car that have it in them. But yeah, you see the outside. Look how cut up the outside of that corner. See all the dirt thrown up there, the whoops starting to form on the outside. Like you said, Zach are getting on the inside there, trying to get the car as short as possible, as a quick wipe of the screen as well. As the 847 still moving. Looks like he's on that road section coming into the Finke River.
But here we go. Dust in the distance. Should be the 847. Oh,
no, it's not.
It's not
trophy truck.
locals.
It's a Rodinga Rattler.
Yeah.
Out putting a bit of a show on for the locals.
Got a little bit too excited there, I think. Because, yeah, he hasn't come through the Finke River as of yet. The 847 on our tracking. So, still a little bit away.
Matt Hansen moving along as well there, so hopefully that little issue that he might have been nursing around the 175, he's been able to manage, keep himself moving, get himself into the overnight stop. Still pushing extremely hard late into the race. Race day one, these guys want to make sure they're in as good a start position for tomorrow as possible. So one of the great things about Finke, what they do for the return leg for tomorrow's race day, anyone within 20 minutes of T-Rob's time, of Trav Robinson's time, they will start on corrected time. So we'll expect to see Bo leave about 3.5 minutes after Trav, and then we'll see Billy about another 3.5 minutes after Bo. But the great thing about that is they are racing for position there. You heard Trav in his interview and they said, you beat Bo, and he said, did I? Bo hasn't come in yet. I'm not sure about his time, because there was a 2-minute start differential between them. So technically Bo could still finish behind Trav on day one, but beat him on overall time. But one of the great things that the Finke committee, an idea they came up with, is you start on corrected time for the return leg. And then that way, first across the line tomorrow, we get our positions right as they come across the line when we're cheering. There's no sitting, there's no waiting, there's no talking about corrected time. It's first across the line is your 2025 49th King of the Desert.
Big push from Zaka, and yeah, just every time you can see when get up on the rough stuff, sort of in the berms, this car really tends to bog down and struggles through it. Massive big ruts in the middle of the corners, like the 4-wheel drive machines and 2-wheel drives are just, yeah, they make a huge hole in some of these sections. It's just awesome to be able to get these pictures. So lucky with all the technology around the sport at the moment. Cooper Weston and Matthew Burrows also through Mount Squires though, as we continue to look at the checkpoint timing. But the first 6 into Finke, just ridiculous timing there. Like, you've got to take your hats off to them, because we're still waiting for the next of our competitors to come in. Big gaps. Glenn Uckred also through Mount Squires in the number 3 machine in his side-by-side, so definitely having big pushes. And it's not like we've only got one camp camera angle as well. We're getting two.
Multiple camera
it's
angles.
So good.
Exactly right.
But here we go, Fink, and let's see who comes in next and what sort of a time they put down. It should be the 8.47 of Brent Smoothie in the second of the extreme four-wheel drives to get down to Fink. But we'll have to wait and see. Yep, it is Mr. Smoothie.
Yes, unfortunately, a little bit of a mix-up for Brent this morning and missed his start time. Not exactly sure what happened there, but he's carried on from that. Nice gentle run there over the finish line jump. Just treating it nice and easy there. Knows he's nice and close to home. No point making any little silly mistakes as we see Brent across the finish line. 1 hour 54 and 49 seconds.
Yeah, not bad at all there for Brent. Slows it right down through the finish line. So all of the live streams at the moment that are going on from in-car footage all has a Starlink set up on it. For those wondering how we're getting these great pictures. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to get much. There's very little cell signal out in the middle of nowhere, as we like to call it here.
Well, even in Alice Springs with all the, what's the right word, the influx of people, the bandwidth, there's not a lot of cell service in Alice Springs a lot of the time when everyone ends up in the same place at the same time. So, yeah, Starlink, what a game changer.
Pro Light machine of Lockie Weir, the Alice local through Mount Squires. Great to see them having a good push in their Pro Light.
Yeah, we also shouldn't be too far off seeing the 7 machine make their way in, Matt Hansen. So that's one we're really riding home as well. Not to, a favourite or anything like that, but Matt, a great competitor, puts plenty of effort into his off-road racing program and hasn't had much luck in these future days. So fantastic to see Matt Hansen make his way down to the overnight stop. We're really cheering him as here he is, the number 7 Jimco, the SMU racing machine. That unique orange colour, the orange flashing light, beautifully presented car. Little bit of a miss there, is it? No, it still sounds like it's running very strong, so that's good news.
Cross the line, does it in a time of 1 hour 59 and 11 seconds. So he'll be happy with that to be under the 2 hour mark. And then we are expecting the 24.
Shouldn't see the 24 too far behind.
Or the 2. Interesting.
With the 24 on our track, but the tracking can sometimes be a bit unreliable.
Yeah.
The 24 has dropped back behind the 51, so back behind Zach. I didn't see him get a pass, but maybe Ryan might be parked off to the side of the track there. But we'll keep a bit of an eye out if we see the 24. He wasn't far behind the number 7 machine when they got an update from the 175 kilometre mark. But yeah, we keep a bit of an eye out the number 2 machine.
Have a chat to the Smoothie crew.
We had a terrible day. We started off there and on the line-up with the Starlink and so forth. Must have drained a bit of power, and Shane had to run back to get a battery pack, but then the car started, and so we missed our start time, and so we were behind the 8 ball at the start, and then done a power steering pump. We managed to get it going, picked up a couple more cars, and then last 30 k's just no steering. So apparently drinking beer at the pub not that much fitness,
Yeah, probably need to do a little bit more than that in prep for Fink. I have seen you normally jump out of the truck quite happy, quite bubbly, and I saw your face when you got out, and you weren't quite as excited as you were in previous years. So Sorry you've had such a tough run. What will you do tonight to get the car ready for tomorrow?
Full set of spares, but we had a pretty good run. We picked up a couple of cars early, so we must be putting 3 or 4 minutes on them. So it depends on what we lost in that last 30 odd Ks. So all in all, we're actually pretty happy. And the fact is that we're here, so we've got to go back yet, and can't be the only one with trouble.
No, 100%. And everyone does always have something to do overnight. So you said you've got full spares. You'll be able to fix that steering overnight.
We'll be on the line in the morning, mate. No problem at all.
Brilliant. Excited to see you back out here. Shane, how was that for you?
Yeah, that wasn't too bad at all. Been in the silly seat.
You just ride along in the navigator seat. We need to stop talking down what that ride is like. But get some rest tonight. You've got a tough day again tomorrow. And we're going to see you back here at the start line in the morning. I might just try and jump over here. Which side shall we go? Nigel's trying to pack himself there.
So Jared Percival across the line does it in a time of 1 hour 55. So beats Matt Hansen in and very, very close to the Smoothie time. But very interesting to hear from Smoothie there as Mr. Diggett, Michael Doolan, makes his way into Fink. That the reason they missed their start time was because of, whoa, Michael Doolan hit the aeroplane button and flew into Fink, it looks like.
I'm pretty sure that's what the truck boys do. Their whole goal is just to do the 220K so they can get to the finish line, jump there, as Michael Doolan absolutely sent it. But yeah, an interesting point that you were talking there about the start-finish line for Smoothie.
Yeah, no, definitely. Unfortunately, drained the battery with everything going on. But we're going to go down to the finish line.
Navigation on somewhere on that run. Talk us through that drive.
Yeah, we had a navigation, lost it from the start for some reason. The iPad went dead out of Alice, so that was really difficult without knowing any of the corners. But just happy to get here, really.
Everyone's just happy to get here. In terms of the car, how did it feel? Is there much to do tonight?
No, it's pretty good, actually. Yeah, the car's been okay. Obviously, it's just not getting through the whoops as well as we'd like, but it's a buggy. I think the trucks have got them covered now, but yeah, it's all going pretty well. I think it's the first time we've been here in 10 years, so it's good.
Brilliant. Well, I'm glad you made it down here. Congratulations. Get some rest tonight, because that's going to be really key heading into tomorrow as well, and we'll chase up a time for you.
Big hi to Johnny and Cecilia back at home. They'll be watching.
Hi, guys. All right, well, we're going to head back to commentary. There's a few more cars rolling in, so we'll make sure we grab them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah. Great to hear from Matt Hansen. As he said, he hasn't been up there in a long time, so it is great to see them doing that. Jared Percival in the number 2 machine came through in 1 hour 55, so very good time from him. But Michael Doolan, the 486, 1 hour 54. Quick time.
Very quick time there for Doolan. He was a little bit slow off the line. We were a bit nervous that maybe he had a little bit of drama, but we also thought could be the case of just getting all the fluids and everything warmed up off the start line. Didn't want to go crazy off the start line and do some damage to his gearbox and his diffs while all the oil's still thick, cold. Wanted to make sure that everything was well lubricated before he started giving it the absolute berries. But we shouldn't be too far off seeing Danny Brentle.
It's a bit hard to sort of gauge where everyone is out on the track, because you can't really see anyone if they're stopped or broken down or whatever. But yeah, we had a pretty good run, clean air pretty much 95% of the time. So yeah, pretty happy, and car seems to be all right. So far so good.
Is there much to do tonight down at the campsite to get repairs done?
We'll be a sort of half a day job, to be honest. Good 5 or 6 hours to get it all fresh for tomorrow, hopefully. But yeah, touch wood, so far so good.
Well, you've got a bit of time this afternoon, so hopefully you can get all of that work done. Get some rest as well. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. I might just jump over here with the Mr. Diggett truck. I'm going to go round to the other side. All right, we're coming round. Mick Dolan. We spoke on Friday night. You made it to Fink. How are you going?
Holy shit, what a ride down here. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, that was definitely one of the best runs I've had down. So, yeah, it was great. Obviously qualifying a little bit higher up. cars are moving a bit quicker, so you don't get caught behind a few slow cars. But once you got into them whoops, just open it up. It was fantastic. Yeah, loved it.
You had a few cars in front of you still. Does that change the track at all, make it any tougher? What was it like?
No, it's not too bad. Like it does change it up a little bit, but obviously the further back you are, the more it changes. So the less cars that are rolling in front of you, the better we are. So, but yeah, no, the car was faultless. We just cruised down for the first 100 Ks and then wound it up after that. But no, it was great fun and the car performed perfectly. So
Were you the first one to pull in here to say there's been no issues with the cars? That's great. Nathan, I might just get you on the other side. How was that for you?
Yeah, that was unreal. So much fun. About to wet me pants, but yeah, it was a ton of fun.
I love it. I love hearing the side of the story from the navigators. We'll let you guys get some rest. You won't have much to do overnight, so I'll see you bright and early without too many changes done. All right, we'll get the rest of the cars rolling in. Until then, back to you.
Always get nervous when a navigator snatches a microphone like that. They are wild men as we see the 4 make his way in, and also the 51 of Zaka over that finish line jump as well. So great to see Danny Brown in. The 51 Jimco of Zaka making their way in as well. So we've ridden along with his live stream as well as getting his great footage here as he powers all the way across the finish line.
That is an extremely competitive time, 1 hour 50 for Zaka.
That puts him as our fastest pro buggy at the moment.
Huge. Firing on all cylinders.
Sounds a little clacky.
Yeah, sounds a little bit interesting there. But Daniel Brown in the number 4 as well came through in 1 hour 56. So not bad whatsoever. We'll continue to watch what goes on. So provisional.
Sorry to interrupt. This just continually puts into perspective just how impressive John Towers' drive was. 1 hour 49.36 in a pro light. That man was on the bopper.
Yeah. Absolutely singing. So just waiting for the update on pros. Because Daniel Brown goes into 4th position, but Michael Zaka, top of the sheets for pro, puts him in 6th provisionally at the moment. But we're going to have a chat with Danny Brown.
I honestly hated every second of it. We had a terrible run. The car just in the big whoops, it just wouldn't handle it, and we were just pogoing everywhere. So just had to try and nurse it and get it home. And we're here, so we'll turn around and drive back. But not the run we wanted to have today.
You've done this a few times before. I mean, how do you feel like what we have to do to the car, I guess I'm trying to say, overnight? Do you have something in mind that you can do to make it a little easier for the trip back?
I mean, we could play around with suspension settings a bit tonight, but it's a bit touch and go because it actually handled some of the whoops really well, but the real big ones it just didn't. So, look, I think we're in a position that's not great, so we'll just leave the car as is and just get home. And if we get home, that's all we came here to do.
Right, and how was the ride there in the Navi seat?
Danny did a good job with the circumstances, so I think if we get it home, we'll be happy.
Brilliant. Well, you guys get some rest tonight. We've got a few more heading in here. I might just jump in here. How did you go? How was that run?
Not too bad. The gear shifter snapped 20 k's out of town, so we've run the whole thing in 3rd gear.
Yeah, 3rd gear, broken shifter about 50 k's out.
Yeah, but I don't know. Before the road crossing, we had nothing but 3rd, so I just held it flat out and tried to keep going. Yeah, so we'll try to fix it and go again.
Have you got spare parts down at the campsite here? What's the plan?
Yeah, we got some spares, I think. Dylan's a magic man, so he'll figure something out. I just got to figure out how to keep my visor shut. I've got black lips. I had to run wide open the whole time. This thing kept flying open in the whoops, so I don't know what I look like. I'm probably pretty brown in the face.
You actually look great. I wouldn't have picked it. But in terms of tonight, I mean, the body, how is it feeling? Do you feel like, when you get out of the car, you might be feeling a bit sore?
Oh, I'm not very fit, so this is as much exercise as I do all year, so I'm buggered, but I'll be good to go tomorrow. It'll be fine. King shocks were awesome. Black Bear tyres were great. Method wheels, unreal. I hit a couple trees. Dylan built a great car. We had a ball. So
brilliant. Well, enjoy tonight. Get some rest. We'll see you bright and early in the morning.
Bye, Sonny.
Will you say that again?
Hi Miles, hi Sonny, hi Marie. I love yous all. Thanks for watching.
Brilliant. That's what I love about Fink. It's the family support back home. Until then, we're going to head back to the commentary box. We'll see a few more cars very shortly.
What a run from Zaka. Third gear and still brings it home. The fastest in pro with a broken shifter. Had multiple offs with trees and stuff like that.
Well, the joys of the live stream. We saw those multiple offs. Saw a couple of close interactions to the tree. So how great is this live stream technology, whether you're watching Zaka's, the OBR one, the Tatts Finke Desert Race official live stream that we're commentating at the moment. It's just action aplenty. I highly recommend having multiple screens, iPhones, iPads, smart TVs. Last year I wasn't able to make it out here and watch the race. Wasn't able to be here in person, but I was at home over the weekend and had smart TVs, iPads going. So shout out this year to Dan Curran. He's at home, so we've done the old switcheroo this year. Hopefully, mate, you're enjoying the coverage, getting to give your voice a break on the King's birthday long weekend.
Yep. No. Hayden Bentley across the line did it in 2 hours 03. Not bad whatsoever.
So obviously he got up and moving again. We did see he was off to the side of the track for a little bit there on Zaka's live stream, but great to see Hayden get up and moving there. Might be able to find out some information as to what happened to him.
Yeah, very interesting. So next along the road.
Did just get a little update from Mick Taylor as well. Looks like Ryan Taylor with a gearbox issue. So he has ground to a halt. So the 24, Ryan Taylor and Timmy, unfortunately not finishing today's race.
So close as well.
Just so close, yes.
Just outside of Finke. So that is, yeah, that is terrible news for the Taylor machine, but it looks like we're going to go down and have a chat with Mr. Hayden Bentley very, very shortly. Not bad at all from the extreme four-wheel drive of Hayden. Just going to go have a chat with Hayden now.
About the car, so we'll just come in here with you. How was that ride for you?
Yeah, look, we're having a great run. No, it's been a good day. Had a flat tyre about 30, 40k out, unfortunately, in the sand. Had a few issues changing. It cost us a heap, but we were, up until then, had a really clean run, and disappointing that happened, but yeah, let's have another go tomorrow.
Is there much you're going to have to change with the car overnight to get back out here?
No, look, we're pretty happy. It's going well. Track's good. It's, just unfortunate. We've had an issue, and we'll, swap it over and have a crack tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations for making it here. We'll see you back in the morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to chat with Hayden Bentley there. A good time, though, for the 45. Heaps of places made. 1 hour 54:24. Oh, sorry, 1 hour 57 and 24 seconds. I apologise. All the numbers keep coming in.
Yes, yeah.
But great run from Andrew Brown in the pro car. Got to be happy with that. Continuing to watch on. Hear the clapping down that end. But just having a look at some of the average speeds here. 135k, 131k, 126k, 123k, 122, 120. Just pushing it. Absolutely pushing it out there today. So,
well, I think the live stream also gives us a good idea of just how rough the track is, and that average kilometre an hour, like you think that's 120 k's an hour average speed, 130. I mean, that's the speed limit on the highway out here in the Northern Territory, 133. So imagine doing that, 133, and then just pull off the side of the road and drive on the shoulder of the road. That'll give you a slight idea of how fast it feels on these dirts, and then you add the Finke whoops, the conditions that we see here down on the track, and it's a heck of a feat of what these guys are doing. But great to see the Andy Brown machine, Daniel Hardman, our international male model that is here this weekend, Denny Hardman. So great to see he flies in specifically just for this race with Andy. Him and Andy have been lifelong friends. So great to see Dan and Andy here. They had a slight rollover in prologue yesterday. It was one of those ones out the back that we were unfortunately not able to see, but obviously got the car fixed, repaired. Got it all the way down to Apachula, as we also see the Monk Fabrication 21 machine of Mark Burrows, a multi-time king of the desert.
Yeah, gets it done in 2 hours and 4 minutes. Not bad at all there for Mark Burrows. So now expecting the Gallard machine to be in next, I would say, because there's a gaggle of cars down past the Finke River section at the moment. So just waiting to see who continues to come through. More dust off in the distance, so we shall see who appears over the rise next.
Also looks like we're probably not far off expecting our first side-by-side through.
Yeah, going to be very interesting. Oh, there you go, Josh.
Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. That looks like one of those Can-Ams. Oh, there we go. Jeff McNiven, the 604.
Very good drive from these guys. It's going to be very interesting to see what sort of a time they do. Pushing hard in the good old Can-Am.
It'd be fantastic to get his opinion on the step up to the new Can-Am. I hear a little bit of an explanation. 2:02. So close to that 2 hour mark. But yeah, Jeff McNiven, last year's side-by-side pro defending champion. In that Can-Am Maverick.
More dust off in the distance, so we'll see who comes over the rise. What a run, though, from Jeff McNiven. It's the Tisco truck of
Mick Mager. So they've had a good run pushing up through the field, making the most of those rougher conditions.
Good jump there. Still sounds very healthy coming through the mics.
Yeah, nice strong run for Mick Mager and that Tisco truck. Getting down to the Apachula overnight stop.
Yeah, 1 hour 59, so he's going to be happy with that. Under 2 hours?
Yeah, anyone that can get down under 2 hours and then back again under 2 hours, you know, when the body's a bit sore. You know, we've heard from a few guys like Smoothie said, it's the most... you know, drinking beer, probably not the greatest effort at the pub. And we also have another vehicle here just behind Mick Mager. Is that the 52? I believe it is. I believe that's Royden Bailey. Just was trying to think of what elements we had in the vicinity, and that's the 52 of Royden Bailey. He's just snuck across the finish line there as well.
Hour 59 and 10 seconds.
So a good run there from Royden.
So for the people still following along, and I know there's a production full dry fan out there of Brad Lovell. He is still going well. He's still out there racing. He's around about the 134k mark, so around about 60% done and still moving along. So he shouldn't be too far away from the Mount Squires checkpoint. And just continuing to watch these vehicles come through. Again, great factory support for the Lovell machine this weekend. They've flown in a couple of blokes from Detroit to help work on that car. Cooper Weston making his way, though, now in the 61 machine. Nice little jump. See what he does across the line here.
Yeah, and that Rush built buggy.
Does it in time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Very good from Cooper Weston. Daniel Challen through Mount Squires in his side-by-side. So, 10 a.m. or 10:12 a.m. Currently the time here in the Alice. We're still here at the Alice Springs end at the start-finish line. Keziah Dawn down at the Finke end getting all the interviews for us. She'll stay down there overnight and then come back to Alice tomorrow. Must shout out to Amanda as well, who's been absolutely amazing. No worries, Jason. Glad to keep you updated on Brad in the US. I'm glad you're watching us, and hopefully you are also enjoying the Baja 500 as it goes on. Clayton Agnew, through Bunduma, so they'll be happy with that to get the 235. Had quite a few issues getting it into it. Yeah, definitely is great to see the Levels machine out and just the factory support that Ford gives it.
Terry, one of the other great things to see is our volunteers that are down here at the overnight stop. The second the cars pull in, there's someone having a quick check on them. You know, there's an ambulance station set up. They got a couple of bottles of water in hand ready to give out to our drivers. The bike riders will also be given the same royal treatment that you can expect down at the Apachula overnight stop. So a little bit of water, that's, you know, like Zach has said there, you know, his mouth quite dry, was having a little bit of drama with his visor flipping up quite regularly. So I'm sure he was very happy to get a bit of water, quench the thirst, purse the lips a little bit, have a nice little drink. But these great shots down here. Looks like a little bit of a breeze picking up. I'm sure the motorbike boys will be very happy to see that there's a bit of wind picking up with the dusty start times, with the multiple start times, and the dust. I know saw a post from your man Bradley Greenfield was talking about he did ride a little bit conservatively, but that's a good thing. He knows that he knows he's through prologue. He's safe and sound. He's ready to rock and roll today, and he knows what he has to do, and that's great. You know, he's not down in the dumps. He doesn't seem too upset about it. He just knows what he has to do today, and it's going to be exciting to watch. So, and particularly with this breeze picking up, it's going to make our bike racing super spectacular, the full length of this racetrack.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with Bradley Greenfield, I think the big thing with him is that he tends to not have the best prologues, as he said yesterday, and he comes through the pack hard. Like he's come through a couple of times, had the 15th a couple of years ago, and then up to the 10 number now. So I reckon if he can just be safe out there and ride it cleanly, he'll push numbers as well. But
unfortunately, the Westline truck pulling over just before the finish line. So that looks like the Westline Geyser. So that's the Geyser truck, yeah? So that's the 467. And another one of our side-by-sides just popping in. That's the number 3.
Wow, great drive.
Oof.
Oh,
a little bit of a sendy send there, my man.
The side-by-sides love that jump. Absolutely love it.
So it looks like the Can-Am's going to have a little bit of a stranglehold on the top couple of spots here. Ooh, a little bit of a clunk and a bang by the sounds of it coming. Sometimes the effects microphones give us a little bit of a false sound, but sounded a little bit rattly there. But that's a couple of Can-Am's in already to the Evans Motorsport team that strongly represent the Polaris guys. If you're listening along at home, we need you back. We need a good class battle happening. Jackson Evans, an absolute hellman behind the steering wheel. Got a little bit of unfinished business with this track after last year, so get your Polaris Pro R. I think I said it right, Simon. Please don't wrestle me.
Wow, Polaris City. Well, sorry, that's
Can-Am. So Can-Am's, exactly like we were saying. I was just having a look at the trackers and saw the numbers. We knew it was a couple of Can-Am's that were on there.
That's the Lads podcast. What a run from them.
Does that put them 3rd in class?
I think so. The 627. Wow.
Oh, a little bit of getting a little bit looser. I like it though, but up it, pulling the gears. Looks like a little bit of panel work flapping off it on the front there as well. We see on that other angle there, but the 627 is in the building. The Lads podcast. Well done to the boys.
Yeah, do it in time, 2 minutes 04. So get there in a better time than Glenn Ackred in the number 3 machine. He did in 2:06.
Oof.
So Justin Ryder, the 627 machine, goes second in class. And looks like we've got Jason Hutter watching along, who was one of the drivers in the Baja, but we'll throw down to Kazar.
Glenn, how was that drive for you?
Yeah, it was good. We got a flat tyre about halfway through, but other than that, it was a good run. Good.
There's a few flat tyres out there. It's a rough track. What was your take on it?
It is. It's a big whoop stuff. I think it's more the sand, the sand like that. So, but it loosened the sand and come down sideways and wasted wet.
Brilliant. And game plan tonight, is there much to do to the car?
Yeah, well, I think new drive shafts and we'll take a broken shaft there by the looks of things and just go over it and go back in tomorrow.
Awesome. We'll rest the body as well, and we'll see you back here in the morning. We've got another one pulling in right behind here.
So the next Burrows machine, the 123, making its way through. Go to have a chat with Glenn there.
Yeah, a lot of flat tyres this year at the moment.
Yeah, definitely rough. So imagine, again, if we're talking about flat tyres in the car section, the bikes.
Yeah.
There's going to be square edges for days out there.
Absolutely. Spectators, obviously.
I'm going to jump in here with you, Justin. Steve in the Navi seat. How was that ride for you?
Oh, that was unreal. Very rough. Yeah, we tried to preserve a little bit to, make sure we can get home tomorrow. But I think we got down there in a reasonable time, and yeah, we'll get it prepped and turned around ready for tomorrow.
And Steve as well, I mean, this is your first rundown, Fink. You did it for fun, you did it for a podcast.
No, this is my 7th Fink. Yeah, so...
first one for the podcast.
Yeah, first for the podcast. What a wild ride it always is. We got a good start. We really didn't have much dust coming down. We caught up to a couple of cars and also a couple of buggies, so that was good. It was really a really good run down. This car is pretty fast.
These buggies tend to be these side-by-sides. Yeah. As a navigator, how did he go?
Oh, no, he always goes really good. Yeah, he's very focused and, he knows his job.
And in terms of the car itself, how does that feel heading into tomorrow?
The car feels really good. It is a brand new build, so we're expecting maybe a few loose nuts and bolts, but we'll do a full prep on it and get it ready for tomorrow.
Brilliant. We'll go rest the body. Enjoy tonight. Make sure you get a good feed in you. The key is to be well prepared for tomorrow morning because it's a big day back to Alice. We're going to head back to you guys in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah, as we look to the finish line. Hannah Bentley across the line in the extreme two-wheel drive. Did it in time of 2 minutes 01 and no lid skids.
2 hours?
2 hours, sorry.
No, that's right.
Sorry.
Yes, yeah, and she's made up a plethora of positions there. Fantastic run there for Hannah. So that's 2 out of 3. That's 66% of day one done. We do keep a bit of an eye out. We might have a bit of a scroll down through the checkpoint times. We're looking for some of our sports lights. We haven't seen any come in yet. So that's the Montesalvos and also Hannah's brother Sam as we cut to the Loose Cannon Motorsport boys. They are not far out of Alice Springs. Look at all the campsites set up. But we're just going to go quiet for a little bit and listen to this beautifully naturally aspirated V8. So that looks like one of our first Polarises through there as well, a Pro R. So good to see a little bit of a cat amongst the pigeons there representing for the Polaris family. We see Brent Taylor charging hard in. Now, did they have a little bit of an issue in prologue?
With you, Hannah, you're the first girl down here, first female driver. How was that run for you?
It was actually really good. I don't a bit of an overshoot. Other than that, it was really clean. So happy the car didn't fault anything. It was just, yeah, so happy.
We're still waiting to get some of the times, but do you have a rough idea of how quick you did it in?
No idea. No idea.
Well, I think you must have been pretty quick because you're not far behind the front of the pack. In terms of the car, is there anything that you might need to do tonight getting ready for tomorrow morning?
We have a leaking diff seal. Other than that, yeah, No, I don't think so. We'll check everything, make sure it's all good, and hopefully go home and finish.
And your navvy in here, remember you saying, was it old schoolmates? How did he go being your navvy?
He went so well. He called everything. He holds me accountable. Sometimes I let off a little bit and he says, why are you slowing down? I'm like, good point.
Oh, it sounds like you did a good job then. Was it comfy over there?
Yeah, pretty good.
These trucks are pretty good. All right. Well, I'm going to let you go recover, get some rest tonight. I'll see you in the morning. Well done. We're going to head back to you guys very briefly, and then we'll get some more drivers coming in at the Finke end.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Brett Taylor does it in a time of 2 minutes 5. That man is going to be extremely happy with that. I think he's a slow starter to the weekend. Doesn't do the best around the prologue, but to get up there in the time that he has and to make up the positions that he has, a huge congratulations to Brett Taylor, the Alice Springs local. And Brad Close came in behind him 2 hours and 2 minutes there. Not bad at all. So great to see. And this is just the ending bit of his footage here. We'll ride along for the last section into Finke. You can see what it's all about. All the crew setting up on the right hand side there. The big jump. Good amount of people out there spectating as well. The iconic drop before the finish line and then foot flat for Brett Taylor. And we're going to hear from the man. I think he's going to be pretty chuffed. I think one of the first Alice locals into Finke.
All right, we've got our first local in here, Brett Taylor. He's just trying to get his helmet off. It's always a bit tricky when you've been sweating and the heat builds up. Is that a bit of a struggle to get the helmet off there?
Yeah, a bit weary, just a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's a big trek down here to Finke. How was the run? How was the truck?
Yeah, good. That was my pre-run today, so hadn't had a look at it since last year. We did down to Deep Well the other day, so that was a pre-run. It's all good. Truck's going good.
Oh, well, good. Is there much to do overnight to get it ready for tomorrow?
Hopefully not, which would be a first for us. Normally we've got to reinvent the wheel when we come down here, but no, it's going pretty well, so it's good.
Well, for all the years it doesn't go right, you've got to have 1 year that it does go a little bit better.
Fingers crossed.
Well, get some rest tonight. We'll see you bright and early. Well done. First local here in Finke to make it to this end. The trick now is to make it back to Alice Springs. It's all about going there and back. I'm just going to come over here. Is it Caleb here? How you going, Caleb? You're in the navvy seat?
Good, yeah. We made it. That's the main thing, eh?
You got in. How was it? Was it a bit rough?
Yeah, it was all right. A few hairy moments along the way. Yeah, it was not too bad. Got caught up in the dust for a bit, following behind, so.
Yeah, a bit stuck behind that. I might just go around the other side and get Brad. We'll just walk around here. It's quite fun seeing these guys come in. They're pretty fresh, pretty sore. Hey, Brad. How are you going?
Flog.
It does give you a bit of a flogging here. How was the car? How did it feel?
Not too bad, actually, but a little bit rough in the front, but we're going to adjust that tonight. So other than that, that's rough.
Finke's always a bit rough. It's a bit of a rougher track too.
Oh, it's the roughest I've seen it.
Can you grab that?
It's the roughest I've seen it.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. In terms of just, is there anything that has to happen to the car, I guess, that you want to change up?
No, I might just do a couple of adjustments on the suspension. That's about it.
Brilliant.
That's it. It's all together this year.
And get some rest for the sore body.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong, my arms.
Get some rest, get a good feed. We're going to keep grabbing the buggies as they roll in here at this end. It's always pretty interesting to see how sore and just how exhausting this trek to Finke is. We'll be back very shortly, but until then, back to you guys in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, great to hear from Brettles. He's going to be a very, very happy man. Looked clean from Brett Taylor this year, and like he said, probably the first time he doesn't have to reinvent the wheel down at Finke. So, yeah, awesome for that machine to finish up where it has, and Brad close behind him, the vehicle we're having a look at now. Jamie Harrison next to come in the side-by-side, 2 hours, 10 minutes, and then Matthew Burrows, he was already in, so they've just updated the time on him again, or whether he's just snuck out the side and re-tripped the timing board.
Might have to give keys to the hot tip and tell her that she can find you head down to Grabbo's VIP.
Yes.
There's an ice bath down there, so maybe some of the boys there, they might like to get a bit of a head start on Grabbo's ice bath, as it looks like the next one of our trucks. I think this is the 439 Jamie Knight, the Gundawindi local boys. The motorsport president there from Gundawindi. He'll have plenty of people looking along. He loves to air that big truck out. Air Nighter, we used to nickname him at Gundawindi. But great to see the boys. I think they were a little bit disappointed in their prologue run yesterday. They weren't 100% happy. But looks like they've had a good run there. It looks like all the panels, the spare still on the back of the car. You can't ask for much more than that when you're crossing the finish line at Apachula.
Yeah, no, definitely not. 2 hours and 4 minutes.
Oh, good run.
Very good run from Jamie Knight in his extreme two-wheel drive machine. And probably one of the competitors that hasn't had to change anything on the way down. I think that was the big thing here. But it looks like we're not too far away from seeing the next one of our competitors through the finish line. Because the 467's popped up on the timing screen, but I don't know whether they've made it through yet. That was the Westline truck that was parked off to the side there. But still a heap of vehicles to come through. A lot of vehicles through Mount Squires at the moment. As we get these shots of the night machine making their way into Finke and getting their bottles of water. Interesting to hear as well from the close car just how rough it is out there. I think we've all been talking about it this weekend, but to hear from close that it is that rough, it's very interesting indeed. So, more dust off in the distance. We'll see who's next in. Quite a few big gaps. I think the big thing here in the cars is that clean air and sort of staying at the pace that you feel best at in the Comiskey Mining
Yeah, it looks
entry.
like the Brenthal, the all-wheel drive Brenthal of Brett Comiskey. Still looks like it sounds like it's running strong.
Yeah.
That brand new War Speed 7 litre. Yeah, sounding good there. So that's a great drive from Brett. I know they'll be very happy to have it down here in the overnight stop as a side-by-side hot on his heels there.
Heaps of dust there, as you can see.
Was that the 651? Was that Greg Campbell?
I think so.
I sort of thought I saw a... Yeah, 651. That yellow stripe up the side was a little bit of a giveaway, but unfortunately sometimes they only flash up very quickly. But that is the 834 and the 651 into the Alice Springs overnight stop, Apachula overnight stop.
Yeah, Brett Comiskey does it in a time of 2 hours 13 minutes. So just getting that thing in there.
So we got a little bit of a breeze howling up here in the commentary box. So that's a very, very good thing for our motorbike boys. I'll have a bit of a look at the start. So our top 20 will go 2 at a time. And then from there, we move on to grid positions of 5 at a time.
Oh, Paul Digger. The first of our Class 10s just had a huge moment on the jump. Oh my Lord.
Couple of deep breaths, boys. Reset the heart rate. You're in. But a great run there. The first of our spotlights in. Oh, actually, we missed that on the coverage. Looked like Brett obviously having a little bit of a moment there. Fair bit of fiberglass missing from the front right-hand side of that. I think that truck is left-hand drive, so they can blame the Navi. And I'm going to say this is Ivan Schmocker.
Yeah.
The single-seat element.
So good little battle. Oh, the suspension setup on that thing is so good.
Those element cars just work so well. Ivan, a regular here at the Finke Desert Race, a regular at most off-road racing events in Australia. Great driver, seasoned competitor.
Yeah, 2 hours and 7, not bad at all.
See, Brett's side looks good.
Yep.
Come around to the Navi side. Ah. Far out, mate. That'll be coming out of his check. No.
Yeah. Good run from them, though. I'll be happy with that. Will Brett? And I'm going to go and have a chat with him now.
Look, it was good, but we had no four-wheel drive. We had no. We were locked in 4th gear the whole way, so never reached any real top speeds. But hey, we're here. We'll fix it, and we'll have a good run on the way home. So, yeah, bad luck, unfortunately. Stop breathing.
Remember to breathe. Just in terms of the truck stuck in 4th gear, is there anything you can do tonight to get that fixed for tomorrow?
We got parts here, so we'll get it fixed and we'll have a good run home.
Yeah, perfect. The time then, are you not so stoked with that?
No, not really. It's all good. So, yeah, look, we're not competing for the top spot, so we want to finish. It's first time we've been down here in 5 years in this truck, so it's a bit of a monkey off our back.
Yeah, good. You've got to get it done. And how did you go over there in the Navi seat? We get a thumbs up. You're good? At least the trucks, they're nice and smooth. They're not quite as bumpy as the buggies. Well done, guys. Well, I'm just going to wander over here. We've got another one of the side-by-sides just pulled in here. Hello? The Campbells? Yes. How are you doing? How was that? It's a little bit dirtier in the buggies than it is in the trucks, but how are you feeling after that?
Oh, yeah, they got it easy. Yeah, no, it was good. We our run down, we thought it was okay. We copped a bit of dust in the first part, which we knew we were good. So we didn't prologue as well as I should have, but no, that was okay. No, it was a good, clean run. And we're just sort of, we're having trouble getting momentum in the whoops. We'll just go back and work on that. But that was a clean run, can't complain.
And in terms of the buggy, is there much to do overnight?
I hope not. I'll get out and have a look, but we've got all our customers down there to look after, so we'll sort them out first and then we'll look at ours.
I was going to say, you're the expert on it. You've got to fix a large chunk of them.
Yeah. I hope they all get in pretty clean.
That is.
I also had the privilege of overtaking my daughter back there a few kilometres back, so we'll just wait around here and make sure they come in okay.
I was going to say, I was pretty excited seeing her lining up for the prologue yesterday. How proud are you seeing her get out here?
Yeah, no, she's doing really well. A little bit frustrating that they beat us, but we got them back today.
You need some family rivalry, and your son in here next to you as well.
Yeah, so Lachlan drives as well, and he's doing the ARB Championship, which he's doing quite well in. And this car has to race again in 3 weeks, so we have to be a little bit smart about it.
Think is about getting there and back then. Don't push it too much.
Yes, can't get ahead of ourselves. We're only halfway there.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. Get some rest tonight. Hopefully there's not too many repairs to be done on a few of the side-by-sides. The Campbells, the first of their buggies to get in here. They're just going to roll down to the campground, but we will head back up to the commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kazai. Great to hear from our competitors once again, and for everyone who was holding on for the 1088 to make their way in, they have made it to Finke, 2 hours 31 minutes, so definitely with an issue there. I saw a couple of things speaking about fuel issues, so they were stuck at 80k an hour, so really unfortunate for the Montesalvo twins, but they've made it to Finke. They can hopefully get working on the vehicle and they'll be able to get it ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a real shame. That's one of those things. If it was, say, like a fuel pressure regulator that's let go or something like that, something that you don't really prep for, you don't really, change out a fuel pressure regulator every race weekend or anything like that. So that's a real shame for those guys. But I'm sure they'll be hunting around the pits trying to get whatever parts they need and get the 1088 back up and running. As that was the 6.79. Was that Terence Flynn Dow across the finish line as well?
Yeah, did it at a time of 2 hours, 21 minutes, so not bad at all. And for all of our bike fans who are keen on watching the bike start, we kick off from 12 o'clock, but we're going to go speak to the Montesalvo twins.
All right, I've got Christian and Ashton. I call them the Patriot twins. How was that run?
We had lots of issues after about the 110, 115k mark, but the run up until then was just it was good, and then it just turned all bad fast. So but we're here.
You made it here to Finke. In terms of the car, I mean, how was it? Is there much you're going to have to do to it?
We have an issue with the fuel system. I'm not sure where, but it shouldn't be that hard of a fix. I think I know what it could be, so we just got to get down pits and just try and fix it.
And you've got a few extra hands to work on it too this year without the truck running.
Yes. Definitely running one car this year versus running two cars or last year. The whole time that we've been here, it's just been way more fun, but also more chill and just kind of, like we just have more time.
You're here for the process. You don't have to compete against dads or uncles or anyone else. How did you go, Ashton?
I reckon up until about the 110k mark, we were absolutely on the pedal, absolutely flying, felt really fast, and then just those fuel card issues, and we just had to limp at the car all the way in. So what can you do? That's racing. At least we're here and we have a DNF, so we'll give it a red hot go tomorrow.
Brilliant. We'll go get some rest tonight. Hopefully they can work on it, get it all fixed and ready to go. You get a good time tomorrow. Congratulations, guys. All right, we've got a few more pulling in. We can jump over here if we like. We have Terence Flynn Dowell. How are you going, Terence?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Yeah, good. And is it Tori in the...
Oh, what's that, sorry?
In the navigator seat, is it Tori?
Yeah, Tori Campbell, yeah.
We just saw her dad come in. Sorry, I'm trying to look through your helmet. We just saw her dad come in just before, and he was a bit gutted that you might have been going faster than him.
Yeah, we had a bit of a good run early on. Just struggled in the big whoops. Couldn't really get through them. Lost the suspension pretty early and then got run over, but it's all a part of racing, isn't it? Part of Finke, bit of fun. But we made it, that's all that matters.
Well, they don't call it one of the toughest races in the world for no reason. Congratulations on making it down here. Tori, I know your dad's standing by to say hi to you by the time you get in. How was that run for you?
I had lots of fun. Really enjoyed it other than being run over, but that's all right. Had a few funny moments, but it was heaps of fun. Yeah.
And sort of having that bit of competition against your dad, is it a bit of family banter going on?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm going to cop it tonight. The fact that he passed me, I'm definitely going to cop it. Oh, here he comes now.
Yeah, we've got him walking straight over. Yeah. He's about to come in through the Navi's window.
Take the shot.
I might just pop over here actually and get a few words. Dad and daughter. Dad, I mean, what's the message to Tori right now?
Thanks for letting us pass.
You're welcome.
No, I love this. Well done. Both in. That is the Campbell family have made it down this end. We're going to head back to commentary for a little bit and get a few more of the cars coming into the Finke end.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah. Great to hear from our competitors. Gary Povey made it in the 38, 2 hours and 16 minutes, not bad at all. Brad Lovell through Mount Squires, so not too far away from him. Clayton Agnew also through Mount Squires, so great to see him. And then gentleman Jeff Pickering has made it through Bundooma. For the people that are watching the Foley machine, the 284 buggy, they are just outside of Mount Squires, so they shouldn't be too far away from making their way through there, because I know there is some interest there for the Alice locals. We've already got one local in. Hopefully we can see a couple of more make their way through. Also great to hear from the Montesalvo twins. They are absolute legends in the 10 class, and they do extremely well to promote that vehicle and do all the work on it as well, so great to hear from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of great competitors here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the 49th edition. Already gearing up next year for the 50th, so start planning your holiday adventures based around the King's birthday long weekend here in the Red Centre. It's a great place to be as the 609 Glenn Howe makes his way through the Mount Squires checkpoint as well. That's just flashed up on our timing screen up here as well. We're also following along on the live tracking. All of this can be found just by going to the Tatts Finke Desert Race website and following the links. Also, if you're curious as well there, they already have, head to the bike competitors. They have all the start times up, so if you're looking for someone along at home, it'll give you grid position and start time as well. Our first bike off the line at midday Central Time. So we're definitely looking forward to that as well. Callum Norton, how will he handle the pressure of being the absolute #1 favourite? No ifs, buts or maybes after that strong show. There might have been a few people that were a little bit on the fence, but after that strong showing in prologue yesterday, I'm sure Callum just excited to get it out and done, underway as well, get riding. He might want the dust to he might want the wind to stop. He might want that dust to be getting kicked up.
Well, I think he just wants to do all the talking with the bike on the track. So, yeah, definitely, it's going to be very interesting once we get into them. As another one of our side-by-sides makes their way into Finke. Another Can-Am, the 6144. Making its way over that iconic finish line jump. See what sort of a time they do across the line into Finke. It's Craig Anderson in the time of 2 hours and 19 minutes. Not bad whatsoever. And here we go. The battles begin down in the pack side by side. The Swinglehurst machine back up and running.
Very good news to see Tom up and running, but the 626 off the start line and Tom right there behind him, sliding up the inside. So it goes to show just how well those side-by-sides go. A Turbo Pro Buggy not really able to gap it on a straight there. Maybe still a few little dramas there for Tom, but Tom pushing hard on his way in there.
Yeah, does it in a time of 2 hours and 39 minutes. So definitely some issues there for Tom.
Yeah, looks like he did have a pretty good run from Mount Squires. He'd made up about 4.5 minutes on Daniel Challen there from Mount Squires, so maybe up and running again. But glad to see, because he was stopped on our timing markers on the Rally Safe app for a while there. But great to see Tom and his sister Kate up and running. And great to see Daniel Callan in there as well, as we get a photo of Chris Anderson here at the finish line, getting water, getting checked out, having a little bit of a chat to the officials. It is a fantastic thing that they do here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the way they look after the competitors when they cross the finish line. They understand how treacherous this track is, how torturous it is. It's not just sit in the car and just let it do its thing. It's a big effort. Like we said, we saw how exhausted Brad Close was when he got in, and Smoothie as well. You know, one little issue like no power steering, and all of a sudden you're pushing hard. As that looks like the 1057 Rod Visser in the house as well. So a few of our sports lights starting to come flowing in as well.
Yeah, great to see the Visser machine, the 1057, comes across the line 2 hours, 24 minutes. Not bad at all for a sports light. And next of our side-by-sides are making their way through. And for those who have just joined us, whether it's here at the track or on the live stream watching from all around the world, Travis Robinson took out the auto section this morning, 1 hour 38 minutes. Bo Robinson in second with 1 hour and 41, and provisionally at this moment in time, Billy Geddes and Alan Cornick in third position on corrected time, 1 hour 45, and then Boston Morgan Horam in fourth, and then John Towers, an excellent drive in the Pro Light Buggy, in fifth.
Exceptional drive.
Yeah, huge.
Fifth overall in a Pro Light. What a great position for him as well. He knows that anything can happen on the return leg, but I mean, that can be exactly the same for him. Anything can happen on the return leg. He will be driving very hard as he makes his way back home. He needs to attack and attack hard in that little Pro Light.
Yeah, Keith McReynolds snuck in there, 2 hours 30 minutes. And the next of our 410, no, Pro Light, the 134, makes its way through. Still having a good push there into Fink. Paul Tuckley through Mount Skies, but David Hall across the line here at Fink. For those who have only joined us for their first Fink as well, it's race day 1. Still got a whole nother day to go for racing.
And still less than 50% through race day 1 as well. The bikes, you can see a few of our bike competitors gearing up for sign-on riders briefing just across from the commentary tower. So plenty of action still to come today, that's for sure. Don't go anywhere, settle in. Get some meat smoking.
Yeah,
Plan the long lunch. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah, if any smoker companies want to chuck us a sponsorship for next year, we could get one happening out the back here. We'd be very, very happy with it. Next of the side-by-sides. But we here in the Combox are going to go a little bit quiet because the riders briefing is just about to happen. So we'll throw over to them and make sure we don't interrupt them. We will be back very shortly.
284 just went through Bundooma.
Did you get in that way? It's bloody right thing. It's a long way.
Yeah, there is, but
scared too, or was that a really tough run for you guys?
The first probably 30 Ks was real wet. We got stuck behind a few cars and in the dust, and then hit a couple of pretty big puddles. Then Dad started fogging up. To about let's say 70 Ks. After that, we had a really good run. Started picking off. I think we picked off about 10 or 11 cars. So we made up some positions, which is good after a pretty horrible prologue that we had the other day.
This is where you make up for it, is day one of race day, and it sets you up in a good place again for tomorrow as well. How did the truck feel? Is there much you think you might have to do tonight?
Nah, the truck felt awesome. Absolutely awesome. We were smashing whoops. Yeah, it was so cool.
It sounds like a pretty fun ride. Especially if you're in the Navi seat. The driver's seat is a little bit tough, and it's Dad driving, isn't it? Yeah. Hello, Nick. I'm going to grab you. You took your helmet off.
All good.
Driving that, how was it?
Pretty full on. Rough as guts, actually. But truck handled it, so that was good. We had a couple of scary bits, but handled it pretty good, actually. Very happy.
Brilliant, and your son seems pretty stoked too. Is there much of a plan tonight, a campsite set up?
Hopefully down over here with the Westerns, and give it a good going over. I reckon I've got a couple of things loose in the steering by the feel of it, so yeah.
Yeah, and it's something you definitely do feel more in the driver's seat, I guess, than in the Navi seat, is just all the changes and everything going on underneath the car.
Yeah, yep. We had a bit of an issue. Right at the start, we hit obviously a big puddle. We lost all of our navigation, so we're basically flying blind all the way down here. So anyway, it's all good.
It is a common thing that does go wrong here at Finke when you do lose that navigation, and it is a bit of a tough ride. Well done. Both of you get some rest. We'll see you smiling bright and early here on the start-finish line in Finke. Well done. All right, we're going to head back to you boys in commentary, and we'll bring you some more interviews shortly. All right, I'm going to jump in here with Zach and Geordie, two local boys from Alice Springs. Talk us through that run.
Yeah, it was good. We just kept it smooth and, got down here in one piece.
That's the key, right? You've got to get down here to get back again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we passed a lot of cars on the side of the track there, so we just tried to keep it clean and get down here, have a beer.
We're not meant to do that down here, but Geordie in the Navi seat, does a little bit of local knowledge play a part when you're trying to tell Zach where to go?
Yeah, it does help, but it's a bit loud sometimes. You get a bit confused, so I just let him do his thing, and yeah, he got us here in one piece.
In terms of this, the Finke track, are you quite familiar with it?
Yeah, this is our fourth time, so we're familiar enough. We're getting better every year.
That's the thing. And growing up in Alice, how big was Finke for you, even as a child growing up?
Yeah, been going camping since as a when I could walk, I think. So, yeah, don't miss out too many Finks. It's it's good to be involved with it now, racing. So yeah.
How long did it take you to actually take that step up to drive 4 years ago?
When I found the money, that was probably about the main reason. So.
That's almost everyone's reason. Geordie, I mean, how long have you guys known each other and been driving together?
We started driving together in 2019, but yeah, we've known each other for a long time. Yeah, sort of like family. So yeah, as long as I can remember.
Brilliant. Well, I'll let you guys roll on off and get those helmets off, get the kit off, have a bit of a rest, a good feed tonight. We've just got another buggy that's just come in and another side-by-side just behind that. And we will grab a few more interviews very shortly, but I might head back to you guys up in the commentary team.
Can't go anywhere else.
All right, I'm going to let... I think it's Linda and James going off the buggy, but I'm going to let you guys take your gear off, and I'm going to have a quickly talk to Katie and Kyle. Katie, you're one of the few girls who gets in the buggies and gets down here. You're in the navvy seat. How did that feel for you?
Pretty good. It was very rough today. There was lots of whoops. Definitely forgot about it from 2 years ago.
And you're pretty good mates. How many times have you guys driven together?
We've about 2 national rounds now.
Awesome. And Kyle, for you, how'd the car feel?
Yeah, it doesn't get any better going down the whoops. Still bouncing around everywhere. Slow down for corners and you can't get back on top of the whoops. So we just want to get down this year and finish another one. So it'll be our third if we get back tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well, you've made it halfway, and that's pretty much the most important thing right now. In terms of tonight, do you think there's many repairs you're going to have to do, or what's the game plan for the campsite?
We'll probably put a new set of bearings in it because they're probably copper hiding most of the way down, and yeah, just assess everything else and send it tomorrow.
Brilliant. Got to get him to get you back again.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
No, congratulations, guys. I'm going to have a wander over here. Am I right? It's Linda and James? How are you? You're in the fun seat, but you both look like you copped it out there.
We did. It was pretty muddy in the beginning and pretty rough, actually.
Yeah. In terms of a navigator, she didn't try to keep you out of the puddles?
No, she did, but there's just coming out of the stadium, there's one big one that you just can't miss, and we got it big time. So, and I had mud going down the inside of my visor, which was a bit of a hassle for a little while, but no, that track was just rougher than last year, but so much fun. So much fun.
So you're telling me you've looked this muddy since you left Alice, basically?
Pretty much, yeah. It's all dried out now.
Oh, well, I guess that's a bonus. In terms of the buggy, I mean, how did it feel?
No, buggy felt really good. We got a few little minor things, just normal standard things we do, check it all over. There was no bangs or crashes that shouldn't have happened. So I've got a few adjustments to make on the rear end because we're bottoming out a little bit. And other than that, the crew's going to be busy cleaning it this afternoon, so it looks good on the start line tomorrow, and then hopefully get back to Alice for a drink tomorrow afternoon.
That is the mission, there and back. In terms of the setup, I mean, what does the team look like down this end?
We just have our son here and a friend of ours down here. Yeah, ready to meet us.
And put them to work.
Will do.
Awesome, guys. We'll get some rest. Make sure you get a good feed tonight as well. And get ready to go back down there. How many times is this there and back for you?
It's our second time.
Brilliant. Yep. Well, got to make it 2 out of 2.
Yeah, we're practicing for next year.
Well, next year's the big one. Next year's the 50th. So make sure you're ready for that one. All right, I'm going to head back down to the commentary team, and I will talk to you again very soon.
So the 10:63, we are back. Drivers or riders briefing done and dusted here at the start finish complex in Alice Springs as the Sillet machine, the 10:63 from Mount Isa. A couple of desert locals there. They are across the finish line down at the Apachula end. So the bikes, they've had their safety briefing. I can see bikes starting to line up a long way down at the end of the start-finish straight, but the grid placings will start to go in. 12 o'clock, we will see our first bikes off the line, so that's 50 minutes. The wait, the morning for their bike riders. It's about to get all very hectic, very real. So we have the top contenders here off the start line in groups of 2, then we'll move into groups of 5. Whew. And it's not a long start straight this year before our first sweeping left hand, and it's also not just one left-hand corner, it's a nice little chicane that they have going here.
Yeah, always great to see the bikes get up on the bopper and have a bit of fun. Couple of vehicles into Finke while we were away there. Zach Gunston in the 689, another one of our Alice locals through. James Hagnon in the 668, Tom Stevens in the 606, and as we just saw there on the big screens now, the 1063 of Christopher Sollitt making their way into Finke. Wind is definitely up here in the Alice at the moment. It's very gusty.
What a big change from prologue day. We were talking about the dust. We can see the dust hanging in the air. Not much of a breeze. Even at lunchtime, it sort of didn't pick up for the afternoon, but looks like there's definitely a breeze here at the Alice end. Try and get a bit of an idea for what the conditions are like down at the Apachula.
There's another one of our side-by-sides make their way through. I've just had a chat to one of the sweep drivers in that little break there, and we've got a gentleman who's it's probably one of the best setups I've seen. I saw a photo of it, 79 series, and on the roof rack he's got a dinghy up there. He's got like apparently an 80-inch screen, and he's tuning in with his satellite TV into the live stream. So shout out to him.
Living the dream.
That is a awesome setup as Warren Ward makes his way across the line into Finke. 2 hours 35 minutes, not bad at all. These side-by-sides continue to get quicker and quicker each and every year. Give a bit of a shout out to someone who's not here this weekend and is going very well over in America at the moment. Toby Price with a 4-minute lead and apparently with a tyre change as well. That is huge, so massive shout out. We've got some of the biggest off-road racing events happening here in the world, as well as a heap of other sporting events here in Australia at the moment. I know the Perth Supercars are on this weekend, and a shout out to Ryan Wood, the New Zealander, getting his first win in Supercars. Great to see Woody get on the top step over in Perth. But we're here for the Tatts Finke Desert Race as Jack Livingston makes his way across the line, the 6138 side by side. Gets to have a look at that lovely board. Hi, honey. I'm into Fink. That bonnet has been a staple for a very long time. Jeff Pickering has made his way through to Mount Squires. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing Brad Lovell in as well, if everything is going to plan. The 685 making their way through now into Fink as well.
You're exactly right. It is a absolute iconic board. It's a photo. It's every, you regularly see it, but there's a reason why you see it. It's because there is that feeling of accomplishment just making it down to Apachula.
Especially with how rough it is this year. Getting your machinery down there is definitely a plus. You can turn around and come back for day number 2. It's a huge effort for a lot of these competitors. Can tell you that. Great vision once again from the Fink end. Massive shout out to Global Headquarters this weekend for making this live stream all possible. Absolute bunch of legends that bring you all these awesome camera shots and bring the live stream to the world this weekend.
Yeah, we say it all the time, isn't it? Like 5 years ago, having footage like this, like the quality of the footage as well, like the amount of data that has to be uploaded to the internet, to the old interwebs, to the cloud in the sky for footage of this quality to be coming down from the Apachula overnight stop as well. That's, a few years ago, this was just a pipe dream,
Yeah.
So fantastic what technology advances we've seen, and fantastic that the production company here taking full advantage of them.
Yeah, someone looking to see where Brad Gallard is, I do believe. He's been classed as a DNF, unfortunately. Did make it through the Mount Squires checkpoint, but never made it into Fink. So on the tracker, he is showing in one of the pits. So I'm guessing he's been towed back there. But again, great pictures of the crews sort of rolling into Apachula. A heap of fans from Fink as well down there. It's like Christmas for them as well. They don't rarely get to see this amount of people down there, and they all have a great time down at Fink as well.
Well, I know that there's a lot of that cross and shared interest. Quite regularly, the car guys will have a bit of an idea of when the first bike is going to make its way into Apachula, and if they have a few little dramas and they've, working on their car, they will down tools, quickly race across to the finish line jump, cheer on, a lot of the top 50 competitors, or keep an eye out for a mate that is riding in the Fink as well. So that's great. The car boys, they love watching the motorbike boys. They love getting behind them. Is this the first of our Class 2s in?
I do believe so, and it's the Moles machine. Great to see these guys through, especially with the story behind the Alice Hostech team. Unfortunately, had a big fire during the start of the year and lost their business. But they've reopened. They've got back out, and they've got the smaller machine out here this weekend, and put your hands together for Clayton Agnew and Lincoln Meekings. Lincoln, I think, all of 16 years of age in the passenger seat this weekend. So absolutely amazing for the 235 to make it across the line. Another one of our Alice locals into Fink. They'll be very happy with that. And I do believe that is the first of our Super 1650s in. And they did it in a time of 2 hours 42, so they'll be happy with that, I do believe.
We won't have to keep much of a time out. I believe our 3 Super 1650s, they started on grid together, and then a maximum of a 30-second gap because the driver racing crew was on the grid position behind. So all 3 of them starting within 30 seconds of each other. So they would have had a ding-dong battle, I reckon.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a lot harder in those smaller machines as well, a lot harder on the gear, on the arms, all that fun stuff. But some more Alice locals, see Hayden down there, one of our great volunteers, and there you go, the driver machine just goes through Mount Squires, so very good to see them.
Wow, that's a great drive by Moles. Then that puts into perspective just how hard they were working. You know, Mount Squires still probably expect to see the driver machine in probably another 10, 15 minutes. But that, you know, from a 30-second start now, unless the driver machines had issues, but that shows just how well Moles was driving that car. As
and
the first.
There we go. The first of the production four-wheel drives. They want to go 3 years back to back to back. And day one's looking good for Brad Lovell. Big shout out to the American man with his son on the silly seat this weekend. A lovely jump over that iconic finish line. And it's awesome to see the Lovell machine making its way, pushing hard, the Ford Ranger Raptor. This thing is built tough and is built to conquer Fink. And that's what they do on day one. They're down to Fink. Huge congratulations to the 773. I know quite a few people in Detroit will be pretty happy with that one, watching that come across the line. You love to see it. Brad Lovell does it in a time of 2 hours, 49 minutes and 12 seconds. Congratulations to them for making it down into Fink once again. That car built here in Australia and a lot of testing done on it, a lot of different things. And it's great to see it out here at Fink. And it went over and did, I think, a class in Baja and actually won that class as well.
Yep,
so
Baja 1000. He was he talked about that on Friday night.
Yep.
Incredible though, isn't it? Like the Baja 500 on this weekend, and they've decided to come here and prove a point with the Raptor Ranger. Awesome drive though, all the way from America. There, you know, we've got a few American competitors this weekend. Also one from Dubai in our motorbikes as well. I think we, I got to admit, we both had to look up the flag, mate. I had no idea as well when that flag popped up. Geography, not my strong point. English, not my strong point. Actually, there's not a lot of things that are my strong point. So, unfortunately, just got a message from Billy Geddes saying had a good run there in P3. Funny how the small things that can catch you out at Fink. I won't use his exact words, but he said we wet our visors and off the start line to try and clean them up nice and good, but had to run the helmet open till 40 Ks because the dust was just sticking to the visor, even though they thought they'd dried it off properly. A little bit of moisture there. And then was talking about the comms that he lost there. But isn't it crazy, some of the little things that can just bring you undone at Fink?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Simply cleaning your visors, a little bit of moisture left on there, and he said it just attracted dust and had to run the visors up for the first 40 Ks. So a good job there for Billy to get that truck home in P3. And thanks, Billy, for giving us a little bit of information. I appreciate helping give a little bit of insight to the little stories that you wouldn't just stumble across if you were standing here watching the Fink Desert Race.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Not too far away whatsoever from getting the bikes underway as well. It's 11:21 Central Standard Time. We kick off our first bikes at 12 o'clock. And I think that's a very good rig to take down to Fink. But Keziah's going to go down and have a chat with Brad.
All right. How did that run go for you?
I can't tell you how rough it is out there. You know, we were running a bone stock Ranger Raptor pre-running and had great times, and then it just gets all cupped out by all those trophy trucks running up front. But boy, we got on top of a lot of those whoops. We did have a couple moments just smashing through them, getting out of control. Got a little sideways, almost hit a tree once, but I think you really have to scare yourself a few times coming down the track or it's not worthwhile. So great run for the Ranger Raptor, and Adam did a great job keeping me calm, calling the turns. My son Adam is here. His brother Byam was here the last 2 years, so really pumped to be down here with Ford Performance.
Awesome, and it's great to have you guys back. You won the class last year. There hasn't been too many changes to the truck since last year. It's all pretty standard, was what we were hearing the other night.
Yeah, I think it's, no big dramatic changes, but I think one thing that happens is year over year over year it gets rougher. In North America, we see flash floods and wind come and heal the desert. but here it seems like these whoops just keep stacking bigger and bigger. And unofficially, it looks like we got the record time for the production 4x4 class coming down here. We're really working on our pace, making sure we're staying on target, so we're really happy.
Awesome. We'll get some rest tonight, and we'll make sure we see you bright and early in the morning.
Right on. We'll be here in Fink, ready to head back up.
Well done. All right, we're going to head back to you guys, and I will see you again very shortly.
So, Brad, talking about that there, we're just going to find, where are we, class? Just going to see if we can give you that information. Production, full drive, 2 hours 56 was set by Craig Lowndes last year, and they've done it in 2 hours 49, so absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, that is flying, isn't it? Isn't it interesting? Like you said before, we've got Toby Price and Paul Wheel over in America racing this weekend. We've got Brad Lovell over here in Australia racing this weekend, and both chasing the overall or winning their class as well. So fantastic cross-germination of racing happening all around the world in off-road. But Brad pumped on that, as he should be, getting a production four-wheel drive down that class. I'm sure there's probably a couple of people at home, the Sandy Bowmans, the Clayton Chapmans, great off-road racers that have attempted Class 7s down that track, and they know just what an absolute effort it is. They could probably shed a little bit of light on the journey of trying to get a Class 7 down there, and the absolute relief of getting it all the way down there, and not just getting it down there in just under time. Like it was a little while ago, there's a 4-hour cutoff, and the production Class 7s were only just inside that 4-hour cutoff. Now they're smashing it. They got an hour up their sleeve.
Yeah, no, definitely. They are big push from them, and it's great to see all the innovation coming out of it. Great to see all the people down at the Fink end enjoying the weekend so far. Couple of future off-road competitors, I reckon. But it does look very, very good for the 284, Wayne Foley. Wow. Just been shown something up in the comms box, and my heart skipped a little beat there. Wayne Foley, though, made it through Mount Squire as well as Jason Gibbons. And we're not too far away from, having a chat with some of our front-running bike competitors shortly.
Yeah, almost half an hour, and then they're going to be underway.
We'll switch gears from our four-wheeled competitors to our two-wheel.
Yeah, the real mad dogs of the
Yep.
Fink Desert Race are our motorbike riders. They're slightly unhinged. I mean, our truck drivers, our buggy drivers and everything like that, they're not all there in the head. But these bike boys, they put it on the line. It's exciting, the adrenaline, like from the moment they start to the moment they finish. I believe Ben Grabham described it a bit like trying to hold onto a cliff with your fingertips while someone hits you in the back with a baseball bat. That's what the Fink whoops feel like. So, yeah, we're excited for our bikes that are going to be underway shortly. But up until then, we'll call as many cars as we can through as well before we flip focus to the bikes. This looks like the, was it Paul Lee Tuck?
I think so.
It does look like the single-seat machine.
Had a trip in the red sand, most definitely, this weekend. The 996. I do believe that is the Tuck Lee machine. We'll see what sort of a time they do into Fink. 2 hours, 53 minutes and 37 seconds for Paul Tuck Lee. Great to see that machine into Fink. And it looks like the Coop machine. Oh! Some stuff hanging out of the bottom there. I don't know whether that's some sort of straps for suspension or a tow rope maybe.
Yeah, that is interesting. That's hard to kind of picture. It does kind of look like a tow rope. I wonder if they got
a bit bogged.
Had a tow rope on the front already or something like that. But that is definitely a tow rope hanging out the front as well.
Congratulations, though, to the next of our Alice Springs competitors across the line, the 296 of Gary Coop and Tanya Coop. 2 hours, 53 minutes and 44 seconds in the Super 1650 class. So an absolutely impressive drive from Clayton Agnew in the Moles machine. They did it in time of 2 hours 42, so they were pushing it in that car.
Take nothing away from it. That's 2 of our Class 2s across out of a total of 3. Right now, we'll cheer on the rest of them there, but right now we're sitting at a 66% finish rate for Class 2. I don't know if the Pro Buggy boys could count that finish rate there. So for 2 of the 3 to be into the Apachula overnight stop so far as well. Like, racing's not over yet. There's still another half an hour to go. But for 2 of the 3 to be in so far, that is a phenomenal effort.
Definitely is. Shout out to Julia Antonelli as well. That's her mum and dad, the Coops, who have come through. And great to see her in the stream. Unfortunately, not racing this year. She was the passenger for another one of our local competitors, Shane Greening. But awesome to see those 2 across the line. Awesome livery on this vehicle as well. As you can see, Roadrunner on the side there. And Wile Coyote, a nod to my younger days.
Yeah, it's such a great effort there for those. You know, we were literally just talking about the effort to get a Class 7 down the track, and then the Super 1650 guys were almost like, hold my beer, check this out. I just got a Super 1650, a beam front, all the way down to Apachula. It's a 611, getting a little bit loose there off the finish line jump. The boys pushing hard in that Can-Am X3.
Awesome to see this thing pushing Brandon Hill across the line in 2 hours 56. But we're going to go down to the Finke end to have a chat with Keziah.
I'd like to officially welcome you to the Finke start-finish line here in Apachula. This is the halfway point. It's the end of day 1 for a lot of these drivers and riders later on today. It's also the point where these drivers have had a chance to test the cars. They've gone through the whoops and the challenges that is the Finke track. Once they pull in here, there's often a lot of pieces that need to be fixed, sore bodies that need to rest overnight before they hit the track again in the morning. Later on this afternoon, though, we will have the bikes, and they will also have a very similar journey down this very tough track to Finke. First in this morning, we did have Travis Robinson with a time of 1 hour and 38 minutes. Close behind him was his brother, Bo, and his navigator, Shane Hunt, with a time of 1 hour and 41 minutes. And then in third place was Boston. Young Boston hot on their heels, ready for tomorrow. We're going to head back down to Alice as the bikes get ready to get started, and then I will meet you again here at the Finke start-finish line when we get those first riders across the line.
What an absolutely beautiful morning it is down here at Alice Springs. The sun is shining and I've only swallowed 1 fly, so things are looking up today. A majority of the cars have made their way to Finke. Of course, leading the charge was Travis Robinson, 1:38.26, which I believe is the second fastest time down there. Absolutely amazing, followed closely by brother Bo. As Keziah has just said, really excited. Looking forward to the bikes, scheduled to be kicking off at about midday right here at the start line, of course headed up by Callum Norton. Very excited. I'm going to throw over to the Joshes in commentary box. Let's get things underway.
Yeah, very excited about what the bikes have to bring today. It's going to be exciting. Like you said yesterday, we are going to be crowning a new king of the desert. I mean, short of Rick Hall, just having a monster ride on that gas, and anything is possible with Rick Hall, a 2-time champion, that's for sure. But the bikes are going to be absolutely exceptional today.
Yes, no, definitely. I'm really looking forward to the battle that is about to go down. It's really, really interesting to see what will happen. Callum Norton off the front row. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hotly contested.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited too about this slightly shorter start straight, and then a couple of a chicane. You know, I think we're going to see a bit of chop and change for our pole position, or our first bike out of these little battles. But we're looking forward to it.
No, definitely. It's going to be action-packed for the bikes. And I'll find that one. So many screens up here. So, yeah, it will be Callum Norton and Corey Hammond off the first grid. And then Brodie Waters and Mitchell Outram off the second. Tyler Radford and Ray Cole off the third. Campbell Hall and Jack Colbert off the fourth. Jack Cobbin and Liam Dinage off the fifth grid. Ryan Cossins, Levi Stevens off the sixth. Blair Outram and Will Ashby off the seventh. The eighth grid has James Heenan and Cody Stevens. And then the ninth grid is Austin Shaw and Ethan Alderton. The 10th grid, Bradley Greenfield and Josh Harris. So they all go 2 by 2, and then we start going by 4.
Yeah, that's one of those things, I guess, really where you want to be is inside that top 20. Give yourself that, give yourself that 2 by 2 start, your best chance for being in front, because once we go to the grid rows of 5, I think it's going to be pretty hectic action happening left, right and centre. Great to see a fair mix of our different classes up there as well. I think inside our top 20 we had a 252 stroke as well there, so great to see Liam, I think, was up there as well. So yeah, Liam Dinage on a 252 stroke. He'll be starting out of 10th position as well, so that's a great ride there. But yeah, you can see on the shot that's on the live stream at the moment, you'll see the officials standing in the middle there, and you can see what looks like all the little grids laid out on the ground there. So that will be all the riders will be lined up shortly. Like we said, only 25 minutes until we are go time here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close indeed. We cannot wait to bring this to you all. I know the live stream always tends to pick up a couple of numbers when we get into the bikes. There's a lot of people watching from home, so if you are on the live stream, make sure to give it a share, give it a thumbs up. Make sure we get it out to as many people as we can, and to all the people here at the Start Finish Line Complex in Alice Springs. A massive shout out for you guys for coming out to this great event. You've got big screens around the joint that you can watch as well. We're really excited to bring you all the action here from Alice Springs. Race day 1 here at the 49th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Got someone watching from Texas, someone watching from the windy, bluey mountains of New South Wales. Why not chuck a comment in the live stream before we get down to business where you're watching from? It's great to hear that we do go international on this stream. We absolutely love it. We're having a good time up here in the comms box. Can't wait to bring you all the action. Brisbane, Adelaide Hills. Someone's actually watching from Baja, Colorado, USA. It's great to see all these guys, the Gold Coast. But we're going to take a quick break up here in commentary. Keep commenting where you're from. We'll give you a shout out when we come back. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors before it all goes down in the bikes.
Do you reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits with testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, Your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Discover Lassiter's Alice Springs Ultimate Entertainment Hub. Stay at Crown Plaza Alice Springs, wake up to the iconic McDonnell Ranges and enjoy our modern and welcoming health club. Unwind at Lavish Day Spa, relax poolside with a cocktail. Plan a casual rendezvous at Juicy Rum Bar and Grill. Treat someone special to dinner at Tarly Restaurants. Test your luck at Lassiter's Casino or join Lassiter's Rewards for a chance to win cash and prizes.
Think of the people who need your support. Gamble responsibly.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Pushing limits. Right here in the heart of the Northern Territory. Proudly local. Proudly supporting the Finke Desert Race and local businesses. Where your Northern Territory journey begins. Thrifty, your local car hire partner.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Did you know Only the Lot is the official home of Australia's lotteries? And we've been supporting Australian communities for over 100 years. When you play at the Lot, you're also playing for kids doing it tough, for life-saving research, for bubs, their mums, even the furry ones. Because together, we're giving millions to those who need it most. Real tickets, real support, real impact. And that's a lot more to play for.
Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbrine, Morton Brothers Contracting, Thrifty Car Rental, APJ Concrete.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Toyota.
The McDonald's Alice Springs Finke ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Well, welcome back to the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're here live from the start-finish line at Alice Springs. Massive shout out to everyone on the live stream chucking in where they're from. There's a lot going on. We're Beetaloo Kubapiti from Thailand, Mildura from China apparently, here live at the track. Windsor Downs in New South Wales. Someone sitting down along the track watching from Arizona. You love to see it. We're having a heap of fun here this weekend as the bikes, you can see now, start to make the grids populated, and we're not too far away whatsoever, less than 13 minutes away from the start of this great event.
Yeah, people thick and far, even people I don't expect to be tuned in. I just got a text message from a guy I used to work with back in my mining career, Brendan. He's tuned along because his son is one of his son's friends is racing in, Sean Dagan, in the 669. So shout out to Brendan, mate. Enjoy that retirement. Enjoy it. Nothing but cricket trips and red wine in his future. So I'm extremely jealous.
Yeah, no, it's great to see all the people joining us here at the start-finish line and from around the globe for the bike start here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. But we are going to get the ceremonies underway here in Alice Springs. I do apologise for the earlier wrong name. The Wanted Gems will be singing the national anthem for us today.
Aliens, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. with golden soil and a well for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Thank you very much to Madison and Michaela for their lovely rendition of the Australian National Anthem. Bikes on the grids now, though. We are set for action.
10 minutes and counting. We are ready to go. It's going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. The first two bikes once again off the start line will be the number 2 bike of Callum Norton and the number 4 bike of Corey Hammond, both on the 500 EXCFs. Going to be very, very interesting indeed. But it looks like we might be able to grab a word with the first 3 competitors on the start line. We're going to go down to Amanda at the start-finish line. She should be with number 2, Callum Norton. Can't wait to hear what he has got to say being on the front here at Finke.
Yes, I am here with Callum Norton, obviously a front runner, only 47 seconds, I believe, behind Walshy last year. How do you feel about the run to Finke this morning?
Yeah, I'm excited. Great prologue yesterday. Track's going to be tough and we're just going to have to be a little bit careful early on. But yeah, get a good feel on the way and then, yeah, get into it and see how we go.
With all eyes on you, obviously for, you know, being in the top spot, how are you feeling? Do you kind of let that get to you or do you just need to push that aside going into today's race?
Definitely a little bit nervous this morning. It always is this. But once we get out on the track, I think, you know, things come to us a little bit easier and, yeah, it'll be good.
I'm going to let you go, but I'm going to ask one more question. Any superstitions? Did you have your favourite breakfast this morning? Anything you do race day?
I got my stripy socks on and, yeah, my jocks, so happy with that.
Good on you, Callum. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go over to Corey Hammond. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. Ready to get into it.
Now tell me the run for today. What's your strategy and, yeah, just how are you feeling about it all?
I'll try and get the jump on Cal. If not, just sit there and try and put some pressure on. And we've got 230 Ks, so that's a long way.
Now, you came 4th last year, I believe. Are you really willing just to give it a little extra than last year?
Yeah, try and get better every year. So I guess we'll find out Monday Arvo when we come back into the stadium where we are.
Good on you, Corey. How are you going to feel about crossing the line over there at Finke?
It'll be good, but yeah, only halfway there, so still to get home.
All right, good luck, mate. Well done. Alrighty, we're now going to go over to Brodie Waters. Brodie, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel all right. Just need to get out of here and get down to Deep Well.
Get started. I feel like every moment here you'd feel it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's just a long wait now. The nerves build up now, just sitting around waiting for the start.
Yeah. Well, look, you were top 10 last year. Now, with big names out, you know, like Luke Hayes, obviously Walshy retired only recently. You know, all eyes are on you as well. You are a front runner. Do you have to kind of ignore that pressure while going into today?
To me, I just take it the same as every other year, if those guys are here or not. As long as I put my best foot forwards, that's all I can do.
Well done, Brodie. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Alrighty, excellent. Let's head back to the Joshes in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amanda. Great to hear those words from Callum, Corey and Brodie. 2 KTMs and a Honda.
Yeah, and interesting the point that Brodie made there, pardon me, he's just going to ride his race no matter what happens. He's here all the time. He's been here before. He knows that position. 8th last year, which is a fantastic ride. I'm sure he's probably been in contact with the OBR boys, getting a little bit of track information off there. They share that sort of stablemate. You see his helmet in those cool OBR colours. And a bit of a shout out too also to Mitchell Outram, sitting there on the grid as well on bike number 12. So our top 4 bikes, looking forward to seeing what they throw down here.
Definitely. We'll just do some push-ups. What a way to get into it.
What a mad dog. I love it.
What a mad dog. Oh, wow.
But that is the physical effort that these guys go through. And this is the physical fitness of these guys. You know, a lot of our drivers talked about how worn out they are on their way down there, but they're doing push-ups, stretching, running, you know, and it's not even just the start of the race that these guys will put this effort into. They'll also really put effort into recovery and the cool down as well. Go for a bit of a jog, make sure that they don't have that, what's the right word I'm looking for here, that lactic acid build-up of having an hour 50 flat out on a motorbike and then just getting off it and sitting still. They'll be ice baths, they'll recover, they'll hydrate. They'll do all these important things to make sure that in the small time frame that they have to turn themselves around, turn the bikes around, one of the major things these guys have to do is turn their bodies around as well.
Yeah, definitely, because when you go on that quick down this track, especially with how treacherous it is this year, I don't think there's going to be very much time at all to stick the old Camelback into the mouth and get some water, some hydration into you. But that's the thing. These guys, different to the cars, these guys have to do fuel stops. So it's all about fuel stops as well and getting a bit of an energy gel into you or something like that. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed as we get ready and fired. 5 minutes to go to the start of the bikes here. Day number 1.
Well, you're right. These guys do treat it like they're doing a half marathon or a marathon, even like you said, the energy gels. I'm sure they've got supplements in that backpack as well. Now, the Camelback really is just literally, like you said, for the fuel stop. They won't try and put that in while they're riding along like you and me, the average trail rider, would do. That will quickly go into the mouth, rip off an energy gel and quickly get it down, because also with the dry brake systems on these, if there's no issues and the only thing they have to do at a pit stop, these guys will only be pulled up for maybe 5 to 10 seconds as well. They've got their pit crews out there already. The guys are out there marked where they need to be, shoveling as well, creating a rut and almost a channel for these bikes to sit in, so the riders don't even have to hold them up. They'll literally follow the rut in, pull up, slide off the back, allow the dry brake to go in, get an energy gel in. Sometimes you might see a goggle change or a glove change, but usually just a shake out of the hands, rest, relax. Amazing that these guys are so fit as athletes that 8 to 10 second break of just giving the muscles a bit of a rest and getting an energy gel in is what they need and all they need to be able to continue to charge down the Finke track at 100%.
Yeah, 3 minute board up now. We are very, very close. It was interesting there just before to see one of the legends of this event, Ryan Branford, going and having a chat with Brodie Waters there. So great to see him out here at this event once again. But it's all getting down to business now. The final checks on the bike, trying to calm the nerves. I think that's the big thing as well, is that with all this time you've waited this morning and then to finally get on the bike, and then whether you're on the first row or the 10th row, you're sat there watching these boards count down, and it can feel like an absolute eternity.
Yeah, you're right. The car drivers do have such a huge advantage there. You know, they wake up early in the morning, they get out to the track, they sign on, they're in their cars and they're away and racing, whereas the bike guys, I'm sure, they would have a plan of what time they want to wake up, what time they would need to eat their meals and everything like that. For these guys, it truly is a full day event.
Yeah, 2 minute board up and raring to go. Some of the bikes starting to get up and alive. So much going on. Great to see the live stream absolutely popping off at the moment. 5.8 thousand in here having a watch.
Great to see the numbers stay relatively steady, but you can always tell when the action is about to happen. The live stream numbers, they click up, they go up an extra gear. Much like these boys, they're going to be up through the gears off the start line. Callum Norton, Corey Hammond, the first bikes off the line, 2 KTM 500s, 12 o'clock. Then we'll have a 1 minute gap to Brodie Waters and Mitchell Outram. The West Australian, have heard good things about him from a couple of the lads that are pitting for Comiskey Mining Services. Know Mitchell quite well and said he's going to be one to look out for. He's been putting a lot of time and effort into getting his Finke prep 100% dialed this year.
Yeah, no, definitely. 1 minute board up now. A couple of others to watch. Young Alice Springs locals, Will Ashby, Austin Shaw out there as well. They're ones to watch from your local perspective, as well as Bradley Greenfield. Again, he said that he was a little bit too conservative, but he will get on this bike and out on this track, and he'll start making up positions pretty quickly. Here we go now, though, the 30-second board. Callum Norton, Corey Hammond, both on KTMs. Day one, about to get underway.
We're up on our feet. We've got up. Oh, we're excited. We're getting the nerves out. I'm nervous. I don't know how these guys are feeling. Oh, we've got the lights up in the top right as well. Fantastic addition.
Off and racing for the 2025 Tatts Finke Desert Race for the bike section. Corey Hammond and Callum Norton out onto the stadium section.
Gee, that was a great start from Callum there. This is what we talked about. How is he going to handle being the favourite, being the number one, all that pressure? And, well, once again, we talk about it. That small 1%er job number one tick, he got the whole shot off the start line. So what a wonderful job there by Callum. I'm sure that will help him settle the nerves.
30-second board up now for the second grid. Brodie Waters, Mitchell Outram, Honda V KTM on the line. Solid yellows. Once we get them flashing, that means we are about to go racing. Here we go. Grid number 2. Good start for Mitchell Outram, and Brodie Waters is right there on his left hand. Oh, it was close.
Brodie, yeah, just getting pushed a little bit to the inside. Mitchell not wanting to give up that nice line that he has, but Brodie sneaking up the inside there. Mitchell right around on the outside of that berm, absolutely railing it perfectly. Brodie sliding out onto that fast line as well, realising he's going to have to tuck in behind Mitchell and sliding up the inside. Imagine if we saw a bit of a block pass here. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic footage. This is high action, high energy stuff that we love to see here away from the start-finish line. Mitchell just banging it off that berm there, that big KTM 500, as we are yellows for the next line of the grid.
Yeah, now we've got Tyler Radford and Ray Cole, the KTM versus the Yamaha on the line. Yellows. Off and racing. Good start from the 13 and the 16 bike. It's got to be close into that first little section. Oh, they're taking that inside line early, and it is sketchy.
The absolute confidence of these guys, though, they haven't run this way. They ran the other way in prologue, and they're able to spot that little inside rut there that Ray Cole on that Yamaha picked up. He just trusted the process, put it in there, leaned it in, collected the rut, and trusted it would pop him out the other side. So that's a great start there for Ray Cole, using all the horsepower of that 450 to get himself in front of the 500. So he will be a happy man.
Definitely. They're still battling it out through the stadium section as well. Do apologise for getting that last grid wrong, but Campbell Hall up next, up against Jack Colbert. Grid number 4, KTM versus Husqvarna. The 11 versus the 15 on the start line. Off and racing the 11 and the 15. Going into that first section there. Campbell Hall gets the inside line and is out in front so far. Great to see these guys pushing it to the limit.
Now you hear something a little bit different. That is the first of our 2 strokes on the start line. So Jake Cobbin on the YZ 450, Liam Dinnage on the KTM 250 XC, so 21 and 25 respectively last year. The little two-banger, getting it up on the pipe.
Yeah, you love to hear it. Yellow lights solid at the moment. As soon as they start flashing, you know we're about to go racing. Here we go. The Rebs will build for the number 25 and the 21. Top 30 finishes last year. They've snuck it up the grid this year. Let's see what they can do. It's going to be very close into the first little corner there. The 21, though, gets the advantage. Jack Cobbin. Jake Cobbin, I apologise.
Unfortunately, the little 250 not quite having the horsepower there. So next up on the line, it's the 18 and the 19 of Ryan Cossins and Levi Stevens. So a Sherco 500 up against a Gas 450.
Definitely going to be interesting here. 30-second board shown as the 21 still getting out. Limiter check, yep. But here we go.
The Revs come up. Look at him intently watching over. The big Sherco get the front wheel up off the ground.
Oh, that was close.
Levi just moving across on him. Want to make sure he's got every advantage there. Very aggressive there from Levi. But that's what he needed to do. That is how important the dust-free run is.
Yeah, next up on the line, though, two big KTMs, the 233 of Blair Outram and the 296 of Will Ashby. Ashby has been away for a while, and he's back now. What can this man do? Going to be very interesting indeed. Here we go. The yellows about to drop. Great run from Blair Outram. Will Ashby a little bit behind there. But a heap of running to go. Next off the line, the 20 of James Heenan up against the 290 of Cody Stevens. Sherco v KTM. Two big 500 bikes on the start line. .30-second board up for them.
Gee, now these two lads have lined up close to each other. We've usually seen a bit of a gap. They usually give themselves a couple of metres, but the two boys, the 290 and the 20, James Heenan and Cody Stevens, right on top of each other. No if, buts or maybes how this one is going to go.
Yeah, probably the closest we've seen two bike competitors on this grid. The 290 gets the jump. Cody Stevens. You'll love to see it.
Now, the 496, the first of our Class 4 machines, 250 two-stroke, the 496, Austin Shaw lined up with Ethan Alderton. So a 250 up against a 450. Now, you talked about the legend Ryan Branford before on the start line. I believe he's still the youngest ever Fink winner, King of the Desert. Mate, judging by the way some of these young 16-year-olds were slinging around their Class 4s last year, this is going to be a title that maybe some of them are chasing. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, watch the 496 this weekend. Austin Shaw had an absolute mega run at his first Fink last year. He's had a year to go out and train, and now he has put himself in a prime position this year on the KTM 250. Alice Local, get behind him. He's off and running, and it looks like a pretty good start from the both of them. But the 590 does get the jump, Ethan Alderton.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Austin picking a great line through there, just using that little 250, making sure he stays up. Plenty of momentum. He decided to give up, you know, pushing for that inside line and just get a nice, good line, hit the apex of that corner carry. Plenty of momentum. He's not far behind where you'd expect him to be there, that little
No.
250. He is riding it hard. So this is a battle we're going to keep a bit of an eye on. Austin Shaw, Ethan Alderton as your man on the start line.
Yeah, the big number 10, Bradley Greenfield, up against Josh Harris, another local on the line. The number 10, he said he was a little bit too conservative yesterday, but I know this man can ride through a pack. Watch the number 10 this weekend for CBS. Bradley Greenfield on the start line up against Josh Harris. Great start from the both of them. They get close together. Bradley Greenfield gets a little bit of a jump, and it's very close into the first couple halves of the stadium section. Now, if we do start missing a couple of names, we do apologise because the grids are coming at us thick and fast. Thomas Kruger, Bjorn Katters, Jackson Verscreen, Jack Slether and Kyle Kapalinen all on this grid here.
Now this is where it is really going to get interesting. Like you said, even the two bikes, there wasn't a lot of room into that first corner. Now we're going 5 wide. Where would you like to be if you were part of this group? Inside, outside, in the middle?
Probably outside, I would say.
Yes?
Yep. Just anywhere out of the trouble.
Yeah,
really.
yeah, absolutely.
But here we go, the first grid of 5, and they're off and racing.
Interested to see how we go on this first corner here. But a great jump there as our next starting grid lines up. Thomas Livesey, Brad Luff, Brock Parker, Lachlan Wilcock, and Alan Graham. And we're also down to 30-second time gaps as well, just for those playing on at home, as the speed at which we'll be calling these bikes off the line.
Good jump, very close into that first section. Already the ruts forming into that first left-hander. It's going to be rough as the day continues on. Robert Savage, Nicholas Turner, Zayden Olsen, Jet Hicks and Tate Prime all off the next grid. The 299, another bike to watch, and Alice local Nicholas Turner. Revs the build and off they go.
So isn't it crazy? We're already 14 grids in as we line up. So grid number 14, Ethan Keenis, Daniel Watkins, Seth Bell, Jesse Ryan, another one of our Class 4 competitors, and Eddie Gibson here. But what a great start. The revs up hard. The little 250, the 495. Jesse Ryan gets the jump, leans back over the back, pushes his way in there. Looks like one of the 450s having a bit of power and able to round him up from the outside, but that's a great start there for Jesse.
Yeah, grid 15 coming to you now. Rye, Stephen, Chris Condon, Thomas Gibson, Andy Brack and Blaine Birch. So the two Gibson brothers only a grid apart out there.
Yeah, and 30 seconds on track as well, so not a massive difference as we send them off into the wild unknown that is the Fink Desert Race track. On grid 16, Sam Smith riding a YZ250, so a two-stroke competitor. Jet Hansen on a YZ250 Dion Numan, Daniel Piggott, and the first of our female competitors, Madison Healy, the 999, getting ready to launch her title defence from last year.
Yeah, good grid position for Maddie there. She's going to be very happy with that.
Gets the hole shot too, leads the boys off, so yeah, the girls.
Gotta love it. Grid 17 now, Kai Floyd, Will Titani, Jet Bryan, Clayton Buggy and Joachim Jager. Probably butchered multiple of those names, but it's okay, we're here racing. Another one to watch on this grid, the 420 of Will Titani. Off and racing, there's a battle between the KTMs.
Yeah, a couple of Class 4 riders on that starting grid there as well, as they are off and flying. Grid number 18, Eli Edelbrecht, Daniel Briggs, Mitchell Johnson, Aidan O'Callaghan and Charlie Howard.
You know, you got my dad with that one yesterday. He's like, Mitchell Johnson, you're joking, the fast bowler. I need to come down. I was like, no, Dad. Grid 19. Yeah. Oh, you got to love it. Grid 19 coming to you now. Cameron Loader, Ben Adamson, Brandon Height, Toby Fraser, and Matt Easton off the line on this one. Couple of class 5s, 2 and a 1. Good jump from them. It's going to be close into that first corner. All getting through cleanly though.
As we reset and reload, 20 grids in, so grid number 20. Tom Condon, Brock Ritchie, James Bestgrove, Chris Adam and Kenneth Hicks lined up on the start line. So if you're cheering at home and these are your people, get up on your feet. They are ready to leave the start line. So we have not seen the intensity drop off when I look down the field. Still plenty of bikes to come.
Yeah, grid number 21, Nicholas Lejeski, Ben Dixon, Jake Fishpool, Darren Hansen and Christopher Gay off the grid number 21. A couple of KTMs, a Yamaha and a Gas in between.
Also a KTM, like you said, the KTM 300, one of our two-stroke competitors off the start line as well. As we line up grid number 22, Robert McDonald, Christopher McConnell, Harry Guy, see, that sounds like a fake name, but Harry Guy, and Jackson Lumen and Adam Dutton.
Good battles out in the stadium section at the moment as well. Make sure to keep your eyes peeled on that. Next start grid off the line though. We go to grid number 23. Brett Ray, Brendan Rose, Curtis Smith and Josh Olive. And the 7-11, Rick Hall.
Great to see Rick Hall back racing again. A last-minute thing. Sounds like he kind of climbed off the couch and just decided to give it a go, but that's what happens when you have the amount of talent that this man has. Good start for Rick Hall there. Gets himself off the line on that inside run.
Good reaction time for the old boy.
Yeah, he hasn't been slipping. So grid number 24, Declan Rose, Luke Savitella, Grant Pryor, Sonny Warren and Jake Holland on the start line now.
Oh, a couple of wheelies off the start line there.
Just settling the nerves. Pulling up a bit of a mono, settle the nerves.
Grid 25 now on the line. Blake Russell, Hayden Varg, Matthew Shanks, Jason Gunter and Alan Henderson. All KTMs and one Husky. They're off and racing.
Bit of a chill start there for one of our riders. Once again, just decided to pull a bit of a wheelie, settle in. Not wanting to risk it all in these first couple of corners as our next grid, 26. Jason Bridges, Alex Dawson, Alex Hughes, Lee Piggott and Jet Williams. Couple of two-strokes down there as well. You can hear that distinct sound coming through our effects mic.
Yeah, you got to love it. Next up to the line, the grid number 27, Quinn Callis, Jesse O'Shea, Stephen Breen, Ethan Dagg and Gavin Forrester. Big 501 Husky on this one.
And no lack of intensity there. We heard as the last yellow light flashed, a little bit of a bopper on the limiter there. The boys keen for a good start as we move to grid position 28. William Thorbrack, Max Fullerton, Judah Benny, Jess McGill and Daniel Dietrich. The Germans.
The Germans. Good way to get off the line there for that group of racers. Sean Wiring off grid 29, Bryce Edwards, Bradley Swan, Jamison Snelling and Dylan Argent all off the line on this one. Bit of a tank slapper for the 260 bike.
Getting a little bit loose. That's what we want to do, get them off the start line, settle the nerves in. So looking to get the nerves settled for Reese Parliament, Corey Buxton, Brock Wild, Jack Moore and Kane Macquarie as well. They're about to head off into this Fink track, get their race day one underway. They've been waiting for a while. I'm sure they are very excited.
Ruts on the start line are becoming big. I can tell you that. They always do. Grid number 31 now. Sam Harmon, Chris Stanton, Jesse Anson, Travis Pollard and Scott Kottish, all on KTMs. They're off and racing.
Grid number 32, Bo Doherty, Zachary Lawrence, Brendan Irons, Stephen Hicks and Taylor Marie. So another one of our female competitors here. Up here mixing it with the boys.
Yeah, watch the 939. Another one of the local competitors, Taylor. Wish her all the best out there today. Grid number 33, Nathan Shields, Clayton Snelling, Dane Robson, Ross Staines and Drake Mills off grid number 33.
Oh, a little bit of limiter down there. The front wheel up high. That was a bad clutch drop there. Just banging it. Having a good time. Getting the front wheel up. Settling those nerves out. That gives you an idea of the adrenaline levels that are still spiking for these guys. They've been down sitting on the start line for probably just on an hour now as we get ready for row number 34. Lindsay Cox, Hayden Buck, Jake Oliver, Stephen Blackney and Jake Slattery.
Off and racing. Oh, very close to touching there on that start. But they get away cleanly in the end there. Grid number 35 coming to you fast. Ashley Fatling, Thomas Fletcher, Riley Morrow and Tony Hardman. Brad Nichols all off number 35.
Yeah, I don't want to put the commentator's curse, but massive shout out to all our competitors. We've launched 35 grids so far and not one coming together. So, dear baby Jesus, please don't let it happen now that I've said it. But all our competitors doing a great job. Mitchell Young, Angus McIntosh, Stephen Moore, Leon Compagni, and Wayne Erickson. Grid number 36. I should have had a quick little sorry there. I called out 5 riders. Looks like only 4 on that grid, so must be a DNS happening this morning as well there. That's a real shame to see that.
Next off grid number 37, Corey Bannister, Jack Francis, Aaron Pasilla and Paul Gunter. Then Warren Zerner all off that one. KDMs and one gas.
The commitment level has not died off one absolute bit. This is their moment. This is their time to get it out there and amongst it as we look at row number 38. Bradley Pollard, Jack Heaton, Mark Nolan, Jake Blundell, and William J. Willis. Sounds like another fake name, but on the Husserberg there. Great to see a Husserberg still out and about, getting it done. As he gets a bit of a jump on the boys there, my man. That's the reverse commentator's curse.
Grid number 38 now on the line. Bradley Pollard, Jack Heaton, Mark Nolan, Jake Bundell, and... Sorry, no, that was your grid. I do apologise. Riley Larkin, Joseph Blank, Mark McDonald, Baden Hamilton, and Brody Rochier on that one.
Come to grid number 40. So we've got Adrian Bulmer, Julian Galindo, Troy Blythman, Jared Tyne, and Nick Anderson. Dude, I do not envy being a cameraman or a photographic taker right now. So much action every which way we look. See, that shot there gives you a good idea of just how chopped up the start and finish line is getting.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. It always gets real rough out there. Grid number 41, though, now. Ryan Donaldson, Damian Marshall, Toby Frisch, Zach King, and Zachary Malice on this grid. One Yamaha in between the 4 KTMs.
Yeah, fair bit of smoke coming out of that two-stroke there. Got her up on the limiter. Whether he's running a slightly richer oil mix so that he can just hold it wide, but the little two-stroke putting himself into a good position there. That little Yamaha having to battle all the KTMs. As our next lineup, grid 42, Lachlan Ivers, Michael Dowland, Tom Kaglerif, Mark Shepperton, and Andrew Mickelk.
Lucky for the 7-1-9. Not even the best of starts there. Tom Kilgariff there having a bit of tough luck, but getting back up onto the bike and sending it. The 43, he didn't go down, he just had he bogged down. I do apologise. Matthew Pemberton on grid number 43, as well as Thomas McBain, Casey Larkin, Ben Wadley, and Nathan Antis off the line on grid 43.
Gus Cadbury, Hayden Oswald, Mike Thomas, Anthony Scanes, and Shane Scott. So maybe a little bit of confusion there. I think we had 6 on the row before, and now only 4 on this row as well.
Someone may have
ended up on the wrong row there, but that's okay. Lots of bikes, lots of cars, everything all happening this weekend.
Grid number 45 now on the line. Jacob Wilkinson, Jack Brooks, Andrew Dunlop, and Stephen Rosier, and Josiah Barnes. Building the revs on the line. And off and racing they go. Our eyes are still peeled to the second of our timing screens as well, waiting for that first deep well checkpoint. We shouldn't be too far away whatsoever from those first couple of numbers coming through.
Yeah, fantastic. We know the boys will be on a heater out the front, but row 46, Michael McAllister, Dwight Hawkins, Ben Harris, Joel Grant, and Lewis Bertle. Away and racing. Congratulations, fellas. Fink race day 1 is underway.
Get those nerves out now. Grid number 47, Justin Pitts, Josh Griggs, Bruno Catalini, Stephen Ralph, Chloe Barton on grid number 47, the 982, the next of our female competitors out there. Throwing it around with the boys.
So next up on the grid, number 48, Timothy Alcock, Zachary Williams, Jordan Greenshields, Gavin Pengley on that big CR 500, and Jim Moll.
You can hear that CR 500.
You just hear it
as well.
ticking away there, like ding, 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 ding. It's a classic CR 500 sound. I'm sure I did it justice through the sound at home. And another grid underway. Congratulations, boys. Fink underway, 226 kilometres to go. And that's just for today.
Yep. Got to come back and do it all again. Grid number 49, Benjamin Tanner, Brooklyn Blummer, Raymond McCain, Jackson King, Reggie Nardu on this one.
The revs are up. Oh yeah, a little class 4, the 419 in the corner there. See just the difference that horsepower makes for them to get off the line. He was all attack on the limiter, giving it everything that little 250 had. There's another one of our class lines up here. Grid number 50, Damon Jones, Archie Brownless, Johnny Becken, James Nicholas, and Kurt Lacey.
Go the 432 of Archie Brownless, another Alice local young kid out there. His first Fink. Get there and back, buddy. Grid number 51 now. Nicholas Boyd, Adam Young, Nathan Mears, Matthew Cahoon, and Samuel Carell on grid 51.
We continue to move through this full list of competitors. This is awesome. We're loving the action, loving the intensity that happens every starting grid. Grid 52, we've got George Rugless, so no two-pay required there. Anthony Hammond, Lachlan Draper, Cooper Wegman, and Daniel Brooks.
A bit of CR action on the line. Grid number 53 now. Angus Smith, Tim Barwick, Michael Kilpatrick, Todd Jones, and Nathan Kelly. I might have to shout him some Kilpatrick oysters when he gets back. Revs build and off they go.
What happens if he just likes plain oysters, mate? Is he able to order those?
Oh, I can get them for him as well.
Grid number 54, Justin Custo, Mark Hangman, Peter Letham, Darcy McAllister, and Jason McMillan.
Their revs start to build on the line. It's a lot of bikes. And there you go, 31 minutes and 24 seconds. Deep well, Callum Norton is through. Then Corey Hammond around about less than 20 seconds later. So it's very close at the front still.
Absolutely, 16 seconds splitting them there. So that is a good run there for Corey.
Yeah, definitely. Grid 55, Jalen Bobziski, Stuart Nags, Christopher Long, Ben Fogus, and Matthew Orkin, another Alice local, off the line.
Yeah, so Callum and Corey deeply locked in battle. It's not like in the first, distance there that into that first checkpoint that he's been able to check out. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of sections of tracks where Corey would be able to see him. As we line up grid number 56, Josh Granger, Andy Axon, Jason Ray, Glenn Holland, and Charlie Waldherter. We do promise you we aren't trying to butcher your names on purpose. We're doing the best that we can do with some of the pronunciations of this name and our non-natural ability to speak words of English.
Grid number 57 now, Tyson Muscat, Tyson Powell, Graham Hill, Luke Densley, and Brad Raffin. All off the line and raring to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We are pumping these bikes out right now. 5 at a time, 30 seconds. That means, quick math, Every minute, 10 bikes are released onto the Fink racetrack at the moment. So Ty Salisbury, Terence Conway, Jai Barker, Tyrone Palliner and Jonathan Ipple. Grid number 58.
Reckon I'm stitching you up with the grid number. You're getting all the hard names, Josh.
That's all right, mate. It's 50-50. Sometimes it feels like it.
Here we go, though. Grid number 59, Darcy Poole, Justin McKinnon, John Downey, Paul Elborn, and that's it. I may have missed one there. Yes, James Mason. I do apologise. All on the grid number 59. As that grid gets away, Brody Waters through deep well. Waiting for Mitchell Outram.
Keep an eye out for him, but we'll call grid number 60, Ryan Newman. Wonder if he's got a famous father named Paul. Sonny Redding, Andrew Young, Lewis Russell, and Leela Jacobs. The revs up. Full attack mode.
Another one of our female competitors that out there this weekend. Great to see how far they are coming this year. In grid number 61, Alex Kunoth, Kaya Rotary, Dylan DiZabo, Craig Harvey, and Letitia Foster, another one of our female Class 9 competitors.
That's grid number 62, Justin Frank, Dylan Casement, Nathan Capel, Brian Pridgerton, and Anthony Lockett.
The Lockett man.
Did we ever get an answer if it was Plugger?
I do believe it is, yep.
That's cool. So how does a retired AFL champion celebrate? By hole shotting his grid at Fink Desert Race.
Yeah, I think he's on one of Grabbo's bikes again this year.
Yeah, on a gas 500, so plenty of performance, plenty of horsepower out of those things.
Next grid number 63, Keanu Fleming, Jason Griffin, Paul Rook, Craig Donaldson, and Susan Coop on the Yamaha. Again, Class 9s now coming to you thick and fast. And she's going to hole shot this one. Yeah, the girls.
Next up on the start line, Will Mahoney, Brendan Stoger, Jim Trevitsky, Rodney Kiel, and Martin Russell.
Oh, the 857.
I think on that start grid there we were missing the 753 Rodney Kiel, so we'll keep a bit of an eye out, see if we can find any information there about that. Just having a quick look at the numbers.
Yeah, grid number 65 now. Jason Matthews, Nicholas Panagolas, Lee Kelly, Phil Granger, and Chris Wagner on grid number 65. And as we were letting those grids out, you now have Mitchell Outram through and Campbell Hall into deep well.
Campbell Hall obviously pushing hard there as well. And a great job there by Brody Waters, obviously able to get the pass back on Mitchell Outram.
Yeah.
As they got out of our view there. Grid number 66, Jesse Filand, Tom Plunkett, Jacob Ruddlenook, Michael Ingerson, and Anthony Chapman.
Grid number 67, Sean O'Grady, Samuel Moon, Jeremy McIntyre, Rhett Johnson, and Hamish Church, all off grid number 67.
Next up on the line, grid number 68, Marlu Kirby, Marcel Van Nierop, Paul Murphy, Christy McKinnon, and Emerson Swift.
Love to see it. Ray Cole, Tyler Radford, also through deep well, and literally nothing splitting them whatsoever. It's very close, around about 6 seconds between them. Then on the line, grid number 69, Mark Wyatt, Brad Perryman, Adrian Copeland, Bonnie Chapman, and Gary Burns. Great to see Bonnie Chapman, another Alice local here. Oh, David, the commentator's curse, had a bit of a moment on the start line, but she'll get out there and attack it, have good fun.
I think that might have been the loosest starting grid that we did manage to see.
Yep. They're all over the shop.
We knew one had to slide itself in there at some point in time. So grid number 70, Adrian Zerner, Dylan Presness, Anthony Wakeham, Alan Lyons, and Dominic Randall.
Yeah, good to see them off on that grid. Grid number 71, Bradley Roberts, Jamie Harris, Ron Bailey, Paul Stubbs, and David Latham.
Check out the visor on the 770 machine, Ron Bailey. Looks like he's ready to go desert adventuring.
It does. Set up a bit like a rally bike.
Next up, grid number 72, Russell Fabro, Ewan McGowan, Darren Kirsten, Mark Fratter, and Naomi Finlay.
Jack Colbert now through deep well as well, the number 15. Grid number 73, next up though, Mason Clark, Bill McGregor, David Campbell, Burns Russell, and Rhiannon Klein.
A few cheers from the crowd there, as well as the names were called out. So obviously a few fan clubs down there, and that's great to see you guys sticking around out here at the Alice Spring Start Finish Complex with the 691.
Got to be close in here.
But it is fantastic, the amount of support that we have for all our competitors. So Mason Clark, Bill McGregor, David Campbell, Baron Russell, and Rhiannon Klein lining up next to go.
Yeah, just had an influx of bikes through deep well. Jake Coben through there. 2 seconds after him, Levi Stevens. And then a couple of seconds after him, Will Ashby. And then a little bit further back, Liam Dinage also through deep well. So that mid-pack battle is absolutely amazing at the moment there. Next off the grid is grid number 75, Caleb Hastwell, Brady Cronin, Tony Carruthers, Darren Hurd, and Alice White. Another one of our female competitors in class number 9.
Next up, we have Alex Kelly, Charles Mole, David Soren, Chloe Fabro, and Lauren Kurd. So, this might be the first time we've had a couple of female competitors line up. Sorry, I've dropped out. I missed a row there. Sorry, this is Ben Greenshield, Seamus Reed, Paul Lyberg, Mark McPherson, and Miles Nickel.
All good, Josh. We're almost there, getting all these grids.
So, yeah, just trying to keep up with the checkpoint times at our start at the moment. The action is coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, grid number 77, Aaron Mills, Mark Brincat, Richard McIver, Vic Hall, and Melanie Petroni off grid number 77. Also through deep well, though, Cody Stevens and Ryan Cossins.
So next up we have Simon Harris, Paul Wood, Andrew Nicholson, Michael Pearce, and Heidi Gurridge. It's the 850. You can hear a KTM 500 VRC.
Another good grid from those guys starting it off. Grid number 79, Lockie Hanby, Carl Roberts, Benjamin Brown, Alistair Morris and Kurt Aid.
So this being our penultimate start grid, grid number 79. Isn't it just amazing? Like I said, the intensity levels have not dropped off one bit. Now try and get the right bikes here for the start. We got the 757. That's Matthew Phelps. We've got the 986 of Chloe Firestone, and looks like the 645 of Grant Matthews. So it looks like we're missing two bikes. Jelma Bangma and Jared Hoffman off that finish line, but our last three off that line, and away they go. Like a little bit of drama there for the 757 of Matthew Phelps, but he is away. So that is it. That is all our competitors out. Headed on to the Finke Desert Race track. They complete this stadium section here that you see in front of us, and then they'll power out through the whoops, through the gate, the infamous gate, the famous gate. It's usually about where we get our first idea of who's on the way home. And then the Jeep sweep vehicle is headed off. A little less gusto than the Gladiator this morning.
Still going to give it to it though.
But what a great job all our sweep vehicles do this weekend.
So just in between there, another gaggle of bikes. James Heenan on the 20 bike is through. Blair Outram 19 seconds back. And then... what is that? Like 4 seconds back to Blair is Bradley Greenfield. 2 seconds behind him, Austin Shaw. And Ethan Alderton through there as well. So I think Bradley's made up a couple of positions there. If you're here at the venue, though, and you are following a particular rider, you can go to the shade structure in the middle there, and there are TVs that provide you all the updates that you'll want to see.
Yeah, so we just have a bit of a look. We can pull up the corrected times here. Looks like bike number 2, that's Callum Norton, our fastest competitor through at the moment, Alice Springs to Deepwell in a 31 minute 21 seconds, but hot on his heels is bike number 4 with a 31:37.
That's quick.
And you are absolutely right there. You know, talking about Bradley Greenfield with his times that we expect him to be able to see and pull through the field. His split time, Alice Springs to Deepwell, a 35:39. So proving to be a little bit faster than some of the bikes that are in front of him. So I think on corrected times, he will have a pretty good run through there. But that's what we expect. Like you said, Bradley used to picking his way through a field and does an incredible job at it as we throw down to Amanda at the start line.
There you have it, folks. Every single competitor has left Alice Springs on their way out to Finke. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled on the live stream. Keziah and the team on the ground over there at Finke are going to bring you all the action. Hey, how about we have a big shout out right now for all the volunteers that make this possible. They've been so amazing. The paramedics, just everyone involved. A huge shout out to you. And of course, the 2 Joshes in the commentary box that are doing such a fab job. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amanda. We really do appreciate it. It is a bit of a haul when we're up here and the bikes come on, but I'm very proud of both of us for getting every single one of those grids off. We did well. I'm going to pat ourselves on the back. And as we just went to that cross Rodinga checkpoint, Callum Norton is on a heater.
Yeah, organised chaos is probably the best way how I describe every start that I see of the start finish line here for the motorbikes, as we talk about Deep Well to Redinga 16:25. It's a bit of a flash through there, but that is bike number 2.
Yeah.
I believe going off the hand signals there. I don't think he was throwing up the bright scene, so that might be a bit of a cut back there. And I tell you what, not much of a time gap there. We were talking about, only 15 seconds between Callum on the start line there to Deep Well. Now Deep Well to Redinga, 16:32.
For Corey?
Yes, for Corey, sorry.
Corey, Corey's through Rodinga now as well, but there was another gaggle of bikes that went through Deep Well, so awesome to see Rodinga live there at the moment. Thomas Kruger, Jackson Verstegen, I apologise. Josh Harris, Bjorn's through there. Thomas Livesey and Jack Sheether all through there. So just the confirmed D did not starts as well. We'll quickly run you through. Jelma Bagmar, Jesse Hansen, Rodney Coe, Anthony Skynes, and Lee Capagni. All did not start, unfortunately, there. Should not be too far away, though, from seeing Brody Waters and Mitchell Outram through Rodinga. So that's why we're on the Rodinga cam at the moment. So another gaggle of bikes through Deep Well. Brock Parker, Jet Hicks, Alan Graham, Tate Prime, and Jesse Ryan all through there.
But these shots do give you a little bit of an idea of the effort that they go through. They don't just rely on the live timing. They don't just rely on the transponder. You see our officials out here literally with pen and paper swatting away the flies, but they are writing down every bike number that comes past them. Relatively easy when it's Callum Norton, Corey Hammond, one at a time, although at pace. Imagine what it's trying to be like in the dust when we see 4 or 5 bikes come past. As we have a look at that shot there, I'm going to say that's Brody Waters that's just passed through the Rodinga checkpoint.
Yeah, the number 8 machine, 17 minutes and 10 seconds, so not bad at all there. Just a tiny bit off the number 4 and the number 2 bike.
Yeah, continuing to drop a little bit of time there to Callum and Corey, that big KTM 500 that those guys are on, clearly proving to be a bit of an advantage. The torque that extra large motor makes compared to what the 450 does.
Yeah, more bikes through Deep Well as well.
Hey. Well. 3 holes in the ground.
Yep. Ethan Kahunas, Robert Savage, Rise Stevens, Seth Bell, and Zayden Olsen. For the people looking for sort of timing, well, not timing, but tracking on the bikes, unfortunately, we do not have that available to us. We've just got to go off checkpoint times with the bikes. Eddie Gibson through Deep Well now as well as Clayton and Brad Luff.
So should be keeping a bit of an eye out for Mitchell Outram as well on our split times here. Tyler Radford, Ray Cole, Campbell Hall, all safely through the Rodinga, the Deep Well checkpoint, and we're keeping an eye out for them to Rodinga.
Lachlan Wilcock through there as well at deep well. Oh, quick from Campbell Hall. So are we missing Outram then?
Campbell Hall having a great time as he
Yeah.
moved up. Campbell Hall, we're missing Ray Cole, or he has gotten around Mitchell Outram, Tyler Ratford, and Ray Cole. Campbell Hall starting behind all of those guys. So if that's Campbell Hall through, he is on an absolute flyer.
Yeah.
Not only has he round up Mitchell, not only has he round up Ray Cole and Tyler Ratford from the 1 minute grid in front of him, he's also rounded up Mitchell Outram.
Yeah.
Who was 2 minutes in front of him. So this could be one to watch as well.
Yeah, that's huge. It's a big move up. But it is treacherous out there, so it's going to be very interesting indeed. Daniel Piggott, Nicholas Turner, and Daniel Watkins all through deep well as well. As well as Jet Brain. Very interesting indeed. Next one. There you go, Mitchell Outram. So Campbell Hall on a heater.
Yeah, a great run there for Campbell Hall. Great to see Mitchell still up there, whether he's had a little bit of an issue. Seems like he's dropped back. He was marking good time with Campbell Hall and Brodie Waters for that Alice Springs to deep well, but then seemed to have dropped back a little bit deep well to Rodinga. But I think we're going to start seeing bikes come through this Rodinga checkpoint very thick and fast. Looks like a bit of a breeze out there, but you can still see the hanging dust just in the right-hand side of that shot behind our two lovely volunteer ladies there. And that's only from 4 bikes.
Yep.
Imagine what it's going to be like when we're talking about 40 coming through in the space of 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, also through deep well now, Blaine Burke, Will Chitani, Andy Barak, Madison Healy, so first of our female competitors through, and Tyler Radford through Rodinga now as well, as you just saw on the big screens. Daniel Briggs through deep well, as well as Toby Fraser. So, yeah, they are travelling quick. 18.05 for the 13, so Tyler Radford picking up the pace between Deepwell and Rodinga there.
Does go to show just how well Callum Norton and Corey Hammond are riding there, though. Their Deepwell to Rodinga checkpoint times 16 minutes 25 and 16 minutes 32 so far. The only 2 bikes that have dipped down into that 16-minute mark for our Deepwell to Rodinga checkpoint. Also, the only 2 of our bikes to have dipped down into the 31-minute mark for Alice Springs to Deepwell. So Corey and Callum, I feel like this is going to be a battle that we're going to be talking about all weekend.
Definitely. Another bike through that we just missed on camera, Ray Cole, the number 16 bike through there at Rodinga. Great to see a whole new gaggle of names up in these top positions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. There's a lot of new names in there. I'm very excited. You know, we're going to hear that first-time adventure. You know, not saying that it was, what's the right word I'm looking for here? Not saying that it was getting boring for David Walsh to continue to win.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was passionate about it and everything like that, but exciting. I'm sure, you know, when he talks about that first Fink win, that's one that he holds very special, very dearly, and we're going to see that this weekend. We're going to talk to someone on the finish line talking about their first Fink win, not ruling out Rick Hall. I did see the way he got off the start line, so maybe he is looking for that 3-time repeat winner.
Definitely.
but excited to see what this year brings for us. Callum Norton, Corey Hammond. Could it be Brodie Waters putting a Honda back on the top step?
That'd be huge for Honda. Absolutely huge.
Because as many of our drivers said yesterday, it's down and back.
Yeah. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see the attrition rate today, see how many bike competitors do get down there, because we did lose quite a few of the vehicle competitors. So, very interesting indeed.
Even something as simple as a flat tyre, you really haven't done anything wrong. You're riding a smart race, and there is just one of those square edge in a nasty place, and it bucks you, it kicks you, you don't fall off, the adrenaline spikes, you think you've done a good job and you've rode it in, and then you're 5 minutes down the track and you find you've got a flat tyre. Unfortunately, the motorbikes don't carry spares, so their only option is to ride it in on a flat, hope that it doesn't come off the rim, get stuck in the swing arm, jam themselves up. So there's so many things at play for these bike riders where something simple like a flat tyre can take them completely out of the race.
Levi Stevens through now at Rodinga, as well as Will Ashby right on his tail. 10 seconds between them. That is a heater of a battle.
Yeah, Will Ashby, the 2.96, absolutely flying, as well as Levi Stevens. We know they're on a good pace. Levi Stevens, 19th overall last year, marked by the fact that he is rocking the number 19 plate. But Will Ashby, the 2.96, so maybe having some dramas last year, or maybe this being one of his first years here. He's throwing down, though. That's absolutely flying.
Yeah, no, so the 296, he had a big off a couple of years ago, and it's taken him 2 years to get back onto the bike.
That is a big off.
Yeah, so he's now back on, and he's riding in some of the best form that he has done. He's always been quick, has Will Ashby, but it's great to see one of the Alice boys up there at the pointy end. Liam Dinage also through now, Rodinga, as well as Jake Cobbin. All through there.
It's great to see those locals up the front of Alice Springs. At the front of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, those Alice Springs locals, they really are the lifeblood of this event.
So next through Rodinga, we'll just see the time pop up. Cody Stevens right there as well on the 290 bike. They are hauling the mail. 1826. Wow. Cody Stevens pushing it. Having a look down at the finish line / start line for this afternoon / tomorrow morning.
Beautiful day down there. A couple of clouds in the sky, a little bit of a breeze in the air. The track looking pristine. I'm sure looks like they've had the water cart out as well, doing some dust work there, keep the dust down for the competitors. Much as they were down here at the start line this morning, in between the cars, there was a grader out smoothing off the surface as well. Not that you would know it looking at it right now with the condition it is in after 80 rows of motorcycles have torn that bad boy up.
No, definitely interesting indeed. James Heenan through Rodinga now. So he's having a very good push as well. Around about a minute off the pace of Cody Stevens.
As we keep a little bit of an eye out on our times, we expect not too far away to see Callum Norton appear at our Bunduma checkpoint.
Yeah. No, definitely still to come through Rodinga as well. Jack Colbert, Ryan Cossins, Blair Outram, Bradley Greenfield. And there you go. There's the Bunduma checkpoint up on your screen. In Austin Shaw, also not through Rodinga yet, but they're the ones we are expecting in the next couple of minutes.
So Austin still holding pace there as our first class 4 bike, so 250 4-stroke there. Austin, another good Alice Springs local?
Yes, yep, young fella.
Excellent.
Bradley Greenfield's on a heater. He's through, so he's jumped another couple of bikes again.
Yeah, called it early. You said,
Yeah.
I'm predicting Bradley to get through the traffic, to have a good run. It's what he's known for doing.
Yeah.
Even him himself, he kind of knows that he's not a prologue specialist. He's not that guy. Like you said, a little bit disappointed, a little bit conservative, what he was expecting even of himself. But great that he had that quiet confidence about himself that, I know my pace. I know once I get out onto that track, I know what I'm doing. I know how to ride. I'm confident in the bike. I'm confident in the suspension. I know that I'm just going to run my race and it's going to come to me and I'm going to pick people up.
No, definitely. Looking good as Ryan Cossins also comes in behind him.
As we try and keep a little bit of an eye on our checkpoint times there. But first couple of our bikes through Rodinga. So currently our top 10 through Rodinga on road. Callum Norton, Corey Hammond, Brodie Waters, Campbell Hall, Mitchell Outrun, Tyler Ratford, Ray Cole, Levi Stevens, Will Ashby, and Liam Dinage. So the 252 stroke still holding pace up there inside the top 10 on the road.
Yeah, definitely. So Austin Shaw through there as well now, as well as Blair Outram. Yeah, good times. So a bit of a battle pack going on there. But again, like we were saying yesterday, people will find where they feel comfortable riding at the pace the people around them are riding, and they'll sort of try and stick to that group. As Ethan Alderton makes their way through Rodinga as well.
That's that years of experience, isn't it, that you just can't underestimate here at the Finke Desert Race. Requires plenty of common sense, which is always really hard to do when you also throw the word in there, desert race and common sense. They're not two things that go hand in hand, but our riders having to display plenty of it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Josh Harris, the number 24 bike through Rodinga now as well. Eyes keenly on the Bundooma checkpoint. Quite a bit of wind down there, as you can see, from the multiple flags.
Every once in a while, a little fly pops into the frame as well of the video. So obviously, still a few flies floating around down there. So shout out to our checkpoint workers. They're out in the flies all the time. It looks like Shannon Waring pops through Deep Well and Thomas Kruger through Rodinga checkpoint as well.
Yeah, Jackson Verstein. The 481 bike is through Rodinga. It's been a long, long day, I can tell you that. We'll continue to give you updates as they come to us. Bjorn is through as well, the 461 and the 30 bike for Thomas Livesey through Rodinga. And a heap of bikes continuing to go through Deepwell. So just a reminder, if you're here at the venue and you're following someone in particular, you can go to the shaded area in the middle there and look at the TVs. That gives you all the timing you need to look at. And I believe it's in classes, so you can easily find their names and stuff like that. Or if you're at home watching along with the live stream, go to the Tatts Finke Desert Race website, head to results, and you should be able to pull up the timing screens that we've got up here in the combox.
So we see Luke Savita, Christopher Gay, Jake Oliver, and Jemison Snelling all through the Deep Well checkpoint there as well. Yeah, it is something that they do really awesome. The 695, Dane Robson. The 598, Stephen Morfitt, Jesse McGill, Scott Kosicks. These are all coming through deep well right now. We're trying to call them as they pop up in front of us, so you are listening along at home. Nathan Shields, Jack Sheether through Rodinga as well. So the 550. 579, Stephen Breen, Zachary Lawrence, the 526 through deep well. Geez, mate, those volunteers out there checking off names and numbers, they are working hard, because as they pop up on our screen, that's as they go across the line as well. So it gives you an idea of how many bikes we have coming through checkpoints all together.
Yeah, big battle groups, battle packs out there. Zachary Lawrence also now through with Stephen Breen through the deep well checkpoint. So,
and how good is it, the social media side that you see out there? I've seen plenty of videos floating around today of the cars. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of videos floating around of all the motorbikes. If you're out there listening along, if you've got a Starlink and you're set up out in the paddock and you're watching the live feed and you get some good footage, make sure you share it along. Tag us, Instagram, Tatts Finke Desert Race. We see Jet Hicks, the X50 into Rodinga as well. The 280, Brock Parker, Rodinga as well. Riley Larkin in through the checkpoint into deep well. She's all happening here.
Here we go, Bunduma checkpoint. That should be Callum Norton. It is an hour 10.
How good are these shots, the helicopter?
Oh, wow. Corey Hammond's right there, though.
Wow.
He's made up time. 9 seconds.
Wow.
9 seconds. That is huge. That is a monster of a ride from Corey Hammond.
Yeah, absolutely. We just have a bit of a look from Rodinga to Bunduma. Corey Hammond actually 13 seconds faster. So maybe a little issue that Callum needed to fix at a pit stop, because they would have done a fuel stop somewhere in between Rodinga and Bunduma as well. So maybe a little issue that they needed to fix up there. Maybe something quite went wrong with the dry brake that was able to give Corey a little bit of a look back into it. But, geez, we've got a race for the ages happening right now.
Do.
9 seconds split time.
Probably the closest we've seen bikes together in a while when it comes to the top two.
So how we were able to work that out pretty easily is we knew that Callum and Corey both left the start line at the same time. So we're simply able just to count the seconds.
Yeah.
Made it nice and easy for corrected time. As well, through that time, the 578 of Kyle through Rodinga. A little bit of a weird name last there. Rice Stevens, Ethan Dagg. So Rye Stevens through Rodinga, Ethan Dagg on the 685 through Deep Well. As we do keep a little bit of an eye, we expect to see Brodie Waters, maybe Campbell Hall at our Bunduma checkpoint.
No, definitely. Keeping an eye out on the Bunduma checkpoint to see who comes through next. Zayden Olsen, the 498, also through Rodinga, as well as Eddie Gibson on the X99. Having a good battle there.
Just sounds like a good name, doesn't it? Eddie Gibson. Sounds like a guy you'd like to have a beer with.
Oh, yeah.
At Finke on a Sunday night.
You wouldn't have to twist his arm for a beer either, I can tell you that. Seth Bell also through Rodinga on the 390 bike. Big gap.
Yeah, two front runners, Callum and Corey, right out in front. probably was expecting that we might have seen Brodie or Campbell through in the not too distant future. Brodie starting off the second line, so only a minute gap between them as well. As Thomas Fletcher, the 270, into deep well.
Clayton on bike 494, also through Rodinga.
So a good little class 4 battle happening as well, like keeping each other honest. As a large pack there, all through deep well. We got Corey Bannister, Clayton Snelling, Joseph Blank, Jake Blundell, Brendan Irons and Braden Hamilton all through into deep well. Brad Nichols as well. All registering a time at the deep well checkpoint. Casey Larkin as well.
There we go. Just waiting on the update.
Daniel Piggott through Rodinga, just as we wait for our updated times to find out whether that was Brodie or Campbell. Shane Scott on the X85 into Deepwell. Brad Luff through Rodinga. William J. Willis into Deepwell. Mark Noland through the Deepwell checkpoint. Andrew McCulloch, Lachlan Wilcock through into Rodinga. Jack Heaton into Deepwell. So unfortunately a little bit of a timing glitch there through our Bonduma checkpoint. We did see our third competitor roll through.
And way too quick for us to pick up a number on that.
Yes.
He was hooking whoever it was.
So Nick Anderson, Hayden Buck, Warren Zerner all into Deepwell checkpoints as well. Jet Brian through Rodinga. Daniel Watkins, Rodinga. Nathan Anstis through Deep Well.
No. Maybe if we go...
So Nicholas Turner, the 299 into Rodinga. Ben Wadley as another one of our bikes zips past there. We see the 11.
Campbell Hall, so technically fourth on road.
At that guess, I would say it's probably Brodie Waters.
Yeah.
And then we've just got a little bit of a timing issue. So making a bit of a bold prediction there, I think we see Brodie Waters through Bonduma checkpoint and Campbell Hall being the fourth bike on road that we saw nip through there just recently. Geez, the breeze has really picked up down there at the Bonduma checkpoint. Those flags really flapping. We hadn't seen them flying that much when Callum went through there. The only thing we saw flying through there was Callum himself. To try and catch back up a bit, Brodie Rosser, Will Tottenham through Rodinga, Julian Galindo into Deep Well, Ethan Keenis into Rodinga, Toby Frisk, Troy Blythman into Deep Well, Ben Dixon through Rodinga, Mark Shepperton into Deep Well, Daniel Briggs through Rodinga, Matthew Pemberton and Hayden Oswald have just ripped through the Deep Well checkpoint. Toby Fraser into Rodinga, Jared Tyne through Deep Well, Eli Agwinton into Rodinga, Andrew Dunlop through Deep Well, Damon Marshall Deep Well as well. So quite a list of competitors there. So that's good. That means there's plenty of bikes still out on track, running strong. And how good. I'm sure there's a ton of competitors or a ton of fans and spectators out there on the track doing the right thing, having a good time, cheering them on, because when you're riding, you can definitely get up close and personal. Like you can hear that, loud crowd as you ride past.
Archie Brownless on the 4.32 through Deep Well as Josiah Barnes and Bradley Pollard. Madison Healy through Rodinga, the first of our women's class. So expecting Mitchell Outram in the next up. There we go. Right on cue. Mitchell Outram through Bunduma. Jet Hansen through Rodinga. And just for the people who are a bit worried about Brody Waters, we're thinking it's a transponder issue at the moment because we have had 5 bikes through Bunduma. Just didn't pop up with a time for him, which is something that happened during the car section as well. So hopefully we'll get an update once he goes through Mount Squires, and then we can continue to update you from there. But it's a bit hard because we can't follow bikes, transponders or anything like that. We're literally just getting the times up in the box. So we're doing our best at the moment.
Technology, it's an absolutely wonderful thing when it works. Sometimes it can be a bit of a bugger when it doesn't work. But we are pretty confident that we have seen Brody through the Bonduma checkpoint. Ryan Donaldson through Deep Well. Kenneth Hicks through Rodinga. Ben Harris, Deep Well.
Tyler Radford through Bunduma now.
So the 13, Tyler Radford into Bonduma. All through Deep Well, Justin Pitts, Adam Young, Josh Griggs, Zachary Williams, Steve Ralph, Nicholas Boyd, Joachim Jager.
Moves like Jagger.
Joachim Jager, the first of that list, through Rodinga as well. Yeah, moves like Jager. Mike Thompson through Deep Well, Damien Jones through Deep Well. So fantastic. Plenty of bikes still out and moving on this track. So they have a 4-hour cut-off time. Our sweep vehicles will sweep the track. We did see that beautiful TJ launch off the start line at the end of the row 80. So they do a great job. A lot of our volunteers, they will search through the night looking for any lost competitors. So I guess if you are listening along at home and you see that a competitor has pulled out, make sure you hit them up and remind them to check in at a checkpoint.
Yeah.
Tick themselves off the list that they are safe and sound, because one night there they were looking at the Bonduma checkpoint there. We see Ray Cole, the 16, come through. But you hear stories of the officials out late at night looking for people that are home safe in hotel beds. So please, if you are a competitor or part of a competitor's crew and you know that your rider has pulled out but is safe and sound, please get onto race control, pull into a checkpoint. Let them know that they're sitting around a campfire having a beer safe and sound, so that our officials aren't out looking for you all night long. So through Rodinga, we got Cameron Loader, James Bestgrave, and Chris Adams. And all through Deepwell, Josh Granger, Bo Doherty, and Bruno Catalini. That is a good Italian name.
That is a good name. So, waiting on the next. We're expecting Levi Stevens, Will Ashby, Liam Dinage, Jake Cobbin, all to make their way through into Bunduma. Chloe Barton on the 982 is now through the Deep Well checkpoint. Benjamin Tanner, Cooper Wegman, and Samuel Currell all through there as well. Another gaggle of bikes through that one. For the person who was looking out for Thomas Gibson, he did leave Alice Springs but has not made his way through Deepwell, and his brother's currently through Rodinga. So unfortunately there, I think he may have had an off, but don't want to confirm nor deny that one. Alexander Dawson through Rodinga, as well as Reggie Nardu through Deepwell, and Tom Condon through Rodinga, Timothy Alcock, Todd Jones, and Gavin Forrester. Gavin Forrester through Rodinga. Yeah, heaps of bikes continuing to come through.
As we move slightly further out, the Mount Squires checkpoint.
Yes.
So Mount Squires will be the last indication we get of a checkpoint time before they are into the Finke overnight stop. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled, looking at the Mount Squires checkpoint screen, get a bit of an idea about how we are travelling here. Only 9 seconds separating Callum and Corey when they went through the Bonduma checkpoint, so I am excited.
Yeah, Levi Stevens now through Bunduma as well, the number 19 bike. And another gaggle of bikes through Rodinga as well. Adam Dutton, Robert McConnell, Josh Oliver, Peter Latham into Deepwell, and then Darren Hansen through Rodinga, as well as Brett Ray. Will Ashby through Rodinga as well. Oh, sorry, Bunduma, I apologise. Right on the back of Levi Stevens still.
Oh, those boys are having a ding-dong battle. Yep. Levi Stevens, Will Ashby, Jake Cobbin just through as well on the 21. So we've got about 3 bikes all within 45 seconds of each other there. That's a great little battle happening. And the cool part is they haven't really gone much further distance from each other. They've started close to each other. The checkpoints through Rodinga were awfully close, and now through Bondima, very close, as well as the 290 of Cody Stevens through as well.
Yeah, very quick from them. For the people wondering where Lukey Hayes is this year, unfortunately came off pre-running and has come out of surgery. I believe it was a broken femur, so wishing him all the best wherever he's watching from.
Yeah, unfortunately, a few little incidences pre-running as well. Liam Walsh also had an incident a week ago or so leading up to the event, which is very sad. And, of course, David Walsh calling time on his career as well, not far out from the event. So if you're wondering why the very famous Alice Springs local Walsh name not appearing in this, unfortunately, both David and Liam having to withdraw from the event. One by choice, one not by choice.
Yeah, no, definitely. And hearing the stories from the cars that have come down, that made it down to Finke, it's one of the roughest. But here we go. Helicopter means front runner. Should be Callum Norton. Corey Hammond. Okay. Wow. Bit stunned. Up here in the comms box, waiting for the Norton bike to come through now. They were both Bunduma checkpoints. It was 9 seconds, and now it's blown out well past that.
Absolutely. Well, Corey has either gotten around Callum on track and put some time on him, or Callum has had a little bit of an incident as well. But, you know, full credit to Corey if Callum has had an incident, as we see. So that's definitely got to be Callum Norton there. So
yeah,
Callum,
okay.
Gee, didn't look like he was in full attack mode.
No.
Looked like he was sitting down. Like I said, the picture not perfect quality, but looked like he was sitting down and just kind of cruising there. So whether a little bit of an issue for Callum, geez, we hope not. Like we really wanted to see these boys battle it out tooth and nail to the end, and the best man come out as our king of the desert this weekend. But how good for Corey as well. Like you said, hey, he was relaxed.
Yeah.
He was chilling. Hey, your man, Bradley Greenfield.
Through Bunduma.
Right on the tail of James Heenan as well.
Yep.
So only 3 seconds separating them.
Our Mount Squires volunteers having a good old dance on the camera. You love to see that. That's very interesting.
Or is that just trying to shoo the flies? Yeah, Callum, getting back to Callum, not looking like he was in a full attack mode there. Hopefully we can find out some more of the story there, whether he's had an incident or an issue with the bike.
Yeah.
You know, all the team put so much effort into this. The mechanics, you know, the drivers, your team principal, you know, they put their heart and soul into this Fink race weekend. And you just hate to think that it could be something small that might have taken them out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think on fueling stops, whether that would have played any sort of time in that, but it just...
only having one pit, so say if Callum got around, they'd almost have to double stack.
Yeah.
Yes, very interesting. Sorry, not if Callum, if Corey had gotten around. Yes, if Corey had gotten around Callum. If C1 had gotten around C2.
But yeah, interesting. So we're expecting Brodie Waters through next. Hopefully we'll get that timing update when we see the next bike through here. But yeah, definitely interesting. Wasn't expecting that whatsoever. But it is rough. It is rough as guts out there, and especially like the thing is here at the start line and the stadium section, it gets a little bit of a watering and gets a little bit of work done to it, whereas out there, it's
Well, like Brad Lovell said, he said in America where we race, you get floodwaters, you get rain, you get sort of this resetting of the desert every couple of years, and that's not something that happens too often out here. Only resetting that probably generally happens of the Fink track is one of those big 6-wheel graders going down and cutting a few of the whoops out of it. I know it does happen every once in a while, but it's not something that the Fink committee does regularly. But and this is what we're talking about. One small little issue, maybe Callum's got a flat tyre, and they've made the decision just to nurse it in, get a good time, and get himself in a good start position where he can still attack Corey tomorrow, or does he try and ride it flat out, hope that it holds onto the rim and get him home? You know, these are all so many hypothetical situations that we're talking about, but these are all the things that can really, can snatch a King of the Desert title away from you in a heartbeat.
So just having a look at the Bunduma to Mount Squires checkpoint time, Callum was around about 58 seconds slower than Corey Hammond out front. So, yeah, very, very interesting indeed. Apparently, Jack Colbert is out with fuel problems. But we're going to have a quick look to see Callum Norton coming through in slow-mo.
Yeah, hard to tell, but looks like he's just sitting down there, not really in an attack position. Be interesting to see if we could get maybe a little look at what Corey Hammond looked like when he come through there. There was definitely a little bit of a difference in the. You could tell there was a difference in the speed when Corey came through there as well.
So still, there we go. Yep, Brodie Waters. I think we were just having a look again, or maybe the cameras might just be a bit slowed. But Brodie Waters through Mount Squires. And that sets our top three again.
Well, now this might be the interesting part.
Yeah.
You know, how much information are teams able to get to their riders on the way here? Are they at the next fuel stop, because usually they'll do 2 fuel stops, are they able to tell, hey, looks like Callum has slowed a bit, he might have a bit of an issue? Are you able to, push hard and get to him? These are all the things. So great to see that it was just a little mishap at Bunduma timing there for Brodie. Brodie back up and running, continually running.
Yeah, definitely a couple of people in the live stream cheering on Brodie Waters. But yeah, very interesting indeed. And that's the thing. Now does Brodie Waters, does he catch up to Callum Norton if Norton's riding about a minute off the pace? So
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a little... Or does he even know?
yeah, no, well, exactly. That's the thing. So especially being a flat-out desert race, it's very hard to know unless your team has all the expensive gear and is sort of watching the timing as you go into a pit stop or a fuel stop, something like that. So I know the KTM boys definitely used to do it. They'd let each other know what was going on. And David Walsh's thing back in the day used to be smash it out in day one, get there as quick as you can, and then just manage the gap on day two. So
Heck of a race idea. Get out in front, particularly because what we talk about with the corrected times is Campbell Hall, number 11, is through Mount Squires checkpoint as well.
Yep, licks the stamp and sends it through there.
But it is a good way to race this because obviously we talk about the Monday being corrected time, but then with the starts for Monday on the return leg being the gaps being your actual overall time position, you just have to manage a lead.
No, definitely. Still more bikes coming through the Rodinga checkpoints and Deepwell checkpoints as well. And just a reminder, if you want to be all over the bikes this weekend, you can jump onto the Tatts Finke Desert Race website and go to the results sections for 2025, and you'll be able to look at all the timing that we are seeing up here in the box. Another gaggle of bikes through Rodinga. Jet Hicks also through Bunduma on the X50. So great to see. .1:35 local time, so an hour and 35 minutes we've been out on track. Shouldn't be too far away from seeing some of the bikes come through into Finke, the top runners. Be interesting to see what sort of a time they put on compared to the cars this year. Definitely think it's going to be slower because of how rough it is.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, it will just be interesting to see how they do compare. We always like looking at it. Another gaggle of bites through Rodinga once again. Jesse Ryan, Jack Sheether also through the Bunduma checkpoint.
So not much of a difference. Like you said, we got Austin Shaw, Bjorn Cardiners, and Jesse Ryan. So that's our top three in Class 4 as well. So those boys locked into a great little battle there. As through Rodinga, we see Aaron Pistler, Riley Morrow, and Paul Gunther. Looks like Brock Parker.
Ooh.
And Mitchell Outram. Sorry, we just stopped for a second there because a motorbike flashed up on our screen. Mitchell Outram is through Mount Squires.
So a couple of minutes behind the Campbell Hall machine. Now we shouldn't be too far away from seeing another gaggle of bikes come through Mount Squires now. Radford was around about 2 minutes off the pace last time round. And then it was a minute to Ray Cole, and then it was very, very close between the 19 bike Levi Stevens, the 296 bike of Will Ashby, and the 21 bike of Jake Cobham, Cody Stevens, as well as Liam Dinage, James Heenan, and Bradley Greenfield. All very, very close indeed. Heap more bikes also going through the Rodinga checkpoint as well as some of the others going through the deep well.
But now we start to turn our attention down to the Fink end.
Yeah.
We know it's not far off. We start to see some of our top competitors come in. So through the Mount Squires checkpoint so far, we have Corey Hammond, Callum Norton, Brodie Waters. I know that makes a lot of Honda fans happy every time we mention Brodie Waters inside the top 3. Then we have Campbell Hall and Mitchell Outram being our top 5 all through Mount Squires. Heard through a friend of Mitchell's that he'd taken a bit of a tumble in that deep well to Rodinga section, but dusted himself off and is back up and charging hard.
Yeah, definitely. More bikes through Bundooma as well. Still on the Mount Squires checkpoint to continue to see some of the outer, I think we've had, 5 through there at the moment?
Well, we're just coming up on an hour 40 of race time as well, so the bike's a little bit slow, but geez, I don't know, hats off to them if they could get close to Trav's time.
Yeah. I reckon this year they'll be around about the 1:48, 49 mark, I'd say.
There we go, calling it early.
Yeah. Get in early. Oh, another one through...
Tyler Radford.
Yeah. Okay, so we should start to see the gaggle of bikes.
The large conglomerate of bike riders that were excited. Isn't it one of those great things? I mean, we keep coming back to it, but I've got to try and remember. 138 first-time competitors here at Fink. So after 49 years of running the competition, of running the there and back, the Tatts Finke Desert Race, 138 new competitors 139 new competitors arriving this year alone.
Yes, huge. Absolutely huge. Naomi Finlay, for anyone following her this weekend, she's through Deep Well on the 997 bike. More bikes through Rodinga as well. And there we go. Ray Cole now through Mount Squires. So now the battle pack of Stevens, Ashby, Cobham, Stevens, Dinage, Heenan, and Greenfield and Shaw should start to come into play here. Will be very interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, like you said, Levi Stevens, great. Will Ashby, the local rider, you know, great to see him back on a bike. Thanks for that information after a couple of years off. I tell you what, that is monumental too. Like, you think about the mental fortitude that he must have, Will Ashby must have, to have a big enough accident that's made him not ride a bike for 2 years to then get back on and run at a top 10 pace here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. That is one of the most outlandish things I have ever heard. And not just back into it and do the Fink last year and sort of, you know, get the 50 and, you know, get top 50 and get the eye in. He's here running a top 10 pace straight back from his first year after a big accident. Congratulations to Will Ashby. That is a fantastic... Geez, I hope we haven't put the commentator's curse on it. But that is a fantastic effort right there. No matter what happens for the rest of this weekend, he can hold his head high and his head proud and be excited about what he has achieved here in 2025.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you if the Lords of Grogtown are listening to us, they will be, they'll be going off.
So is he the mayor?
Oh, I think he's a part of the sitting committee, is all I'm going to say.
The sitting committee. I like it. So Richard MacGyver, Alex Kelly, and Burr and Russell through Deep Well. We got Jet Brine through Bonduma, Daniel Piggott through Bonduma as well, and Levi Stevens through Mount Squires. Through Rodinga, Damon Marshall, George Ruggless, so that toupee holding on strong for him, not required. Julian Aglino, Ron Bailey through Deep Well, Hayden Oswald, Rodinga, Archie Brownless through Rodinga, Daniel Watkins through Bonduma, Troy Blythe through Rodinga, and Ben Greenshields through Deep Well. I know there's a lot of information coming thick and fast, but we will do the best to call out all the bikes as we see them, as the 290 of Cody Stevens through Mount Squires. One of our female competitors, Chloe Fabro, is through Deep Well. Lewis Bartle through Rodinga. Russell Fabro through Deep Well as well. So I wonder if that's a brother and sister team there, or just magically happen to have the same last name. And Will Ashby. This is that pack you were just talking about that you expected to be close to each other.
Every time. Jake Cobbin through now as well. 10 seconds between himself and Will Ashby. Will Ashby dropped a little bit of pace to Cody Stevens. But it is getting very, very close now. So if my calculations are correct, we're around about 4 minutes away from seeing our first bike into Fink.
Yeah.
They're probably way off, but anyway.
So all through Rodinga, Zach King, Damian Jones, Josiah Barnes, Bo Doherty, Bradley Pollard, Dwight Hawken, and then through Deep Well, David Sohun, Darren Kirsten, as we check back in at Rodinga, Steve Ralph, Justin Pitts, Nicholas Boyd, Lockie Hanby through Deep Well. Don't know where to look at the moment. But for those following along at home, all the information we are getting is just from the 2025 Tatts Finke Desert Race website. Don't even need to know the website. Just go to Google Tatts Finke Desert Race. All the links will pop up that you need to follow, and you can get the exact same information that we have in front of us right now.
Yeah, good to see Will Tatani through Bunduma, as well as Ben Dixon and Nicholas Turner. They're all sort of in their own little battle pack. Continuing through. Now I'm just going to have a look at...
Just doing some quick math in my head there. About a minute difference between the checkpoint times for Corey Hammond and Callum Norton between Bonduma and Mount Squires. So Corey Hammond really dropping the hammer.
Yeah.
Mike Thompson and Ben Harris through Rodinga. Toby Fraser through Bonduma.
Liam Dinage through Mount Squires now on the 25 bike. And we start to see the pictures from the Fink end. And just before we get ready to welcome our first bike in, I'm just going to give you a quick update on our confirmed DNFs. Jack Colbert on the number 15 bike, unfortunately out of the race. The 618 of Darcy Poole in Class 6, unfortunately out. Thomas Gibson, the 398, really unfortunate for him, he's out. And then Taylor Maurice, the Alice local on the Honda, unfortunately the 939 is a confirmed DNF.
Oh, that's big news for the ladies class right there, isn't it?
Yep.
Taylor Maurice being out. As we see some of the STE crew there lined up, waiting down at the overnight stop at the Finke Desert Race.
Definitely Jesse O'Shea through Bundooma now as well. James Heenan through Mount Squires. So we shouldn't be too far away from seeing Bradley Greenfield behind him and Austin Shaw. Ryan Donaldson through Rodinga. Johnny Beacon also through Rodinga. So, Bradley Greenfield, there we go. Through Mount Squires, drop back a little bit to James Heenan. The first of our female competitors through Bundooma, Madison Healy. She is on one this weekend.
Now, I know there's a long way to go of this race, but just had a quick count up of all the bikes that haven't made it into Deepwell checkpoint, which is actually a fair way down the race course. The first checkpoint is a fair way down. Only 20 bikes so far haven't made it to the Deepwell checkpoint, so that's a really good sign.
Austin Shaw through Mount Squires. So he's not too far away from Bradley Greenfield whatsoever. So he'll be hunting the two Alice locals.
We're looking for a helicopter on that screen.
We are.
That'll give us an idea.
What have I got? I've got 9 seconds. Come on. No, a bit of fun. So, definitely not Michael. Brody Waters through Mount Squires. Sorry, that's just re-popped up on the screen. I do apologise. He was through Mount Squires. He's just, for some reason, re-popped up. Or maybe they fixed timing for him.
Yes, his Bundooma checkpoint time popped up.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
I was going to say.
But we also see Jim Mole and Nathan Kelly through Rodinga. Vic Hall into Deep Well. Lucas Draper into Rodinga. Paul Woods. The boys anxiously waiting.
Yeah, Bradley Greenfield's dad there, Stephen Greenfield. Multi-time winner of the event in the CBS shirt. Turned around at the moment, the brown shirt. Yep. So waiting for his son down the other end.
Gee, there's some history of off-road racing right there, isn't there? The Finke Desert Race. You're talking about Ryan Bradford before, Stephen Greenfield there. A couple of multi-time champions.
Yeah, I think I saw Nick Reuter there as well. Sneaky man. Does quite a bit of bike work. So great to see they're all waiting down at Finke. If anything needs to be done on the vehicles, on the bikes, I do apologise. It has been a long day.
A motorcycle's still a vehicle.
Yeah, two-wheeled vehicle.
Into Deep Well through our checkpoint, Alistair Morris, Benjamin Brown, Sam Smith through Bundooma. Thomas Livesay through Mount Squires, Stephen Rosier through Rodinga, and also Jackson Verstegen through Mount Squires as well. So that's one of our Class 4 competitors.
Yep. Big push now, and a couple more bikes through Mount Squires. You've got Josh Harris, Tom Livesey. Oh, yep, sorry. That was, yep. It is. Yeah. God.
Thomas Kluger through Mount Squires as well, the 22 machine. So he is looking to have back-to-back solid top 20 positions. Top 30 positions, my apologies. And the most important checkpoint of today, the Tatts Finke Desert Race Finke checkpoint. That's the one they all want to see. Ethan Elderton, Blair Outram. Blair Outram. I wonder if any relation to Mitchell Outram.
Very close between those two bikes as well.
Declan Rose, Blaine Burke through Bonduma. Get a little bit of a different camera angle for the bike boys. We know they love to throw down a big jump as well. I think the bike boys and the trophy truck guys go hand in hand about how important it is to get to Fink just for the finish line jump.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
But what a great day for Corey Hammond.
Oh, here we go. Dust off in the distance. Who are we going to welcome into Fink first? Is it going to be Corey Hammond or is it going to be Callum Norton? Yep, it's the number 4 bike, Corey Hammond. Put your hands together. What a run. Oh, good jump. Gave us a heart attack in the commentary box, though. But no, I don't think any of us were expecting this. He's going to be happy. Does it in a time of 1 hour, 53 minutes and 50 seconds.
Be interesting to see how much information he knows, because you see him looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Looks like a little bit of dust popping up there as well. Maybe could be a car, just from that long shot that we had there. But interesting how much information he had. A couple of times there looked like he was having a little look over his shoulder, already wanting to get some idea of how much of a gap he has. But this is how controlled and comfortable they are. Off that jump, the front end dipped just a little bit. No drama.
No.
Just pulled the clutch, a few little, a little bit of an RPM, and he was happy. So Corey Hammond, first into Fink. Looks cool, calm, all collected, having a little bit of a chat, getting some water, shaking hands. I'm sure if there was a couple of babies there, he'd be giving them a kiss too.
Having a chat to the CBS boys there. Having a good old joke. That's the best thing about it as well. Once you're done, you can relax. Big congratulations to Corey Hammond for getting into Fink first, and it's by a pretty big margin at this point.
Yeah, it looks like the margin has continued to blow out. It was about a minute at Mount Squires. So speaking of Mount Squires, Jet Hicks has just passed through Mount Squires, and then Bonduma we see Brett Ray and Dion Niagu. Then all through Road Dinger, Gavin Pengley, Tyson Mascot, Justin McKinley, Graham Hill, Jim Trebekovich, and Anthony Hammond. Paul Edelman just popped up as well. But you see they're just having a little bit of a conversation. Now's the time to be coming up with a bit of a plan for tomorrow. What do we need to change? A few little suspension adjustments, or is it just, no, the bike was good. I made a few mistakes, but happy to ride it that way.
I think he was saying there that they came into the fuel stop pretty much side by side. And then...
So an issue maybe for Callum at his fuel stop?
Maybe. Parks up the bike in the number 1 spot. That's got to feel good. We shouldn't be too far away from grabbing a word from him.
How is that ride? You're pretty neck and neck with Callum Norton, but he's not in yet. You are. How was the ride?
It was all right. He jumped me off the start, but I just stuck to the game plan. Just told myself to relax and just sort of drop back in his dust that first sort of 60. Just wanted to survive the deep well and not pump up, which I didn't, which was good. And then sort of leapfrogged him in the fuel stop. And then the next rise, he sort of committed a bit, so I pulled into my fuel stop, and I knew I just had to stay there, and was close all the way out to the 160. And then we come out of the 160 together. We both pitted behind each other and just out-dragged him down the next straight. And I just told myself just to push as hard as I could to the end here to give myself as big a gap for tomorrow as I can. So, yeah, it's been a little while now, so it's good.
I think you've stretched it out. I think they were just saying 2 minutes before. We're just still obviously waiting for him to come in. In terms of that battle between the two of you, I mean, does it make it more exciting, or have you both feel like you've really got this win on the line?
My bike's really good at the moment, and I don't have a massive team around me, but I've got all the right people, so we've got a really good program, and I'm proud of what we put together and going up against these factory boys, you could say. So just put our head down tomorrow and charge all the way home and hopefully have a decent gap to not have to take too many risks off those sketchy bits.
Brilliant. And the bike, is everything okay with it, or was there any issues?
No, it was really good. Obviously, the first 60 is hard, you're warming up, and once I settled in there, it was good. I had a really big moment in the 120 whoops, and it was nearly all over there, but other than that, thanks to Greeny at GDR Suspension, every year we just seem to get it better and better, so I'm really happy.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. We'll wait for Callum to come in. Hopefully he's not far behind you now, and then we'll try and grab an interview with him as well when he pulls in and find out, how he was going in that since Bunduma when you overtook him. Until then, back to you guys.
Yeah, great to hear from Corey right there as he crossed the finish line, and great to hear sort of that game plan, that how well he had it thought out. We heard him talk off the start line, if I don't get the jump, this is what I'm going to do, and credit to him, he stuck to that. And even as a racer, I can't imagine how incredibly hard it must be to tell yourself, I'm going to drop back out of the dust because I know how treacherous this first 60 kilometres can be. So I'm actually going to give him more of a gap so that I can safely get down to where I believe I can push harder and get an opportunity to overtake him again. But a fantastic ride there. And then obviously full commitment the whole way home. He was talking about how hard he rode in that that final section home. Knew he had Callum behind him, but just pushed hard, got himself a nice little gap. And a nice little gap he has at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it's opened up, but here we go. The dust begins to come in, and we look to the screen to see what number it is. It's the 8. It is the 8. Or is it the 2? No, it's the 8. It's a Honda. Wow, Brodie Waters. What did we say?
The Honda fans, get on your feet.
Yeah. Honda, rejoice. Because they're looking good at this year's Tatts Finke Desert Race. Brodie Waters on a heater. Let's see what he does. 158.59. So that is a really good gap for Corey. He's going to be happy with that. Wow. I just hope Callum's okay at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just trying to think now whether it may have been an arm that he was sort of caressing in that footage that we saw.
Yep. Was he sitting down, wing tucked a little bit? Yes, I know what you're saying.
Whether he's brushed a tree or not, but yeah.
Might find some information here out of Brodie. He might be able to give us a little bit of information. He's clearly passed Callum at some point in time on road. So hopefully we might be able to find out some information. But if not, we'd love to hear all about what Brodie's ride was like. Great for the OBR team as well with that, mixed livery that he's running as well. Such a great competitor, such a passionate Honda man as well. I'm sure there's probably nights he's laid in bed thinking, I really should switch over to a KTM, to get that opportunity to be on the top step. But he's always stuck by the Hondas, loved them, rode them for a long time, and great to see him up onto second place for today's ride.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was interesting to hear about Corey through those 120 whoops. He said he almost had one where it was all over. So very interesting indeed. But he's going to chuck the helmet back on quickly and ride up into that second grid spot, and we should be able to grab him for a chat. Yeah, Honda will be stoked. I can definitely tell you that. It's been a long time since these guys have been up. Nothing against the Honda brand or anything like that. It's been KTM dominance for so long. So a couple of our NT police officers enjoying the watching as well.
A couple of cold, crisp waters.
Yep. Definitely got some sort of electrolyte in there. It's been a long day for them as well, I would say. But just great to see all these awesome pictures. But here we go. The dust rises once again. And will it be Callum Norton or will it be Campbell Hall? This is the thing now. It's Campbell Hall.
I have Brodie Waters here with me. You're the second bike in at the Finke end with 1 hour and 58 minutes. That's, just right behind Corey Hammond with 1:53. How was the ride for you?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I didn't get out of the stadium section in first, and I had to risk a little bit more than I wanted to in that first 10 Ks to get past Mitch, but then I rode a little bit tense after that for a little bit, but in the end it wasn't a too bad run down.
And we were really expecting Callum Norton to come in a little bit earlier before you maybe. So you said you passed him roughly 20 Ks out?
Yeah, I passed him 20 Ks ago and he was just cruising along. So, hopefully he's all right and, he goes back tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just, obviously paying attention to that that gap that kept stretching, considering he was first off the line. Just in terms of your bike now, how was the ride? How did it go?
Yeah, it all went pretty smooth after I got out past Mitch at the first start, at the first 10 Ks, and then just cruised along and just kept a nice steady pace and tried to stay out of that danger zone out there.
Yeah, no, there's some pretty big whoops out there. We're hearing that it's really rough in terms of overnight. Is there much you're going to have to do to the bike?
No, we'll just do a general check over it and just a normal prep, and we'll be good to go back.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. I think we have just got number 11 in, so we still haven't seen any sign of Callum Norton, I don't think, at this point. But congratulations. Second off tomorrow. That must be a pretty good position for you.
Yeah, thank you. So, we just got to check on corrected times because number 11 just come in and he started a couple of rows behind me, I think. So we'll get to see how, and hopefully we can just put our head down and have a good run back.
Brilliant, absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to find out what's going on and we'll head back up to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah. Campbell Hall, what a mission for the number 11 bike. You've got to take your hat off there. As Brodie just said, he started behind him a couple of rows back, so Campbell's had an excellent run. And then we did see the number 2 bike of Callum Norton did it in a time of 2 hours and 4 minutes, so not bad whatsoever. And really interesting to see the thing on the nose there. It's to sort of open the nose up and get as much air in, but Keziah's with.
Yeah, kept it on 2 wheels and didn't make too many mistakes, but I pushed it the first half and got a couple of positions. Felt pretty good.
Brodie saying he's a bit worried about your time, that you might have been able to get around him. How confident are you with the pace you had?
Yeah, through the first half I was feeling pretty good. Then made a couple of mistakes and slowed up a little bit halfway through, but no, I was pretty confident with my ride. It was good. Bike felt awesome. It was going good, so happy.
In terms of the track, and we're hearing a lot of reports about just how tough it is out there. Can you give us some insight into that?
Yeah, the track's rough. Square edges everywhere and big holes, and you just, going for it.
Pray for the best at this point?
Yep, pretty much, yep.
In terms of tonight, what's the plan getting ready for tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon?
I'm going to go into an ice bath and then service the bike, get it all ready for tomorrow and check over everything, make sure nothing's loose and come out tomorrow swinging.
Make sure you get a good feed in there too.
And a feed, yep. That's most important.
Absolutely. Well, we do have Callum Norton. We've seen side of him, so we'll try and have a chat to him very shortly. Until then, back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah. Great to see Callum Norton in, as well as having a chat. And this now, the number 12 bike of Mitchell Outram. Good run from him. He'll be happy with this.
Yeah, really good run from Mitchell there. And what about I'm just blown away by the situational awareness of Brodie Waters. That's the competitor that he is. Second on road second on road there, but knew that Campbell had started a couple of rows back to jump him in position. There. So very interesting there about what Brodie picked up on. And there we have the times come up. On corrected time, Campbell Hall is second overall at the moment by just under 4 seconds.
So does look like Callum has hurt himself from what we can see here. Don't want to speculate what he's done to himself, but we do wish him all the best, and hopefully we'll be able to grab him for a chat a little bit later on.
Most importantly, though, you see Callum able to ride in, get over to his crew, get some water, stuff like that, get looked after. So the good news that we can take out of that is Callum still in a condition where he was able to ride in. But yeah, just blown away. Really impressed with Brody there. You know, he's just done 226 kilometres on one of the toughest tracks and still has that, you know, the way the mind is still processing things. To be able to think like that is just incredible as to how smart, how calculated, how fit these riders are. I mean, if I had to ride the Fink track right now, I wouldn't be able to form a sentence.
No, definitely.
I mean, I can't form a sentence now at the best of times. But as we see Mitchell Outram in, we'll try and find some information there. I do believe he had a small little get-off in the first sort of 100 kilometres of the track, but dusted himself off to get back and running. So that's great run there from Mitchell Outram as well.
Yeah, no, is definitely. But we will see what Mitchell has to say, the number 12 bike rider.
All right, I'm just jumping in here with Mitch Outram. How did you feel about the ride here to Fink?
It's a bit average, to be honest. Yeah, the first 110k, I don't think I got out of third gear, so... No, I struggled a lot that first bit, but the last half was really good.
Is it the bike or is it just the track is that tough?
The track was so tough, yeah. And I just felt uncomfortable, but I think it was just the nerves and the big build-up. But we got it here safe, so that's all that matters.
You're here safe and you're not that far behind. You look like you got a bit of blister brewing on your nose. It just goes to show the wars that you have here. The plan for tonight, how do you recover, ready to get back out there tomorrow?
Just straight in the ice bath. Just get carbs back into me and give the bike a wash and a service and go to bed, really.
Get out of third gear next time.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. We're going to head back to you guys. We've still got more bikes rolling in here at the Fink end and we'll talk to them very soon.
No, great ride there from Mitchell. And Mitchell, I'll give you a bit of advice on recovering tonight. Stay well away from Slippery Muldoon. Stay away from Jeffro Charles as well. I'm sure they will be looking to party and you'll be needing to rest and recover. So Mitchell, stay safe down there. Stay away from the cave diver. Get your bike serviced. Get into a bath. But isn't that crazy just how treacherous it is? You know, a blister forming on his nose. Who would have thought that the track would be so rough and hurt you in such a way that your goggles would rub on your nose? Geez, that would be frustrating and annoying to try and ride the race with.
No,
so war
definitely.
stories getting swapped here. I don't know what they're saying, but the universal hand signal of I had a wild moment.
No, great to see. We should not be too far away from seeing Tyler Radford in either on the 13 bike. But what I was going to say just before is number 4, number 8, number 11, number 2, number 12. These numbers, you know, that it's crazy to see that they're up fighting so high this year, and it's a great year for people who are up and coming in this great thing we call desert racing. But here we go, the next of our competitors now, the number 13. It is Tyler Radford making his way into Fink. See what sort of a time he can do. Another great ride. Does it in a time of 2 minutes 09. But right behind him, though, is that the 16?
The 19? 18, 19.
16.
It could be Ray Cole and then Levi Stevens, I believe, just through there as well on the shot as well.
Wow. So Ray Cole does it in a time of 2 minutes 09.26. Very good time indeed. So they're very close together. Still quite a few bikes coming through the Mount Squires end as well into that checkpoint. believe Nicholas Turner's through there as well as Charlie Howard. As well as a heap of bikes still making their way into Bundooma as well. But the number 13 of Tyler Radford, he'd be pretty happy with that. We're going to have a chat with him now.
Tyler Radford, how are you going? How are you feeling after that one?
Oh, it was pretty brutal. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the first road crossing, but pumped up, had to take tape off my glove, and pretty sure it broke my thumb. But anyway, we'll just kick on for day 2.
That is the stories of Fink, isn't it? You just tape up the parts and you've got to get back there tomorrow. Can you do anything tonight to help the body recover?
Ice bath and, get plenty of rest and hopefully have a good push on the way home.
And just up there, obviously well in the top 10, are you happy in terms of the ride, in pacing and things like that?
Oh, that ride, not really. I was a bit lazy in a lot of spots, but all I can do is focus for day 2. But I'm very happy where I'm sitting at the moment, so I'll focus for day 2 and hopefully we can get home safely.
Absolutely, get there and get back again. That is the entire goal. I'm just trying to see who's ridden in here. We might be able to jump all the way over here. Ray, how are you feeling after that one?
Oh, not too bad. A little bit sore in a couple of spots, but made it down here. That's the main thing.
Are you happy with the pace you got down here?
Yeah, I think so. I struggled early on. I had a bit of arm pump, but I just sort of kept consistent, and I'm pretty happy, I think.
There's a few boys that are complaining, well, not complaining, but just saying that the track is just so hard this year. Did that sort of impact you in your ride?
Yes and no. There were certain areas that, I was definitely... There's some decent whoops out there. They're bloody massive, but that was good.
And who's the crew you have here that'll take care of you tonight and get you ready for tomorrow?
I got Mickey and Cam and a few boys who helped me out, which I think they've got a good setup down here, so we should be right.
Brilliant. Go get some food into you, some carbohydrates, I'm saying, is the key, I've heard. And we'll have a chat to you tomorrow before you head out again. We're going to head back to you guys in the Alice Springs commentary box, and we'll bring you some more interviews very shortly.
Very, very close between those groups of bikes. So we just had Cody Stevens through, Jack Cobbin through, and Levi Stevens through. They were 209, 210, 27. Wow.
Good to see Jake
Very
Cobbin
close.
and Levi Stevens,
Yeah.
a little fist bump as they got to the end of the straight there. Sure, they're already swapping a few war stories.
Should be the 296 of Will Ashby next on to our screens. And it looks like his bike.
Geez, mate, your eyesight is good to be able to pick that from here.
They say I'm still young, apparently. Yeah. 296, Will Ashby. They will be celebrating in Grogtown.
Is this a location I can go to tonight?
Oh, no, I don't think they're in town.
Yes.
At the
not
moment.
an Alice Springs local?
So the group is,
Yes.
but they would be somewhere along the
big
track, I
at
would
this point
say.
in time, yes.
Yes. Otherwise, I would have given you an invite because it is a good laugh.
So a 209.43 there. It's a good run. A couple more coming through Mount Squires. Sam Smith, Tom Coden, Declan Rose, Robert Savage. All through Mount Squires. So the last checkpoint on track as they make their way towards the Fink overnight stop. Wayne Erickson through Bundooma. Darren Creston through Rodinga. As the boys all standing around swapping a few war stories.
Yeah, definitely great to see the camaraderie between them. So 1:53 the top time for the bikes. So round about around about the 10-minute mark between the cars and the bikes this year.
A 1:38 for Trav.
Oh, yep, no, sorry, a 1:38.
So about 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Great to see a couple of adventure bikes down at Fink. but everyone sharing the stories of a hard day ridden.
It is great to see all the competitors around swapping stories.
Yeah. No update on Callum Norton at the moment. We'll wait to hopefully have a chat with him at some point this afternoon. We don't want to sort of force our ways into that one either. Try and let him recover if he needs to. But here's Will Ashby.
I have Will Ashby here with me. You're just pointing to your bike. We're having a little conversation before. We've had a malfunction on the damper post here on the way down.
Yeah, sort of snapped off at like 110k mark. I didn't really know what was going on. I thought my front wheel come loose for a second, sort of pulled up and then rode along a bit more, and bars were shaking all over the place, and then realised that it was snapped, so sort of had to turn it off a little bit and just really hang on my hands for the last, I don't know, however long it was.
How's the shoulders and the arms feeling after that?
Yeah, pretty good. Sore, my hands are pretty beat, but I don't have any blisters, so we'll recoup and get ready for tomorrow.
It makes it easier to do the trek tomorrow when you don't have sores on your hand, and a lot of people do when they get here to the Finke end. In terms of the actual ride, the place, positioning, time, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I've got no idea where I am, but I'm pretty happy, I guess. I'm here in one piece, so we'll recoup and go again tomorrow.
That's the main thing, and you did mention before you have spare parts here, so that can be fixed.
Hopefully. I think GDR suspension greenie might be able to help me out with one, so fingers crossed we'll get one sorted and get ready for tomorrow.
Depending on the team and also the work that can be done at the campsites here at the Finke end, get some rest tonight and we'll have a talk to you hopefully tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much, Keziah Dawn. Liam Dinage across the line on the 25, as well as James Heenan. James Heenan, 2 hours 12. Very good from him compared to Liam's 2 hours 14. Shouldn't be too far away from seeing the 10 bike either of Bradley Greenfield.
That's a great ride by Liam Dinage there. That's the first of our 2 strokes across the line on a 250 2-stroke as well, so not even a 300 or a 500 2-stroke. So a great ride there. I think 12th on road. I was wondering what that noise was. It's a helicopter. Yeah, 12th on road there for Liam Dinage as well. So a great ride, and great to see James Heenan in as well. But yes, Will Ashby, that would have been a heck of a ride.
Yeah.
No steering dampener. Like you said, the difference that it makes to these bikes and being able to ride, as he gives Corey a handshake there and a celebratory hug. But yeah, the difference that it makes to these bikes, so much so that he thought his front wheel was coming loose when he had a damper failure.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to run without one of those bad boys here at Finke. So hopefully the GDR suspension guys can help him out so he can get back tomorrow. But yeah, great ride from Will Ashby. You really got to take your hat off to him to ride with that one. But yeah, the 25 and the 20 of Liam and James, great to see their bikes into Finke as we continue to have a look at these great pictures from the Finke end. And all those competitors standing around having a chat, sharing stories. It's always great to see. But we're going to go down and have a chat.
I have Liam Dinage. You've started off 9th. You've just come in here at the Finke end. What is your take on that ride down here?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty brutal out there, especially on the little 2-stroke. Definitely just got beat around pretty hard, but yeah, it's pretty fun, I guess. So yeah.
You look like you've come in here almost with the least amount of, soreness in your posture. You're just, I've waltzed into Finke. How are you feeling?
Yeah, my hands are definitely pretty numb. Just the vibrations and just lower back. But yeah, we'll go have a bit of recovery and hopefully come out swinging.
Is there anything with the bike? Were you quite confident with that ride down?
No, I'm really happy with it, the way we've got it set up. It's running really well, so I can't complain at all.
Awesome. And then, so tonight, I guess, run the same setup tomorrow, just get back out here?
Yep, yeah, just probably just leave it as is and then we'll just see and go from there.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. Get some rest tonight. We'll let you go chat to the boys as well. All right, back to you guys in commentary.
Thank you very much, Keziah. Austin Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here at the venue in Alice Springs, put your hands together for the Alice local, Austin Shaw, into Finke in 2 hours 13. What a run he's had. Next in, though, will be Josh Harris, just waiting on the 10 bike of Bradley Greenfield, hoping he comes through very shortly. Oh, I reckon it might be. We've just gone there. No, Thomas Livesey behind. So, Josh Harris. So, hoping the 10 bike comes in very shortly.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bradley, seems like he's dropped a little bit out of position there. But yeah, great ride by Liam Dinkage as well.
Yeah.
252 stroke. Would have had to been ringing the neck of that thing the whole way.
Oh yeah, definitely. Still can't believe Austin Shaw's coming where he has.
Speaking of ringing its neck the whole way, that little 254 stroke would have been working very hard.
Next in for
another 481.
Jackson Verstee Sturgeon.
How do they still have the energy to chuck a bit of a whip? These little
love it, yeah.
They're mad dogs.
About to come in. See what sort of a time they do. 2 hours, 13 minutes, 54 seconds. Not bad whatsoever. Amazing to see the competitors getting in. Here we go. Just having an issue seeing the number there. Not the 10 bike though.
I was having a bit of a look, see something flapping around there, but I think that's the hose off his Camelback.
Yep.
Having a little bit of a flap there.
Thomas Kruger across the line on the number 22 bike. Does it in 2 hours, 14:42. So
it hasn't instantly gone dark down there. A little bit of a technical difficulty down there as we call out some of our checkpoint times. Look like into Mount Squires, Hayden Vag, Jake Fishpaul, Rick Hall, the 711.
Through Mount Squires, great to see. 590 making their way, so...
oh, no! Unfortunately, getting a little bit loose off that finish line jump there. High in the air, but look at that, straight back up, the adrenaline pumping there. No, he's climbing, getting himself off the track as more bikes come through.
Stopping, trying to stop to see if he's okay.
So seeing some of the competitors race out. That looks like, I'm going to say that looks like Bo Robinson running onto the track there to get him off there, but we'll move on. We see the
233 Blair Outram.
Unfortunately, just in one of those ones, you do a little bit of pre-running, you race the track, and then on the day like today, when you've done the 230 kilometres, you're tired. The body doesn't just quite react like you hoped it would. The muscle memory's just that half a second slower. But that's great. It looks like we've got more of our competitors getting in and around.
Bjorn Cardes.
461.
Yep, 461 making their way in.
How good is that? That is Bo Robinson there. Yep, so sticking around watching the boys as that's the 590 machine. So Ethan Alderton, if you've got family and friends watching along at home, he is back up and running after a massive moment. Look at the handlebars bent down. Oh, he's going to be so disappointed in himself, and the adrenaline's kicked in right now, but I'm pretty sure he's also going to start to hurt in the not-too-distant future as well after that big moment. Running well and truly inside the top 30.
Yeah, hopefully.
And also the X50, of Jet Hicks.
Hopefully he goes straight to the medical services down there at the Finke end and can get looked at. That was...
all right, I've got Levi, Austin, Jackson, and Tom's just pulled in here as well. I might come over to Levi. Levi, how did you feel about that ride?
Yeah, pretty good. I passed probably 2, maybe 3 people before the first fuel stop, and I was like feeling good there. No one passed me to about probably like 180 mark, and then I was a bit worried about my brother. I was waiting for him to come past me because he got a shit prologue, but nah, it's good. Got in here pretty good. Lost the steg peg, but happy with it.
Those things can be easily replaced. They don't impact the ride too much.
Yeah, nah, just go heal up and come back tomorrow.
Absolutely. And in terms of the bike, was there anything wrong with it you might have to work on overnight, or is it just a matter of getting back out here?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't talked to Dad, see if he Loctited the steg peg. Don't think he did, but nah, it's all right.
That's all right. Well, good luck. I might just head over here. Austin, is it?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'm a bit tired, but I'm feeling all right.
I was going to say, how's the body feeling?
Yeah, pretty sore. Ran out the 35k mark. I thought, I don't know how I'm making it to Finke. But it progressively got better, I suppose, from there. I reckon that was probably one of the worst parts of the track.
What's the key, I guess, to being able to get that endurance out of it?
Honestly, the less you think about it, the less you really get tired, I suppose. If you're constantly thinking about how tired you are, you obviously are really tired. But if you don't think about it too much and try and focus, it's not too bad.
The bike, is it ready to go tomorrow? Will you jump straight back into it, or is there something that needs to be done?
Yeah, for the most part, everything's good. Just change an air filter and, yeah, should be sweet.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. We might jump back here. Tom, you just pulled in just seconds ago. How did you feel about your ride?
A bit tired at the start, blew up and took to about the 80 kilometre mark to shake it out, but got a wake-up call from a few boys and stepped it up, but definitely brutal. Didn't have much left.
What keeps you going to get all the way out here?
Stupidity. That's about it.
That's why everyone does it, right? You got to tick it off the list. You got to be a bit stupid sometimes. Anyway, in terms of the bike, getting back out here tomorrow, is there much you need to do?
Bit of fuel, just look over it, make sure everything's tight and go again.
Brilliant. The body, is it feeling all right?
Sore, got some bleeding hands, but it's all a part of it.
That is my least favourite part about when you guys come in. It looks absolutely painful. All right, I'm going to head back to the commentary box for a little bit, and then we will grab some more interviews.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah. Bradley Greenfield, the number 10 bike, making his way through, but looking very, very sore on the left leg. Just could not keep it on the pegs there, so hoping he's okay. He's dropped quite a bit back in the pack as Jesse Ryan comes through on the 4.95. Yeah, just keeping fingers crossed for young Bradley there. Was having a really good run, had made up positions. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. Him and Callum both looking pretty sore.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Brad. Yeah. I think, like Bradley, he was riding good. Obviously, pardon me, that only happened in the last between Mount Squires and Finke. Could be something as simple as, like you said, just got a little bit loose off the track and, you know, clipped a tree, might have hurt himself that way. That's a real shame.
As the next of our competitors, 2:04, I think it is. Bryce Stevens, 2 hours 19 minutes, not bad whatsoever. For the 2:04, the 4.95 there of Jesse Ryan. Just getting a big gulp of water into him. Another one of the Honda machines down at Finke.
One of those fast Mildura locals.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we'll start to see more and more bikes make their way through into Finke now. The 697, wow. If I read that number correctly. That'd be a stellar run from one of our masters. Oof. Alan Graham.
That is a great run. Is that one of our first Class 6s? So our masters, that's 35 to 44.
very good run into Fink.
Like I said, as we start to get more and more bikes through, closer and closer to each other, that dust hanging there through that, like you did say, almost as it's very iconic, that little dip before you get onto the finish line straight.
Yeah, Brock Parker across the line as well after Alan there. Great to see.
As they are coming in thick and fast now. Geez, a 550 here. He looks full. Oh, a little bit of a late brake check there. He had me a little bit nervous there. He was looking fully committed. That's Jack Sheether. They often say discretion is the better part of honour there, and I think Jack just decided to make sure he was finishing. Maybe got a sense in the air of how dangerous that finish line jump can be.
The X99 of Eddie Gibson, what a ride.
Just a power name. Every time you say it. Eddie Gibson, great. The X99 is in the building. Not far to go, only about 100 metres. Bring it home, son.
Yeah, another one of the Alice locals, and he's going to be happy with that one. Unfortunate for his brother, who was behind his grid and did not make it to deep well. But Eddie will be happy with that 2 hours, 22 minutes. And they're coming in thick and fast now. .498 of Zayden Olsen. Across the line, 2 hours 23.
All right, I have Reece Stevens here with me. You've just pulled in. You said that wasn't too bad of a ride.
No, it wasn't too bad. I thought it was going to be a whole lot worse, but yeah, I think really the moisture's still there and the car's sort of rolled them a bit, you know, so yeah, it's good running, I reckon.
Good run. Happy with the time, happy with the pace and where you're fitting amongst the other guys?
I'm not too sure where I've come in at the moment, but yeah, no, I dare say I feel like that was quite a good run, so
We'll take that for now.
yeah, that should put me up there a bit, eh? Yeah.
And you came straight in and you met your family. Who's down here? Who's going to be at the campsite helping you get the bike ready for tomorrow?
My brother, he's sort of my mechanic. My dad, my brother, yeah. My mum stayed in Alice, so yeah, come over from WA.
Well, I think she might be stoked to see you on a screen right now and know you've made it to Fink okay. You're here safely.
Yep.
Thank you. We're going to head over to Brock Parker. Brock, how was that ride for you?
Oh, it wasn't too bad. Very rough on the bike and the body, but got through it without falling off like last year, so yeah, done all right.
And last year, did you make it back?
Oh, I got here and then on the way back I crashed about halfway and went face first in the rocks there, and yeah, didn't go too well after that.
Yeah, okay. So this year we're hoping for a better run back in terms of the bike. How is that feeling?
Yeah, the bike's feeling really good thanks to Choice Suspension. They're actually very good. I'm feeling good too, and thanks to Dad and Mum and everyone else. Dad's bank account especially.
Got to thank Bank of Dad. Who is the crew down here at the campsite helping you get the bike up and going for tomorrow?
Just me, Dad, a few of my friends are here. Jeremy Boyd's here too. Everyone's helping out, so yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Oh, well, hopefully they've got a good cook-up ready for you. You can refuel, ready to go for tomorrow. Thank you so much for having a chat. We are going to head back to the boys in commentary, and I'll be back very shortly with a few more interviews from the Fink end.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keziah. Zayden Olsen in, as well as Carl on the 578, Seth Bell and Clayton Buggy. Wow, yeah. It's that time of the afternoon. I do apologise, the sun's right on our screens as well, so just trying to stay over it as they continue to come in. The 29, which is Ethan Kleins, making his way in. Has a good run there. Does it in time of 2 hours, 25 minutes. Expecting the 284 in next of Lachlan Wilcock. And that is the man on screen now. Oh, couple of big moments on the rear wheel there. But he gets across the line, 2 hours, 27 minutes. Oh. He'll be happy to ride into Fink. Wow.
Oh, man. You just get so nervous for him, don't you? Like the finish line jump, because I suppose you know when you get to that finish line jump as well, it's hard to control your emotions as well. You're excited because you know you are so close to home for day one.
Yeah.
You're so close to the overnight stop. You're so close to getting a rest, seeing your friends, seeing your family, getting a nice cold drink, getting to recover for a bit. And then, unfortunately, it all can just go so horribly bad. But once again, credit to our riders. We didn't see anyone come together off the start line, and we've only seen one so far. Only seen one so far. Hopefully we find out some information about Bradley as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a bit of an issue that he might be able to, fix, rest, recover. Ice.
224, Brad Luff.
Get his knee recovered.
Yeah. Far out.
That
Big
corner
push.
is such a nasty little corner as well. It's like we said, you've just come from riding, big, sandy, whooped out sections to a nice, smooth road section across the Finke River. And then you get into this last 2 kilometres and it's got these... It's back to almost like the first 40 or 50K that the competitors were talking about, these rough, square edges. You see the rocks sitting on the surface, and as the more cars and motorbikes go over it, they expose these rocks, these nasty little traps that are just hidden underneath there. You see that rock shelf in the back there as the bikes and cars start and head for home tomorrow. That's only going to get chopped up worse.
Yeah, Jet Bren makes his way across the line, the 491. And another one of our competitors, you can see that rear wheel just getting that big rock out the way. That was Daniel Watkins, but Keziah there now.
Actually quite okay.
All the way to Deepwell was pretty hard going. Lost a lot of time there, but once got to my first fuel stop, got me gelling, got me lollies in and picked up the pace from there.
And how was the bike feeling?
Bike's feeling good. Track's pretty rooted. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a few bikes and a few buggies and cars gone over it now. It's probably getting a bit choppy. What can you give us a bit of a description?
Just really big holes everywhere. The whoops are 3 times as big as last year in pre-running. It's just hard to compare to something like that, but yeah.
And for the guy sitting at home watching on, I mean, how does that translate to being a rider on a bike?
However hard you think it is, times that by 10.
So it's pretty tough out there today. Well done on making it in. Is there much you have to do tonight to get the bike ready to get back out here tomorrow?
Just general service, and I think should be right.
All right, and get some food into you, get a rest, get a good night's sleep at the campsite. Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, we're going to head back to commentary. We'll get a few more of these riders as they roll in here at the Finke start-finish line.
Yeah, while we had that chat, Daniel Watkins on the 310 through, Ben Dixon on the 232 through, and Daniel Pickett on the 551 also through into Finke. Still competitors making their way into Bunduma and Mount Squires. But Eli makes his way on the 295 into Finke. But we're going to go back down to Finke for another chat.
All right, I'm here with Jet Brian. Now, I've just come over here and you have a really cute message on your bike. I actually want to see if my cameraman can come in here and get a shot just of your handlebars here. How much did this message, how many times did you read it and how many times did it remind you just to keep going on this trek here to Finke?
Probably about 30 times, I reckon.
You can count them.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. Yeah, fair few.
How was the ride? How did it feel?
Not too bad. Got rough in a few spots, but I suppose that's how it is. But yeah, all safe and sound, so yeah.
And is Mum up this end or is she back in the Alice end?
Mum and my girlfriend are back in Alice Springs, waiting there for me to get there tomorrow, and Dad's here.
Oh, well, this is a good message to the mum and girlfriend that you're here safely. Dad's got the campsite set up here. Who else is there ready to help you get the bike back going for tomorrow?
A few of our other mates that are racing hopefully should be here by now. And we'll watch them come over the line.
Brilliant. Well, get some rest. I think body's probably a little bit sore at the moment, so we will be back very shortly with a few more drivers. We'll watch these guys head off and...
Yeah, fantastic insight there into some of the little mental games and the tricks that these guys do to encourage themselves and, you know, keep themselves cracking the whip on themselves along this Finke track, because it can be a lonely 2.5 hours approximately out on that track at this point in time with nothing but yourself in your own head. So a nice little message there on his handlebars, a great way to keep himself moving along. I tell you what, these poor buggers, though, we really do appreciate them. You know, they've just done 230 kilometres on one of the toughest motorcycle tracks in Australia, and then we go and put a camera and a microphone in their face. It can't be the easiest thing for them to do, so we really do appreciate these guys giving us a little bit of their time. I'm sure all they want to do is just rest, recover, you know, catch up with their dad, maybe, you know, just let the brain process what they've put themselves through. So we do appreciate that they are all so willing to at least give us a little bit of their time.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's great. Great to be able to have these pictures and have these chats with the people down at Finke. Once again, it's something that we never ever thought we'd get to do, and it's just great that we do get to do it. Breeze is quite strong down there at the Apachula end. Still got bike competitors making their way through Bundooma and Mount Squires. Just waiting to see this next one, which is Toby Fraser on the X66. Making his way into Finke. Taking it nice and careful.
Yeah, still standing up on the pegs, but then as soon as he gets the opportunity, sits down, rest, recover. From the second these guys get across the finish line, they need to start thinking about how to get the body to recover, how to hydrate, get some food, get some carbs. Good excuse for a big potato bake or some pasta or some chips, you know, it's straight in you.
2.99 of Nicholas Turner. He'll be happy, another one of the Alistair locals. I'd say that's Will Tatani right behind him. Nick's probably just got him, yep, just got around him. So it was an Alice battle from start to finish there. Good on young Will as well. He's tried to get out to this event very many a times, but has in the previous years hurt himself in the pre-running aspect. So great to see him finally get down to Finke. Oh, the 272. Jesse O'Shea. I believe another Alice local, if I'm not mistaken. So they're all starting to come through now. Had me a bit worried at that jump, though. Does it in time of 2:28. That will move him up a few spots. And we shouldn't be too far away from seeing the 999 of Madison Healy either, which will be good.
Yeah, unfortunately, Taylor Maurice succumbing to a DNF, so we were probably pretty excited about seeing the Madison Healy-Taylor Maurice battle for Queen of the Desert.
You know, definitely. Oh, they're coming in together, these two.
Now, this might be interesting when they get to the finish line jump because, you know, we're not playing for sheep stations, but they are playing for sheep stations. Or maybe this little bit of a wave as he gets past him on the outside.
Gotcha.
So that's the 4, I believe that's the 4.7 or the 4.97.
Or it might be the X33 and the X25.
Yes.
No, I think it was the X33 of Charlie Howard and then the 470. You were right. Brandon Rose there.
My old eyes work some of the time.
Is this?
A little bit of a limiter there as he pulled it through the gears.
Alexander Dawson on the 266. But we're going to go back down to Fink.
Will Tatani, the first Alice Springs local to make it in it here at Fink. How was your ride?
Oh, bloody tough. Yeah, very tough.
Look, being an Alice local, surely you had a few runs before you got into this weekend.
Yeah, I've been down here nearly every weekend. The track was definitely not like this all those weekends ago, but it was a good ride. Happy I'm here.
The local knowledge would have helped out, but in terms of the bike, how did everything hold up?
Yeah, the bike was good. The trucks made the sand real loamy, so the little 250 was struggling a little bit, but no, it was good.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure you've got a lot of friends and fans back home watching this stream. Excited to see you here. Well done. In terms of the campsite, who's going to be there? Who's helping you tonight?
Dad's here with me, over there. And
We've got a wave from Dad in the background.
Yeah. And we're here with the XR3PG boys, so we'll be camping just down there. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Get some rest tonight. I also just wanted to mention as well, sending my thoughts down to Taylor Marie. So we've heard she's out, one of the girls, the first girl to not finish here at Fink. So giving you my thoughts, Taylor. Until then, back to you guys.
Yeah, great to have a chat with Will Tatani. He's going to be extremely happy with that one. Kenneth Hicks, the 732, made his way into Fink. Oh, these mob are scaring me. Archie Brownless, Sam Carell, both through Mount Squires. So having a good run. But here we go. Continuing to have these competitors make their way into Fink. Sorry, I cannot see my screen. Chris Condon and Andy Brack into Fink. Not bad at all there from them. Unfortunately, ladies and gents, still don't have an update on either Brad Greenfield or Callum Norton, but we're going back to Fink.
I've just totally blanked on your name. I know your last name's O'Shea, so sorry.
Yeah, first name Jesse.
Jesse O'Shea, congratulations on coming in here, getting to Fink. Another Alice local rolling up here. How was your ride?
It was tough. Pretty sore. My prologue ended with a hospital trip, so I had to get clearance last night to be able to ride today. But yeah.
What happened yesterday? Can you give us a little bit of detail?
Just went off the track in prologue and ran into a tree.
No major injuries?
Nah.
Perfect.
So, yeah, time to get ready and come back tomorrow and see what we can do.
And today the body is feeling good coming in here?
Yeah, pretty sore obviously, but managed it pretty well to get down. So,
We'll let you get some rest. It is a really tough track on the body, and I just want to give you a little update on Callum Norton as well. He's currently, from what we're seeing on corrected time, sitting in 4th, but he did pull in here, get straight off the bike, and he has been quite unwell. So after Corey Hammond passed him at Bunduma, it might appear that he did start to feel unwell, and then that's continued right here to Fink. But he has made it. He will be back out there tomorrow, we hope. We'll give you more details as we know it, but back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keziah, and the 999 of Madison Healy across the line. Yeah, the girls. Very good time there from her. 2 hours, 39 minutes, 25.
Very respectable. Very respectable. So a great ride from Madison Healy there.
Yeah, no, definitely. Great to see. Reckon she's got a big gap to second as well. So Naomi Finlay through Bunduma.
Well, Darby, yeah, we're just catching up on the other Masters competitor here in this category. You're the first one we've seen come over the line, so unless we've missed him, you're the first in the Masters category to get here to the Finke end. How was your ride?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. No mistakes or anything, pretty much. A nice clean run, and I had a fair bit of clean air, which was good. Yeah.
Well, we know how much everyone talks about how good the clean air is when you do get that on the track. How tough was the track for you?
There was a lot of square edges stuff back down through Rodinga. Usually that's my favourite part through there, but yeah, not today. It was pretty tough going through there.
How many times have you done Finke before?
This will be 10 and a half.
Still got to get back home tomorrow to say you've done it 11 times. But well done, incredible effort. Who is here standing by tonight to help you get through?
So my daughter and my daughter-in-law. So
brilliant. You've got the girls ready to cook and campsite ready?
my son, he's a fair bit in front of me. So
Oh, they're there ready to look after you guys. So we'll let you get down to the campsite, get comfortable, get some food into you. We'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, that's plenty of experience there. That's why they call them the Masters class. Like he said, this is 10 and a half for Finke. He didn't want to count his chickens too early. They haven't hatched yet. But looking forward to seeing more of our Masters make it in. They are one of the largest fields, or one of the largest classes here at Finke every year. They're great riders. Always just want to tick it off the bucket list. It looks like the 282. Tom 262, my bad. Tom Condon through there as well, so a great run for him as well, coming through 2 hours 39.49 seconds. As we also see through Bonduma, the 14 in 14.54, the 7.84 of Alan Lyons. This may be the 6.02. Joachim Jager in a time of 2.41 as we cross to the Finke end.
Well, I have Maddie Healy here with me, the first girl to make it to the Finke end. You're just saying it felt quite good about your ride down here.
Yeah, it was a good ride, very smooth. Yeah, everything went well. Bike handled unreal. I felt great, so yeah, happy to get here and yeah.
Brilliant. Well, you look fresh, and that's good because some of the guys are rolling in here looking pretty rough. You just said you're feeling quite comfortable with your position in your class, in that women's class, and you are the reigning winner. But it's now about competing against the boys.
Yeah, so that's my main goal this year, obviously to get there and back as safe as possible, but you know, just to show all the girls what we're capable of doing and see how well outright I can go with those boys.
And how are you feeling about ticking off that goal?
Yeah, feeling quite great at the moment. I was very reservative like in the first 80k just because it was really dangerous, but after that I kind of, you know, pushed a bit and then, yeah, I'll have a lot more in the tank for tomorrow.
In terms of who's here going to help you get the bike ready for tomorrow, who's at base?
I got my mum and dad up here in Finke, and my partner, he's actually racing at the minute, and he qualified quicker than me yesterday, but I did come past him around the 100k mark, so that was great.
I love this. This is great. Now, this is a story that's going to go down in the history books. Yeah. Beat him back too, hey?
Oh, I'll try to do that. It would be great.
Awesome. We'll let you go get some rest. Well done. Get hydrated and stand by for your partner to come in.
Thank you.
All right, we'll head to you guys.
He might be making her a sandwich tonight, the way that sounds. So we had a couple more bikes come in over the line there. We did see Alan Henderson, so the 799. Also Robert Savage, the 111. The X35 make its way in as well. Also Chris Adams on the 664. The dust thick and fast down there is the 487. Jet Hansen across the finish line as well. So that's a great ride. These little 254 strokes proving that they can mix it with the big boys up the front end as well. Little bit of a sky wheelie, they like to call it there, but luckily nothing too drastic was able to pull it back down.
Yeah, great to see Jet Hansen through on the 487 machine.
Great to hear from Madison Healy as well there just before. She'll be very happy with the lead she's got in Class 9. Matthew Shanks also through on the 610 bike. With the 269, Brock Ritchie across the line. Blaine Burke, Matt Easton, and I think that was it for them. But the little group's starting to come in now. We've quite literally probably been fighting with each other for this whole 200k. Yeah.
And they're probably going to do it the whole way home.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely insane.
So the 650 and the 199, that is Kane Macquarie on the 650 and Cameron Lauder on the 199. Nice and easy to pick every once in a while with our effects mic. When they pick up a 2-stroke, we know we got to look for a 1 or a 3 number.
Yep.
Makes life a little bit easier. Oh, the visor.
Yeah.
Never a good sign.
No, never. Had a run in with something.
The full reverse peak.
Yep. There's another one comes through. It looks like a 2 number there, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no.
Another buster?
He's done it again.
Oh, no.
I think that's the same bloke with the peak, and he's pretty sore.
Yeah, that's how one little mistake can turn into 2 and then can turn into a very bad afternoon.
Yeah, Kane Macquarie, the 650, the 119 of Cameron, Loader, Chris Stanton, Ben Adamson, and Lee Piggott all across the line now. .594. So Brandon Height was the one having issues. Well, the first of our little wheelies, Robert McConnell on the 227. Brandon Height and Adam Dutton across the line as well. Yeah, the 594, Brandon Height. I think he's going to be a bit sore this evening. But hoping he's all good. The 787 there. Lee Piggott. Just getting some water into him. Still commitment plus here. Oh.
No, that's going down. That's a super 360 right there, that poor bugger. But that just shows how rough that track can be. He will be severely winded right there. Just the back end stepped out.
Yeah, I hope he's okay.
So we'll keep a bit of an eye there. That looks like the 211. No, the 711.
Yeah, Rick Hall.
So thankfully a good experienced competitor coming along. Hopefully our other rider able to get up and moving. So Rick doing the right dog, getting people down there.
Yeah, good work, Rick. Just hope the other bike competitors... old mate's going to stop and help. Yep, hats off to that competitor for stopping his race and helping the down competitor. Yellow's out now. Just such a bad
precarious
spot there.
Situation. Yeah, that's for sure. That could have easily turned into one rider, a couple of riders down. You know, getting caught out over them. So good to see our flaggers out there waving the yellow flag. Hopefully the riders take note.
Rick Hall did get home though. It was great to see the 7-1-1 across the line, as well as Nicholas Ledetsky, Jason Bridges, Jake Fishpool and Christopher McConnell. And a Northern Territory police officer going to the aid of that bike rider, so they'll get onto comms and get someone who needs to go and see him down there. Yeah, just wishing that competitor all the best.
So this looks like the 196 making their way in as well. Reese Parvelet, that big 252 stroke. Now he also looks like he might have had a little bit of a injury to his arm there. See, he's getting his left hand off as regularly as he can. Slows down. Our flagger doing a great job there, directing the traffic off to the left side. So now the 281.
Yep.
Hayden Vag. The big tank. He may not have had to stop for fuel at all. You do see just how treacherous that part of the course is. Those little ruts. Square edges bouncing them. I can only imagine it's been the common theme for a lot of the people. They talk about just how dangerous they think the first 60 kilometres is. Yeah. How many little traps there are that can catch you out, so that how smart they've had to ride that first 60 kilometres to put themselves in that good position.
Yeah, definitely. Rise Parvleet, Aidan O'Callaghan, William Turbeck, Jason Gunther, Hayden Varg and Dion Naganu across the line. .687 making its way through now. Bradley Swan. Good push there. 2 hours 46 minutes. See, this is where it starts. The fatigue starts to set in because these guys have been out here for close to 3 hours riding a bike. Through some of the most grueling conditions ever seen here. So,
yeah, it has been the oh my man, just pulling a bit of a mono for the crowd. He had that move planned. Like that was not a spur of the moment. He brake checked, pulled it up for a little bit of a mono there. Is that the 246? So Quinn Callis. Massive shout out to you, mate. You had that move planned. You committed it excellent, like you committed, and you executed it with absolute perfection. I'm sure the people on the hill there, you can see a few cars still lined up on the crowd. They would have enjoyed that, so thank you very much.
Alex Hughes making his way through now. Dust hanging hard now, so must have lost the breeze down at the Apachula end. The 598. Great to see him.
Fantastic to see
him up. Yep.
Still dusty, still very dusty, but the fact that he could stand up
and walk,
on his own, I use the inverted commas on his own there, but the fact that he's up and standing, that's great news. As a 7-4-1.
Darren Hansen. 2 hours 52 for Darren. Blake Russell across the line as well on the 265. Another one of our 2 bikes. Maybe the 254. Yeah, Max Fultron across the line there as well.
To the X72.
Dylan Argent through in 249. Mitchell Johnson.
Off the long run.
Off the long run. Hopefully I've still got somewhere to live this evening. 625 shouldn't be too far away as well. The 703 of Daniel Dietrich through as well.
Isn't it unbelievable that from all the talk this week being about the wet conditions, now we have the dust?
All right, you're a two-time champion out here, Rick Hall. How did this compare to that last winning run 23 years ago?
Well, I'm a lot slower, but I think the track's a lot smoother, to be honest. These young fellas, they complain too much, I reckon. It was a lot of fun out there where I was riding along with some other young blokes and they'd pass me, I'd pass them, so it was good fun.
That was a pretty brutal blow considering how we've seen some of these guys come in. They're saying it's the most, choppy they've ever seen it.
Oh, young blokes these days are a bit soft, you know that, but, that's the way it is. We can't change them, they need steg pegs and they need better suspension. They need all this fancy stuff, but, it's a bit of fun. I'm just staring them, by the way.
Yeah, no, I think it must have been a pretty tough ride out there. Are you happy with that? I know you weren't doing it for competition purposes, you're doing it for fun.
Yeah.
But how did you feel at the ride?
Oh, it was fun. I mean, it was hectic at the start, dusty. You know all these things. You know what you're in for, so you just got to roll with it.
I want you to confidently walk down there to the campsites and just be like, yep, I'm fine.
Oh, I think I will. I don't have any blisters.
You actually don't, and you look really fresh. And Ben's bike did a good job, so...
Yeah, Ben and his suspension guys did an amazing job. It was a great bike. It just needed a faster guy on it.
I think you're still pretty quick, and how many people can say that they're a two-time champion here and that they're coming back 23 years later to do it just for fun? So congratulations. Get some rest tonight.
Yeah, it'll be right. It'll be right. A few laughs and a few cold drinks and, ready tomorrow.
Freshen up with a few carbs.
Thanks, guys.
All good. All right, have a good night. All right, we'll head back to the commentary team. We'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, Rick Hall, what an absolute legend of off-road racing there. Fresh, relaxed. Probably the last time he would have raced the Finke Desert Race, they may have even, or the last time he won the Finke, they would have pulled up in the river. That would have been the start-finish line for them. So great to see Rick out there. And I tell you what, plenty of energy, still looking fresh. I think he had those lines there about the young fellas being soft in the barrel, ready to go. They were unleashed the second he got across the finish line.
Who needs steg pegs?
I think he would have had steg pegs on his bike.
Oh,
being one of Grabbo's bikes.
Yeah, definitely. always good. So 625 is the number of that bike. So Josh Oliver, wishing him all the best, hoping he's all good. Couple more of the legends that have finished down at the Finke end, grabbing a bit of water. Oh, he's going to get back on. Great to
Holy
see
moly.
it. Yep. He'll just cruise on in. He's a master as well as Josh Oliver.
My goodness.
So that one...
A tip of the hat to that man.
Yeah. Deserves a big round of applause. Mark McDonald on a 7.34 across the line as well as Jackson Lumen on the 5.08.
Mate, I had him down and out for all money. Yep. I did not think the 625 that Josh Oliver would be back up and riding across the finish line there. So that just shows the spirit, the heart of all these competitors. His race is ruined. I'm going to say there's probably a fair chance he ain't riding home tomorrow once the body stiffens up. But he got himself back on that bike and got himself across the finish line. That is a monumental effort as we see the 7.31 of Tony Hardman come across the finish line as well.
No, definitely. It's great to see. Bikes coming through thick and fast, and that's that same spot. Oh, boys.
Pushing hard in the dust as well, the 277. That is Nathan Shields. Oh, my goodness.
And Jake Oliver on the 660. So I wonder if him and Josh are brothers there.
Yes. Maybe that's why he wanted to get up. He knew he was still... He asked, has the 660 come through?
Yeah.
Has the 660 come through? Not yet. Okay, get me on my bike.
Yeah, real treacherous through there now. Heaps of exposed rock. A fair odd amount of people through there.
Yeah, some great points being raised on our live feed. They said, imagine a soccer player taking a hit like that.
Yeah.
How long do you reckon they would have stayed down for? That's just how... And these aren't professional athletes. These are our people here riding out the Finke Desert Race. These are people that are going to be at their job sometime next week, you know, maybe driving nails, maybe doing a bit of electricity work. But the 660, grabbing a little bit of water there. Rides off, heads down to camp. The 7.31 as well, Tony Hardman. Excited to see these guys get across the finish line. The excitement for these guys is just, you know, through the roof. It doesn't matter whether they come in first or 301st. They're just so excited to be in at the overnight stop. And you enjoy it for a little bit before the realisation sets in.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness, I've got to turn around and do this all again tomorrow. And the track's only going to be worse.
Yep. More of these legends making their way through into Finke. Travis Pollard and Sean Wiring made their way most recently. And we've got some more making their way in. Yeah,
that inside line there is definitely a very nasty bump. You can see that rock ledge sort of just poking above the bush. You can see it on our camera angle from there. Very nasty, very tired riders coming in.
Joseph Blank and Sonny Warren. I think there was a couple of people waiting for Sonny to make his way through on the live stream. Aaron Pasila on the 249 as well across the line. And I think another rider's been
caught out.
Caught out
close to the finish line, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit further along compared to where we saw Josh Oliver. But yeah, sadly, so close to home. I think you start to rest, you start to relax a little bit, and that's when you get caught out. So we see at the X24, X28 maybe.
Yeah, probably Christopher Gay on the X28.
That WR 450.
But we're going to go back down to the Fink end and have another chat with some more competitors.
The self-proclaimed show and shine winner, Sean, how are you feeling about the bike now?
Yeah, it's got a bit dirty. My fuel cap was leaking a bit, so there was fuel coming down. I had to stop twice. It's brutal. It's so dusty out there, and it just feels totally different than when I've been up here for 3 weeks pre-running and that. And some spots were just so. It was just brutal. But glad to make it down to Fink and all in one piece. Thank God.
Thank goodness, and you made it here. It's about the journey back. It's your first year doing it. You're doing it for Big Prawny Unleashed socials. So how's the coverage going?
Yeah, coverage is all right. I'm learning how to do social media. I'm not the smartest, but you got to start somewhere, I guess. And it's all for a bit of fun. And yeah, we're up here with a big group of guys, and it's been epic. So there's about 60 of us all up. I call them my little planktonoids. My little
Prawny and his plankton.
Yeah. So I'm hanging for a good drink, and let's just reset for tomorrow, and hopefully we can get back all in one piece.
Absolutely. Rehydrate, get a bit of water into you as well. Just in terms of yourself, you said this was a bucket list item for you. So getting here to Fink, what was that feeling when you rode across the start-finish line?
It was good to finish. That's only one half of the bucket list, I guess. So I felt sorry. There was a few people on the side of the road and a few guys, and I was just hoping to God that I didn't get a flat or a chain didn't break. I just want to, like I said to you the other day, I just want to tick off this bucket list, and I want to do it as safe as possible. So when I think getting it all in one piece and everyone getting here in one piece I think that's all that matters.
It's number one priority. When you're not up in that top pecking order, it really is about just doing the journey here to Fink and getting back to Alice Springs tomorrow. The game plan tonight, 60 of you. It must be a pretty big campsite.
Not here, nah. Just got me old man and Stumpy, who's been with me the whole time. They drove me Fat 80 down, and there's 5 of us, or 6 of us actually, bike riders that are here camping with us. So we've got a bit of a shower, and yeah.
You got a good setup then if you've got a shower. It's more than what I've got, I think.
If there's enough water left, I'll let you have a shower.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I'll come hit you up later. All right, we'll let you get back to that campsite, get some rest in, and we'll head back to you guys.
I can give you the hot tip, mate. Slippery Muldoon, he don't go anywhere without a shower. So find yourself the 434, get yourself down there. I believe Cornick's an expert backwasher, and Jeffro Charles said he'll make sure that it's all lubed up, piping hot, and ready to go for you. The self-proclaimed king of the show and shine right there. So we need to make sure that he gets show and shined ready for tomorrow. Mate, Cornick, if you listen along, just make sure the smoke and the hot water stays in the hot water system, not on the outside of it like last time.
Oh, talking from experience, eh?
Oh, what do we got? Is that an exhaust hanging off the back of that bike? I believe that's an exhaust hanging down, the 685. Still not scared to send it. Pulls it up for a bit of a mono, bit of a front end bounce, a bit of a bit of an air wheelie.
Ethan Dagg, the 685 is.
Yeah, exhaust definitely hanging down. Be interesting to know whether that was a from an off or from whether it's just a bolt come loose and it's dropped down. Because still seem to be having a good time there, willing to get a bit of a... Oh, my goodness. That was another part of a bike flying off there, I think.
It is getting real rough down there. Stephen Breen in and Zachary Lawrence. Yeah, looks like competitor down quite high with quite a few people around him, so hoping they are all good.
That looks like it's from before the finish line jump, actually.
Yep. I think they're being pushed out and they've actually got to go off track. So hoping whoever it is all good. The X07 making their way in. Braden Hamilton. Great last name. Just Cruising on in.
Yeah, I wonder if he's seen the other down competitor and thought, I need to make sure. Obviously, this last part can be very treacherous, so a little bit of a wake-up call for some of our competitors on the way. And as he gives our flagger a wave, we see the 5.79, the 7.71, the 5.26, and the 6.85 all in.
Definitely a lot worse than other years. You can just see, like, really rough.
Oh, what a save.
What a save.
What a save, my man. That's one of the masters. That's experience right there. That's one of our masters riders.
Oh, my God.
It's so crazy how close it
William
can have.
J. Willis, you deserve...
What a name.
Yeah, you deserve a medal for that, man. Wow.
But that's that little carrot, isn't it, right there? There was a bike close in front of him, and he thought, if I have one little push into the finish here, I can pick up a spot. And unfortunately, there almost came undone for him. But that might be a good little life lesson for him on the way home tomorrow.
Yep.
This looks like the 2-1-2.
Yes.
George Ruggless.
George Ruggless.
No toupee required for George Ruggless. How embarrassing is it going to be if he takes his helmet off and he doesn't have any hair?
You'd be in your words, wouldn't you? Jack Heaton across the line on the 5.69 as well. As the next of our bike competitors makes their way through. 7.26. Paul Gunther. The old, looks like the old Mobile One livery on this thing, which is pretty cool. The old Pegasus on the side of it.
Bit of a retro theme wrap, you reckon, for Paul Gunther? That's very cool.
Oh. Having a good push in here. X85, I think. Jake Slattery on the X95 through in the meantime. And Ben Wadley on the 684. And then X85, Shane Scott.
The boys sharing a few tails already.
Scott. Scottish. Kostish. 824. Scott. He's in to Fink. Yeah, just getting the ambulance in there for that competitor, so might have to put a little bit of a diversion in for our competitors. Again, hoping all the best for whatever rider that was. Unfortunately, we don't have a name or a number or anything like that, but we wish them the best. They'll be in the right hands very, very shortly.
Yeah, you definitely start to see the levels of fatigue set in now. Like we said, we're talking about 3.5 hours for some of these competitors on the bike at this point in time, or just over 3 hours. Yeah, that level of fatigue, probably something, you know, they're not used to riding with as well. There's a bit of a late minute pass there, but got to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, Nathan Antis and Jack Brooks across the line.
I think this looks like the 611. Mark Noland?
Yes, Mark Nolan. Legend of a name there. And Joshua Granger across the line as well. push are these two fellas making their way in? Warren Zerner and Jordan Greenshields across the line. Another one of our 7 class competitors.
Was it the 792, Nick Anderson?
Have a look as he comes across the line. Matthew Cahoon across the line on the 789 in the meantime.
The 649. Jake Blundell, so just slowly traversing their way in. Now we start to see large numbers of bikes in there. One shot there, we see 5, 6, maybe, 7 bikes all together. So once again, I reckon these guys would have talked about find that group that they all ride at a similar pace. They've been locked in, riding together. That looks like the 520 of Lindsay Cox leading this group in. We'll try and do our best to catch all the names and numbers as they come across. We see Jake Blundell, Corey, I can't quite read that.
Bannister, I think.
Yep. Hayden Oswald and Damon Jones. What a relief. Angus McIntosh as well as we cross to the finish line.
All right, Nathan, you've just rolled in here. Fresh off the Finke track across the start-finish line. How are you feeling?
Pretty tired and sore, but a lot of fun at the same time.
And in terms of the bike, the body, how did it all hold up?
The bike was great, part of Grabbo's team, so set up really well. The body's just recovered from the pre-run, so pretty sure it'll be sore tomorrow morning.
It'll be even sorer come Monday night and Tuesday. How do you now go back to camp and set up for tomorrow?
Just rest. I'd love to have a cold beer, but unfortunately I don't think we can. So
not up this end, unfortunately.
Cold waters and rest up tomorrow.
Absolutely. And is it Grabbo's campsite? It's got the full setup there for you?
Yeah, it's all done. So just
have you seen it before?
No, first time.
Oh, brilliant. What made you come to Finke?
A bit of a bucket list, and my wife bought it for me for a birthday present. So.
Oh, what a good wife. She's done well there, hasn't she?
That's it.
Oh, we better send a message to her that you've made it here safely. You're at the Finke end. You're ready to go to get back to Alice tomorrow. That is the mission there and back.
100%. Hi, Nikki and the girls.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Back to you guys, and we'll grab some more people as they roll in.
Massive shout out to Nikki and the girls there getting Dad a Finke entry. How good is that? What a beautiful way to get it done. You know that you've got the support of Mum and the kids along at home. As we keep a bit of a look, looks like the 257 is in the 792, the 863 and the X21. So the X21 is Andrew Millick, the 863 Brad Nichols, the 792 Nick Anderson, the 257 of Nicholas Boyd, the 624 Brendan Irons, and the 751 of Johnny Bacon. Pick up the phone and make the phone call. Hi, honey, I made it to Finke, because you are in.
Yeah, definitely, as some more competitors make their way across the finish line. Bo Doherty and Samuel Correll across the line as well. Still big pushes coming through. Almost there for the 198.
Yeah, lots of hanging dust still, making this fatigue. You throw in the combination fatigue, the dust, these square edges. It is a brutal combination once we cross the Finke desert, once we cross the Finke River. Still very hard for these competitors. You know, they want to rest, they want to relax. 3 or 4 kilometres left to go, and it's proved to be extremely brutal.
Yeah, Adam Young on the 492 across the finish line. Troy Blithman on the 749 across the line as well. Proper hanging dust now.
Yeah, that lunchtime breeze that quite often happens out here in the desert has clearly died off.
Toby Frisch across the line on the 595. This is the 57.
I can't see it on our list. The 657.
Yeah, I'd
Julian
say so, Julian.
Galando.
Oh, Archie Brownless, young Alice local. He said he wanted to be in front of Austin Shaw this weekend, but for his first Fink, I think he's going to be happy with that. Big congratulations, Archie. He would be knackered, I reckon. Gus Carberry as well across the line, the 514. Mark Shepardson, 762. The 268 of Dwight Hawken and the 512 of Damon Marshall all across the line as well. 716. Andrew Dunlop. Making his way towards the finish line. And going to have a chat with Keziah.
All right, I'm here with Johnny, one of our master riders. You just said you had 2 crashes on the way down here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I still think, according to my watch, I'm under 3 hours, which on the track this year I think is quite good. Only downside is one of my big crashes was onto an injury. I just had surgery on about a month ago, so I'm not sure. I have to patch it up and hit it on the way back again.
It looks like that's a gnarly one, I have to tell you.
No, it was a big crash. Luckily someone had a 10mm socket and I was able to straighten my steering enough to continue on and push real hard. So I think with today's effort, under 3 hours on that track is pretty tough.
I'm going to say with 2 crashes, that's a mammoth effort. Congratulations. You should be very proud tonight, and I think I'd be complaining a lot more about that injury on my arm if I were you.
No, and I'm really glad to hear that already 2 of my teammates here, Ethan over here and Dion have already made it, and hopefully the other 3 follow in and we get a whole crew home.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. I know you have 7 of you out here, and it's been a bit of a team effort, something you've really wanted to achieve. So well done. I'll walk around here to Ethan. Ethan, how was your ride? You look a little bit less injured.
Pretty rough. Yeah, pretty rough and dusty. Yeah, my 10th Fink. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
No, well, just in terms of, they're saying it's a very, very rough track. You guys are obviously a little bit further down the pack, so there's a lot more riders that have gone through before you. How much more does that chop up the track for you?
Oh, quite a lot. We're getting a lot of square edges, and they get worse and worse. The more cars go through, more bikes go through, and it's just getting deeper and deeper. So it's going to be interesting to see on the way back how it's going to be. So.
Well, there's still a few more of you to roll on in. I'm sure you've got a pretty good campsite set up by the looks of things.
Yep, hopefully a bubble bath, and just relax.
A bubble bath in the desert. Now, that is something I really wish there was. You guys are getting more spoiled than I am, I think. Anyway, good luck. Get some rest tonight. Make sure you get a good feed. Well done, guys. All right, we'll head back down to the commentary team, and I'll chat to a few more riders.
Yeah, great to see some more competitors making their way into Fink. I think that was the team from the APY land, so great to have a chat with them down at Fink. Massive shout out to them, because I know there was a few people on the live stream wanting to see how they went. So a couple in, still more to come.
Yeah, awesome that he said, a couple of his team members in, and they all stuck around at the finish line to cheer him on as well. So that's really what this sport, or what this event is really about. Yeah, there are some professional teams, there are some factory teams, but I'm going to say 95% of the people that are here are just here to say they've done it, get their spike. Whether it was something that they initially did once just to say they'd do it and fell in love with it, now it's their 10th Fink. It's just an awesome event here, and the team's always having a great time. It looks like we see the 7-2-3 of Bruno Catalini make his way in. We also saw the 5-6-8 of Ben Harris, the 6-1-7 of Mark Hannigan, and the 2-4-8 Justin Custo come in as well.
Yeah, getting pretty treacherous out there now. Very dusty as well.
And just hanging.
Yeah.
Like you said, a couple of long accelerations like that, and we see the dust just sitting around. Gets into that dry, still time of the afternoon.
Clayton Snelling across the line now as well into the 5-2-1 machine. Lucas Draper as well on the 5-6-7. Continuing to make their way past that iconic "Hi honey, I'm home. I'm home. I made it to Finke." They wish they were home, I would think, after riding this treacherous track today. The 230 machine making its way in, which is Justin Frank. Oh, big head position over the bar there. He gets it done. The 666 of Brendan Stoger across the line as well. And Michael McAllister across the line, as well as Zach King. Continuing to watch these competitors make their way towards the end goal for day number 1. Very close to making it as well. 2-7-6, I do believe. Jacob Wilkinson making their way in.
Another chopper. No,
Yeah.
it's a water cart here at the start-finish line.
Getting everything ready for tomorrow.
Ensuring that the start-finish line here at the Alice Springs end in as good a condition as it can be. Make sure we look after all these riders, as that looks like the X73.
Yep. Matthew Lorcan from Alice Springs. He'll be happy with another day 1 finish.
And closely followed there by the 755, that's Jared Tyne.
775 making their way in.
So that looks like Daniel Brooks.
Again, that sort of pack mentality that find someone or a group of people that are riding at your pace and just sort of stick with them.
Yeah, that little bit of safety numbers. But you even see on that, rocks getting flung up still. You know, even now, this is something that's going to be interesting for our top riders. The track is going to be very different from how they rode it yesterday, as we see the 709 of John Downs and 289 of Josh Griggs.
Yes.
Downey, sorry, not Downs. Yeah, the track's going to have, you know, another 300 bikes across it compared to the last time our top bike competitors went out.
The 887 making their way through. Jim Mole. As these guys still making their way through the
X20, I believe that is. Brody Rosier.
Yeah. Good push from him. It's been a long day for him, close to 3 hours 20.
great to see. It must be such a great feeling for these guys. You know, they've worked hard all day. It looks like the 5.76, I believe.
Yep. Cooper Wegman, I think.
Yes. Sorry, just with the sun on our screens at the moment, you've got to get your head in the right position to be able to read the names. We well and truly wish that we could remember all 380 bike competitors by name and number off their heart. Unfortunately, not quite. We do have to rely on a bit of technology, as the 736 also makes their way through. That's Mike Thompson. And the 778 or the 788.
Yeah, that one was a bit harder to see.
It's either the 778 or the 788.
Jonathan Ipple, the 778. As we continue to welcome these machines into Finke. Big push from all of them. The X24 of Josiah Barnes across the line. Hands off. I think he's glad he's back. Jim on the 722. Across the line. Benjamin Tanner on the 222. Also across the line, 3 hours 15. .239. Bradley Pollard. Continuing to make their way to the line.
Ooh, a little bit of a head shake there. But still standing up, still in a good body position. That's what you want to see all the way across the finish line.
Ty Salisbury across the line and Ryan Donaldson across the line as well. .982.
Chloe Barton.
Good run from Chloe. So she'd be pretty happy with that as Angus Smith comes across the line. Chloe Barton as well. So the only other female in to Finke at this point in time.
There's only 2 females in at the moment. Or yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Whew. Goes to show what a good job Madison did.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible effort. As we see Jackson King and Nathan Mears across.
Yep.
Also Adrian Bulba. Kurt Lacey.
Yeah, all across the line into Finke.
Must be a wonderful feeling. Knowing that you're, and the difference too, isn't it? Some of our riders talking about having an ice bath. Some of them talking about giving their hand an ice bath as they launch it into a nice cold esky to get some drinks, sit around a fire and relax and celebrate. There's the boys, a little bit of a race breaking out here. The boys pulling up for a little bit of a mono. Good to see.
Both across the line. Pretty happy with that, those two fellas. Tom Plunkett and Jacob Rudenklau, I think. Yep.
Reggie Nardu also across the finish line. The 8-2-3.
Oh, big mono. Over the tabletop there. I think that's a 7 bike as well. No, it was the 209 of Alex Kunoth. Done and dusted for the day. Ben Fogas behind him on the X22 as well.
Graham Hill, the 678, also across the line. Looks like the 784, 7. Yeah, 784 also making their way in. So it looks good at scrutineering, and it does look good when you're up close and walk past, but the stylised numbers can definitely be a little bit hard to read. But the 784, Glenn Holland across.
All right, I'm here with Chloe. Chloe, how was that ride for you?
It was pretty brutal. The track's pretty rough, but glad I made it here.
And do you know where you're sitting in your class with the girls?
I think I was second.
I think you might still be there. I was like, unless I've missed one coming through between you and Maddie, you're pretty up there. So well done. How are you feeling about that heading into tomorrow?
Bit sore now, just rest up now and then go again tomorrow.
Awesome. In terms of the crew, the family crew, who's here to help you get the bike ready?
Dad's on his way down.
Oh, amazing. He stayed in Alice for the takeoff?
He drove down to the 160, done my fuel stop, and now he's shooting here.
Oh, awesome. Well, hopefully he'll be here soon. Is Mum down here as well? Who else is here?
Nah, Mum's at home. I have a family friend, Stefan. He's in Finke, actually. Got it all set up, so...
Awesome. Do they have a shower? I heard Maddie's got a partner setting up a shower.
No shower.
Good, we're in the same boat. That's meant to do it the proper way, the tough way, right? All right, well done. Go get some rest tonight, and we'll see you back out here tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, great to be able to have a chat there with Chloe down at the Finke end. Graham Hill across the line, Glenn Holland across the line, Thomas Fletcher across the line, Campbell Bradford across the line, Paul Rook across the line, Jalen Boštaniski across the line. So from what I can see here, pretty much all the runners left to come across. Jesse Pyland is across as well. Let me just find the right one. It's a big old list. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So around about 4 competitors still to come through Mount Squires. But apart from that, all are through Mount Squires and should be making their way towards Finke. DNFs. Quite a few DNFs and quite a few did not start, but we'll continue to go through them as they come in. But we're going to go down to Keziah once again to have a chat.
I have a first timer here in Finke, Tom Fletcher. How was that ride?
It was good up until about the halfway mark, popped the back tyre and we've ridden back like that, skating around the whole time. So.
Oh, you've done a pretty good job then. Maybe if the camera come around. I think it's a bit loose on the wheel here. We can see it popping out. Oh, wow, yeah. Well done. All right, how are you going to get that one fixed ready for tomorrow?
Oh, we got a couple of spare tubes in the trailer, so hopefully the rim's not too buckled.
And there's a pretty good crew down there. We've got a big team behind you.
I've got mum, dad, my partner, my cousin, a fair few people behind me.
It'll be all hands on deck around the campfire tonight.
That's it, bit of fun.
Awesome. Is that the only problem you've had with the bike, or is everything else ready to go for tomorrow?
Everything else is ready to go.
Okay, brilliant. Well, we'll let you get some rest, get a feed into you as well, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, great to have another chat with one of our top competitors who've made their way down there. First timer. Andy Axon into Fink, Anthony Chapman into Fink, Terence Conway, Brooklyn Blummer, Paul Elborn, and Brad Perryman all into Fink as well as Darren Head making it to Mount Squires. Will Mahoney as well across the line on the 294, as well as Joel Grant on the 690.
And also Dominic Randall there, the X92. So a great run there by him. Looking nice and confident. Nice and calm, relaxed. So this looks like the X10. Also the 629, Jai Barker in the house. You'll have to give us, we're a little reluctant to say across the finish line just yet. They're so close, but they're not across there. We know how difficult this last section can be. They need all the luck they can. They don't need a commentator putting a bit of the commentator's curse on them in these last 100, 150 metres. But we're just as excited as you are to see these guys come across the finish line here at the getting close to the end of race day 1.
Yeah, good group of them across the line there. Dominic Randall, Lewis Russell, Darcy McAllister, Jay Barker, Jason Matthews and Anthony Hammond, as well as Lee Kelly through Rodinga. No Mount Squires, sorry. Carl Roberts also through Mount Squires. Susan Kopp into Fink, the third of our female competitors. Gavin Pengelly across the line, and Ryan Newman, as well as Ewan McCowan.
This looks like the 555 of Thomas McBain. Get to the chopper. That McBain?
No. I think so.
But so close, he can taste it. Thomas McBain, the 555, down through this last little section here, has successfully navigated, bounces it off. A little bit of a rut there, a bit of an acceleration bump that's starting to form, pulled the front wheel up. So McBain, my man, getting it done.
Tyson Powell across the line as well. Chloe Firestone through Mount Squires. Justin Pitts through into Fink, and Dylan DiZabo as well on the 752.
.686.
Anthony Wakeham, sorry, making his way towards the line. .717, I think, which is Rhett Johnson, comes across the line with Timothy Alcock. Stephen Rocha across the line, as well as Nicholas Panagolius.
A little bit of an air wheelie there.
Yeah.
Ronnie Mack can be proud, as it looks like that's the 286.
Yes, that would be 286.
Or 283, maybe?
Aaron Mills, 286.
286.
Yep, across the line. 3 hours and 15 minutes. Not bad whatsoever.
And then the 793, I believe, so that is Brian Pryden. Oh, he just had bright orange boots. I was very confused there. Just with the way it was reflecting off the sunlight, you could see it through the subframe of that bike. I was a little bit confused about the bright orange, but that's just his Larry boots that he is rocking today for day one. So great to see Brian across the finish line, 3 hours 23. There's a few more riders making their way in.
Bill McGregor across the line. Jake Holland as well on the X97. Oh, X94, sorry. Don't know where I'm pulling those numbers from. Charlesy Waldhutter across the line. 4th female into Fink. As well as Craig Harvey across the line as well.
The 513, Tyson Muscat. On the home straight. Geez, looking good there. The way he just come around that top corner there. It's like he only started the bike 50 metres down the track and just rolled in from there. He might be just saving his race pace for day 2.
Yeah.
So good job there,
energy.
Tyson. It's the 283. James Mason.
Sounding good through there.
Yeah, the joys of those big cubic capacity motorbikes there. You heard he was just up in a high gear, just blipping the throttle, getting himself round this final couple of corners, couple of tricky sections here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The 49th running next year, the 50th. We're all excited for that.
Yeah, insane to think how many years this great event's been going on for. James Mason across the line as well on the 283.
(768). This will be Chris Wagner. Slow and steady over the finish line jump. Common sense kicking in.
Yeah, definitely been on the bike for this long. Don't want to go and throw it off in the last couple of 100 metres whatsoever. So,
as we've seen, can so easily happen multiple times. We've been so close, yet so far multiple times today. Gets the hand off. That's the accelerator hand there. Just rest and relax. The 690. Having a little bit of a rest.
I still gives us a thumbs up, though.
How good is that? That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Something tells me there's going to be a few beers had at that camp tonight.
Oh, yep. Group of 3 making their way in. Give you their names and numbers as they come across the line. Good work. Hamish Church, Adrian Copeland and Mark Wyatt all across the line there.
A little bit of a look over and a thumbs up as well, so dare say they'll be right together. A bit of an arm stretch out. A lot of these guys probably been holding on for dear life for the last 3 hours, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Much like we have in the commentary box up here.
Yeah, it definitely is a long day. When you get up at, before sunrise and get out here. I think this is Bronnie Chapman, the next of our female competitors to make their way through. The 989. Another Alice local.
Looks like maybe a little bit of a problem with her boot there, the way it's flapping. Anyhow, we'll cut to Kaiser.
Oh, so sorry. Just chatting to Charlize here. We were just trying to work out. Pretty sure she's the 4th girl to ride in here at the Finke end. Charlize, you just turned 16 and could actually do this. What was the driving force?
I've just watched my brothers race it multiple years beforehand and knew that as soon as I could, I wanted to race it and do my best to just finish.
And how long have you been riding?
Since I was about 7 years old. Yeah.
So there's definitely no reason why the young girls can't get into it and get out here. I mean, the lead up, the prep, what did you do? Were you out there? Do you have brothers? Were you out there preparing for this?
I'm definitely going to gym a lot, just trying to get my fitness up as much as I could and just do a lot of riding with other races to help with this.
And did you have a look at Finke before you got out here and did the run today?
Yep, I did a couple pre-runs in the holidays and then one in this week to get ready for it.
Oh, well, congratulations. Who's here who's going to help you rest up overnight?
My dad, all the crew, Pookie, just everyone else that raced today too.
Awesome. Well, you go down, get a rest, get more of that water in you. We'll see you out here tomorrow. Well done. All right, back to commentary.
Yeah, great job there. 16 years old, got a couple of older brothers that like getting amongst it on the Finke track. And she said, well, it's not just for them, it's for me as well. As we see the 8.55 of Mark Fratter and the 7.05 of Mark Brincat across the finish line as well. Also, like you said, Bronnie Chapman, another one of our female competitors, in and across the finish line as well.
Yeah, great to see her make it into Finke. I know she had a bit of a cheer squad going for her today as well. 6.27 though, making their way to the line, which is Jason Griffin. And there you go, he's over in 3 hours and 29 minutes.
We also saw the 1.75 Keanu Fleming. So 3.5 hours of holding on to a two-stroke. That does not sound like a good, fun Sunday afternoon to me.
No, definitely not. For them, for these mad people, it is. So we won't knock them back for it. Phil Granger across the line on the 7.67. Looks like the next one of our Class 9 competitors making their way in should be Lila Jacobs or Letitia Foster. They were pretty close on track. Yeah, Lila Jacobs on the 909. Big congratulations to her. Yeah, shaking out the hands. Must be pretty sore after that one. The arm pump as well.
Oh, definitely an issue. We heard many of our pro riders talking about how it was important not to get too tense in the opening exchanges and pump up. Get that arm pump, get the arms, the forearms full of blood, and they start to cramp up and you can't hold on properly. You can't grip the handlebars. You can't extend your fingers out to get to the clutch and brake. And the only real way to get your arms to deflate or let the blood flow out is to stop and let go, and that is not an option. Letting go is not an option, and stopping on the Finke track also not an option for these competitors.
Michael Ingerson across the line on the 7.29 as well. The 477 that looks like, or the X77. I think it's the 4 though. Dylan Prentice will be across the line shortly. And we're going to go back down to Keziah at the Finke end.
Here with Mark and Brad. Now, your two mates just got off and you're having a bit of a laugh together. How was the ride?
Ride was really good. It was amazing. Alice Springs puts on an amazing event, and we had a clean run down. We didn't bin it, and just great to be back here enjoying it. So.
How about you, Mark?
Yeah, same. It was a fantastic event. Alice Springs put us on a great event. I found the track was in great condition. Bit of wind helped to keep the dust away. Lots of sunshine, which allowed you to see all the detail on the track. It was fantastic conditions and had a great time.
And where have you come from to make this dream happen?
Come from Bendigo, Victoria.
Both of you?
I'm from Sunbury, not too far down the road.
Oh, so you made it a mate's trip to get up here and do this, though.
Yeah. I've only just met this fella here, but
there you go.
Just, a bit of camaraderie there, making it down the end. So.
He's from Bendigo, we go riding together.
I was going to say, now you know you're close by, you're never going to leave each other's side.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what
this
it's all about, making friends and just talking to everyone about bikes. It's such a great atmosphere.
Absolutely. That is what makes Fink so special. Congratulations, guys. You're here. Is there a crew? You've got different camp setups. You probably should have parked next to each other.
All good. Although our crew's already probably set up, but we'll probably find him and have a beer later. Yeah, no beer.
You'll have a water later.
I'm with Outback Motorcycle Adventures. I've got to find where they are and get some fluids into me.
Yeah, you'll be right. I'm pretty sure they got a good setup, so you'll be fine. All right, well, we're going to head back to you guys in commentary. We'll get a few more of these riders as they come in.
Well, isn't that just summing up the whole Fink experience there? A couple of lads that just happened to ride most of the way beside each other, having a bit of a chat at the finish line, and they discovered they don't live too far away from each other, so they're going to meet up on weekends and start riding together. Fink, bringing people together.
Yeah, for 49 years.
But what a great story there. A couple of lads. Were they Mark and Mark as well?
I think so. Gotta love it,
I think it was destined to happen. But how good is it? That's what the Fink is all about. Like-minded people, all in the one place. They did sum it up as well. Alice Springs puts on such a great event here for the Fink Desert Race. It's one of those ones that you need to put on your bucket list. Come out and watch, learn the ropes, learn how prologue day works, learn how the race works, and then get yourself out here, get yourself in a motorbike or a car, and make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. Good fun it is. As we watch the 628 make its way towards us. That is... Must have got my numbers wrong there. Sonny Redding, 528. Makes their way across the line. Alistair Morris through Mount Squires. More competitors getting their water, giving us the thumbs up down at the Fink end.
How great to see that there's still plenty of spectators hanging around. You see a few cars still on top of the finish line jump at this point in time, cheering on the 607. Killed him dead on the 607 today.
Yeah, Tim Barwick making his way into the illustrious Fink end. Does it in time of 3 hours, 40 minutes. So getting a bit close to the cutoff time now. Got 4 hours to complete it. Uh, 6:43, which is Tyrone Palier. Making their way in, as well as the 927 Rhiannon Klein. She'll be happy with that. Another one of the Alice girls. She was riding in a team with Bronnie Chapman this weekend, so great to see both of them make it down into Fink.
Yeah, probably won't be starting far away from each other tomorrow. So that is great news there to see both girls in and across the finish line. In
a time of 3 hours 31. 791. Paul Stubbs about to make his way into Fink.
Good job, Stubbsy. Grab yourself a stubby or two when you get back to camp as well.
That's what I was going to say. He deserves a stubby after this one.
Maybe a white ox, no filter. Help the lungs open up.
Oh, yeah.
Get the recovery happening.
For some of these masters, that really is the best thing you can do. But it looks like we're going to go back down to Fink for another couple of chats.
Emerson Swift, you've just rolled in here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a bit rough, but made it. So halfway there, need to do it tomorrow.
And it's your first Fink, so how much prep did you put into being prepared for what the ride that is Fink?
I've done about 3 pre-runs, that's it. But no, we made it, so I just need to push it tomorrow, I guess, yeah.
Pre-runs on the Fink track?
Yeah, on the Fink track, yeah. Just came up for the weekend, done a few pre-runs, but yeah, that's pretty much all the prep I've done, but we made it, so happy days.
How prepared were you for how tough it is out there?
Not prepared at all. After the cars chopped it up, yeah, no, it was worse than the pre-runs, I reckon, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty tough game out there. The bike, how did it hold up?
Yeah, no, the bike went all right, I think. Need to probably do a quick service on it, but no, it's all good, I think.
Awesome, and you got a pretty big campsite set up here. Who's going to help you do it?
Yeah, I've got all my family down here. They came down a few days ago in the Fink, so I'm going to go find them now, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mission down there at the campsites. For those at home who haven't seen it, it goes a very long distance. And there's quite a large setup, but good luck, go get some rest, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning.
Thank you.
All right, back to commentary.
Yeah, a couple more through after Paul Stubbs, Brad Raffin and Andrew Nicholson across the line. Great to get that insight from Emerson Swift on the X77 machine as the 671 makes their way in. Marcel van Nierup making their way into Fink. Tony Carruthers and Naomi Finlay across the line as well.
Eight.
8:20, which is Christopher Long.
Wonder if any relation to Ivan Long.
Mm.
By the way, he's being a bit of a madman right there. Probably a little bit of that Long DNA in there. On the two-stroke too. So another one of our veterans. So that is 55 years and older, just to put that into perspective for you. 54. Oh, the legs off, the sky wheelie. Another one of our veterans here. Or no, is that an 8?
Yeah, 889.
Craig
Veteran.
Donaldson. So the old boys getting loose at the end of the day. So yeah, 55 years old, been hanging onto a motorbike for just over 3 hours and 40 minutes. Legs flapping off. Nothing like a big sky wheelie, though, to get the heart rate racing for him and the commentators.
The X80. Jason McMillan.
You can see a little bit of his backpack flapping there. The camelback slapping around as our film crew doing a great job down there at the overnight stop.
Some big rocks being moved.
Yeah.
Good work to Jason McMillan.
The back end of that motorbike just bucking around. Jason McMillan has had a big time effort riding that in.
Another one of our happy competitors to be there. He looks like he hasn't
Looks
done
well
much
rested,
at all.
yeah.
Yeah. Big shout out to the people who are still here at the Alice venue, soaking up this great event. We're not too far away from the last couple of bikes making their way through, I don't think. If I scroll down the list, still got a few, but we're almost there.
The 884.
Ooh.
Maybe I misread the number. Looked like an 884.
Yeah, looked like it.
Camera-
984.
984. I was gonna,
Christy McKinnon.
And the cameraman doing us a bit dirty, not zooming in for us. I think he heard us struggling and just decided to leave us hanging. I think that looked like the 788.
Luke Densley.
780, my apologies.
Burnin Russell across the line.
See the rag in the back there flapping away, the legs out as we throw down to Keziah.
I've got Naomi here. You've just pulled in. You look shattered, but you also said this is absolutely amazing, and you had a few tears in your eyes as you pulled up.
Yeah, I'm just stoked to be here.
Oh, you're going to make me tear up. Well done. This is your first time riding through here.
It's my second Fink, yeah.
And just talk us through, because I know you have a very special reason why you're making it here, and I don't know if it's half the reason why that it is so emotional to get here as well.
Yeah, I'm racing for cancer research. Race funds for cancer research in memory of my dad. So if you want to hop online and donate, head to FitMX Chick and find the donation page. That would be amazing.
Absolutely. And how did you go the last thing?
Oh, I was absolutely stoked to get my spike. I'd been riding for just over 2 years, so I've done a couple more years of training, and I'm just able to pop my wheel in some of the whoops now, and it's actually so much fun. So.
Well done. You should be so proud. And you can tell with the tears in your eyes. And I think your dad would be incredibly proud to see you do this too.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Go home, get some rest. I know you've got a bit of a crew. I've seen them waiting on the fence for you to come through. So
yeah, I better go and say hi to them. So thank you so much.
No, absolutely. And these are the stories of Fink. I'm just going to jump over here. We've got a Darwinite here. Now, Naomi's just one of your mates, I guess. You've been waiting to roll through here.
I was waiting here for Naomi to come through to make sure that she got here. So she's a mate. So I wanted to make sure all my mates that are behind me, I want to see them all coming through over the finish line. So give them a bit of a hug and a pat and a bit of encouragement for tomorrow. But I'm very proud of all my mates coming through. So it was good. It's been a good day.
You've been here for about 45 minutes cheering them on, just so everyone at home knows he has really been hanging around. And
been like one of the flies hanging around, just annoying everyone. Everyone of my mates that are coming over, I'm sort of going over there, and then they go to have a drink of their bottle of water, so you squirt it, and just to keep them happy. They're having a fat time, so one of my mates is getting tended to. She had a bit of a crash on the way down, but a couple of my other mates, they're already here, and they've peeled off to go to camp, so we had a good run, had a good day.
Yeah, and the support here, it means a lot. So 45 minutes of your day after you've done a big, massive ride, it really it goes to show how important it is to be here.
Just to see all my mates come in like Naomi, like she's emotional, but all my other mates that are doing it for their first time, and they're coming in and they're like jumping off and up and down the walls. So they're just wanting to go and ride home now. So I'd be quite happy too as well.
Yeah, when we were chatting before, you said you're just doing it for fun, and that is part of the fun, is seeing everybody come across the line.
It is, like, seeing the smiles, like everyone who's a first timer that's coming and doing it. I mean, they know, well, we've made it halfway, all we've got to do is turn around and go back home now, and that's the best part about it, just knowing that for them, well, half the mission's over, and it's their bucket list, they can tick it off. Some of them will come back, some of them won't. I'll be back again next year for the 50th, and I hope everyone else that's riding does it as well.
And it really is, even hearing your words, the passion behind it, it's so hard to actually convey what this means to make it here to Fink, and then the preparation to head back there tomorrow. The tears, the emotion, everything that goes into it, it's incredible. Thank you so much.
And not out of drama, anytime, not a worry.
Brilliant. All right, we're going to head back down to you guys.
Yeah, great chat there with some of our competitors. During that one, we had quite a few come through. Vernon Russell, Seamus Reid, Paul Murphy, Mason Clark, Alan Lyons, David Sorahan, and Ben Greenshields. 208 making its way to the line, Samuel Moon. So 3 hours 40 on a bike.
Oh, it's a long day.
Yep.
But well done to all these competitors. Like you said, He's had a long day on the bike there, but he's waiting around, making sure all his mates get in. They got plenty of water, squirting it in their face as they try and take a drink. I'm not sure if that's a mate or that is a pain in the backside right there, but it's good times down at the Apachula overnight stop.
Wonder if that's what they do when they see the underwater cave diver.
Whew. Your guess is as good as mine what goes on around that campsite with Slippery Muldoon.
Jason Ray on the 748 machine making its way across the line. And the next of our female competitors, the 9.5 Chloe Fabro, across the line. These guys still making their way, almost there. Very close for some of them to timing out, so just got to make sure they try and make it in.
Very cool livery on that X26 machine, that anodized purple with chrome numbers. Gary Burns. Tell it, he might have a case to be the self-proclaimed show and shine winner with the excellent livery.
Two banger. Kurt Eade on the 688 making his way through.
The 682.
682 Stuart Nags.
I'm going to say the K is silent.
Yeah. Across the line. 3:52. 7 minutes to spare.
7 minutes to spare.
Just a cool 7 minutes. But we're going to go back down to Keziah at Fink.
I'm here with two mates from Melbourne, Baron, and what was it again, sorry? Dave. Gosh, a lot of riders coming in here at the moment. What made you guys do this for the first time together?
Oh, it's just been a bucket list for a long time.
He did.
He did. So it was his bucket list, you got roped in, but how was that ride?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's actually, you psych yourself out a bit, actually, coming to this. You think it's going to be harder than what it actually is, but yeah, I'm looking forward to going back.
How long have you guys been riding together?
Oh, a couple of years.
Just a couple of years? No, well, I'm glad you guys have made this mission to be here. Do you have, is there wives? Who's here to be here with you?
Yeah. My wife's watching at home. So,
Hi, Nicole, back home. The boys have made it here okay. What about you?
Let's say hello to Sarah and the kids. I made it. Still got to get home.
So who is here then?
My son's down there somewhere waiting for us. Yeah.
Still probably coming in.
All right, we'll watch the rest of the mates come through. Until then, go find your son, go have a few drinks and a good feed, and we'll see you tomorrow. Lots of deep heat. All right, back to you guys.
Oh, deep heat. Gives me bad memories.
That's a story for later and probably not on air, but yeah.
Lauren Curd, the 993 bike, across the line as well. She'll be pretty happy with that. The 770, the one we pointed out earlier on this afternoon, it looks like it's got the big adventure tank and the
rally raid style windshield on it and stuff like that.
I wonder if he's running rally notes.
Ooh.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Could be a good little insight, see if we get a shot as he goes past. But congratulations to the 770, Ron Bailey in the house, 3 hours, 46 minutes. So congratulations there. Suppose for those lads, a bit of deep heat, it's better than needing a bit of 3B cream. So,
oh, yeah.
You'd rather need to get the heat in there than try and get the heat out of there, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. The camaraderie around down at the Fink end is really, really good. People all waiting for more people to get in. This, the 978, which... No, I think I might have read that one wrong. No, I didn't. 978. see that one. Now, oh yeah, Alice White. Sorry, making her way in to Finke.
So that determination, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
we hadn't seen a lot of females in. You know, it was probably only half an hour ago. We're
Yeah.
saying only 2 or 3 girls have made it in. But now a large contingent of our Class 9 competitors on their way across that finish line, on their way down to find the campsite and on the way to the road to recovery. But to steal the great line from the late Kobe Bryant, job's not done yet.
No.
Halfway there, 50%.
Yep.
Look, it's still a great achievement. It's a tick in the book. It's exactly what you want. But they need to rest, recover, and reset the 3 Rs so that they can take the 4th R on tomorrow, which is race back home. And then the 5th R, a rum can at the finish line. So there's actually a 5-step 5R program to race at Finke on a motorbike. Come and see me later on. It's available online.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to be running that program next year for the 50th?
This mad dog just in the socks?
Yep.
Out in the desert? I'm going to take a wild guess and say they are local Northern Territorians.
Yep.
As the boys sitting back, enjoying a cold can. Got the swags on the back there. The support crew down. Couple of spare tyres in the cages. That's awesome to see. Just taking it all in. Enjoying the achievement. As some of the Apachula locals being down all day cheering us on.
$7.45 making their way in. That's Paul Leinberg. Benberg. 7.45.
Riding gear got him dressed like a cow?
That or 101 Dalmatia.
As the feet off the pegs there, sitting down, gives him a stark reminder that it's time to stand up until he's across the finish line there. But luckily a good recovery there for Paul Leinberg across the finish line. 3 hours 47. As we also see the 8.77. I think that's one of those CR 500s we were talking about.
David Latham making his way across the line.
I don't think that man will have any feeling in his hands and wrists right now.
Yep, I reckon you'd be pretty sore after riding one of them big boys across.
I reckon if he got down into the pits too and had a bit of a chat to Rick Hall and, you know, got the sentimental juices flowing and Rick Hall, I reckon he could get him back on us on the CR 500 as we hear the girls swapping a few stories there. The wrist action.
Next one to make their way through. The 789, I think, is what I saw there. I think I've gone blind in the com box.
788?
788. So Luke Densley. Oh, go Luke.
Alice Springs local?
He's got a minute and a half to get there.
Oh, yeah, copy.
He's cutting it
Luke.
fine.
He's across, but that's all that matters. 3:58.35. Luke, I'm going to say a few little issues there for Luke. He seemed to have dropped down the field a little bit. Some of the other competitors that are coming across the line, they're in the 3 hour 50 mark at the moment. So Luke, few little issues there, I'm going to say, but 3:58.35.
Yeah, good run.
Under 90 seconds to spare for the 4 hour cutoff time. As the boys getting photos down at the finish line there, waiting arm in arm for a mate.
The 8:44.
Now I just see Nicole just commented there, said, well done, baby. So I believe that was the partner of the 2 guys we were just talking to that did it as the bucket list item. So good on her. She stayed and watched all the way to the end, made sure she cheered her partner across the finish line as the 8.44 makes his way across the finish line as well.
Yeah, Simon Harris is going to be happy with that one. 7.46. Darren Christian making his way towards the line. For some reason, it's a very familiar bike. But anyway.
Yeah, that white Husky with the WP forks. Does look familiar for some reason, it does, but well done to Darren Kirsten across the finish line into the overnight rest stop. So not many daylight hours left for these guys to turn it around, whether they need to put a new tyre on it, whether they need to, I'm definitely going to say they're probably going to have to do an oil change and a filter change.
Filter change, yep. No, definitely.
Few more beers getting handed out around there. The boys look like they got a little bit of a pristine viewing area. So a few liquid refreshments. The helmet's going back on. I'm saying they're going to go and suss out their campsite.
Great chats happening here. Coca-Cola.
So I said liquid refreshments.
Yeah, liquid refreshments. No alcoholic beverages happening at the moment. They'll have to wait until they get back to Alice.
So just remember, as we can see there, if you want to donate to the Cancer Council there, Fit MX Chick, I did it before, just throw it into Google and the links will pop up. You can easily follow how to donate to it for the Cancer Council research. I tell you, a bucket list item, but what an excellent way to celebrate getting into Fink. Not only doing it, but raising money for Cancer Council research.
Yeah, definitely a one to get behind this weekend. Just waiting for the last few bikes to make their way through. Some getting extremely close to the cutoff time, so that's the great thing about this one, though. If they don't make it in the 4 hours, they still get to come back racing tomorrow.
What an adventure.
Yeah. But we are now going to go back down to Keziah at the Fink end.
All right, I'm here with Dave. Dave, tell us your story. You're in the veterans category. You've come down here to Fink. What is the story behind it?
I thought, well, I better go and do it before I get too old, because I'm 62 this year.
That's an incredible effort.
So, and then I thought, let's bring the old girl out and ride that. So, my brother and myself decided to come down, and here we are.
Beautiful. And by old girl, how long have you been riding?
Well, I've been riding since I was 12.
Okay, I'm going to say that's 50 years.
Yeah.
50 years riding?
Yeah.
And you're out here, is this the first time doing Fink?
Yes, it's the first time I've done Fink. I did the Gascoigne Dash a couple of years ago, and then I had to have a break because I had to have open heart surgery. So I've had that. It's all been good as gold now, so here we are.
Well, you can definitely say you've made it halfway. We've got to see you back in Alice Springs tomorrow night, all right?
Okay.
That's the key. Right. Thank you, Dave. I'm going to continue to have a little wander over here. I just want to find out who is where doing what. You guys don't look like you were racing.
No, my nephew's racing. I was just trying to ring him. I can find his bike, but just trying to find him in this.
Who's your nephew?
Reese Parlovleet.
Okay. Well, is he still wandering around, or is he over to...
He won't be far from his bike. His bike's there, so I was trying to ring him, but I'm thinking he probably didn't take his mobile phone with him.
I'm going to say that doesn't go down Fink.
We refueled him, out at Mount Squires at the 60 K mark, and he was going all right. I think he lost a bit of skin off his fingers.
Ouch. He might be over there in the medic tent.
Hands were wearing out.
Oh, dear. Okay, well, he might be heading up there. Okay, I'm going to wander up here. We've got a few more here. We've got 3 guys have just pulled in. Hello, guys. Welcome to Fink. How are you feeling? All right, I might jump in here with you guys. How are you?
Good.
Who do we have here?
My name's Paul.
Paul.
Yeah.
Tell us about your ride.
Wow, came off 4 times. The airbag went off twice, so I'm out of canisters. But yeah, it's rough. It was good fun.
Have you done Fink before?
Once before, yeah.
And what brought you out here this year?
The madness. It's like, so I'm South African, and I grew up watching Mad Max, and I think this is kind of this is the closest you get to Mad Max.
It looks like it.
Maxie, yeah.
It looks like Mars out here. It definitely looks similar. What about you? What's your story?
Well, the story is, watch this South African come off through Alice Creek.
Did you stand by him and help him back on his bike to do it together?
I see there was lots of people around that came and helped him, so I knew there was no need to stop for this guy. But yeah, we swapped and changed a couple of times, and then he had his big off at the creek, and I thought, fuck, you ain't going to get up after that, and he did, and he meant it.
Well, good on you for being here. You've still got a trip back tomorrow, so get some rest tonight, guys. All right, I'm going to head back to you in commentary.
We are cracking up laughing here. How good's that? That's that international flavour there. I'm going to say a Scotsman and a South African. They walk into the finish line.
And they have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. But isn't that right? A couple of blokes that don't know each other. He'd fallen off. Paul Leidenberg had fallen off. And he stopped and helped him, got him up, and then rode in with him to the finish line. So that is awesome. Many a story like that to be told up and down the pit area tonight. This looks like the 983.
Yep.
Or 986.
983. Yep. Melanie Petroni across the line. Another one of our Class 9s.
3 hours, 56:23. So just in time across the finish line. So well done, young lady.
Great to see. Not too far away. I think we're down to our last 15 odd riders to come in. Looks like I can see dust off in the distance, so not too far away from another couple making their way through. Just waiting to see.
So we have sort of seen the numbers start to thin out a little bit. We don't have many left on our list. And just so I say that, the numbers thinning out, we have a couple of bikes appear on screen as well. The 702.
Darren Hurd on his machine.
Looking nice and comfortable there on the 702. And also hear a bit of a two-stroke floating around in the background there.
3 hours, 59 minutes. 18 seconds.
18. Whew. One man getting it done. And that's all that matters. And Paul Woods.
3 hours, 57.57. Lucky number 57 for Paul Woods.
3 hours, 59.18. So a 4 hour cut-off time to be deemed an official finisher today. So just keeping a bit of an eye out here, but not much time left as we have our official time counting down up here for us. Unfortunately, it looks like a few of our competitors that haven't made it in yet, they have made it through Mount Squires, but look like they haven't quite made it to Fink in the 4 hour allotted time.
Yeah, unfortunate. Huge effort by all these competitors, though. Rough as guts out there today. on a grueling track.
Yeah, that was definitely the theme of every conversation, was people were caught off guard. Other than Rick Hall, people were caught off guard how grueling the track was this year.
Just chilling in the sunset.
Yeah, it looks like the breeze picking up a little bit there as well. Going to be a nice chilly night. It was definitely cold this morning in Alice Springs, so I'm sure Apachula going to put on a beautiful night tonight. You never know, you might hear a few good stories. I wonder if that's... Oh, no, it was a 79 series. The cruiser went past with the tinny on the roof. I was going to see if we could spot his large screen TV, but that is great. Starlink, hasn't it revolutionised the way people get to come and enjoy the Tatts Finke Desert Race experience? I've been getting messages from plenty of mates that are out on the track camping, got a TV set up or a phone or an iPad set up, watching the live stream, watching the live timing, and then being out on the racetrack to actually experience the sight and sound. So how good's that? You can watch the live stream and see Callum Norton come flying past you at race pace. It doesn't get it. Smell the gas, smell the air, the mixture.
We're going to go down to Keziah at Finke.
The final bikes are just rolling through the start-finish line here at the Finke end, being met by family, friends and their teams who have all set up camp to work on bikes and also get the riders ready for tomorrow. I'll just quickly recap. Leading the bikes out tomorrow afternoon will be in first place Corey Hammond, followed by Brodie Waters and Campbell Hall. In fourth place at the moment is Callum Norton, who was our prologue winner and a favourite to take out the race tomorrow. In the cars, first thing in the morning, we will have Travis Robinson in his co-driver Paul Curry leading us off around 7:15 tomorrow morning, followed by his brother Beau and navigator Shane Hutt, and then Billy Geddes behind them. I will also see you back here bright and early in the morning. From our feed will start roughly around 6:30. I'll probably be on around 7, and I cannot wait to see you then and get to catch everyone before they roll out.
Yeah, how good is that? We're excited about what tomorrow has to bring. I mean, there are an infinite amount of stories up and down the paddock tonight that we'll be getting out and about. So we're looking forward to the infinite amount of stories that tomorrow is going to bring, and especially because it is all on the line for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, definitely. What a day it's been for day one of competition here at the 49th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The Robinson brothers in the box step to bring it home, P1 and P2 in the cars, and then a bit of a change-up in the bikes. It's going to be very interesting to see who comes home first tomorrow and whether we crown 2 new kings of the desert. I hope you've had a lovely day watching the live stream. My name's been Joshua Graveling, alongside me, Josh Curran. We will see you tomorrow morning.